Thank you, Joette, speaker. My colleagues are the ones that are online. So then he's not on Zago. He meeting go he that he had. I just want to thank them for helping me out, helping out my senior center, my community of Kaibito and Copper Mine and Analia and Waterway Gap. When we really needed them, they brought out 2 trucks of coal. We took it out to our elders. There's it. When I needed help for my elders' celebration, I've always turned to them and they helped me out. Elder they always provided lunch for us. And you see, although all that the named, they worked their way up there to where their business is to this day, and so we need to be thankful and be grateful for that. Even outside my area community, other chapters, elders, they need cola. We gave it out to them. Katasha is very a unique person to work with, and she always gets on the ball to get things out to your community right away. At least they have a job and all that, and need NGS so I know our NGS hobbit that ego on his SRP then so we're trying to get other business in there too, but they're not going to give us the funding that we used to get from NGS. They went to school. They got what they needed to work at NGS. They only worked there for like a year, and they had to pack up and relocate. Of course, it shouldn't have happened. So I used to go. Not that the Nahanek Ade. We thought that the Pagando Hawan and the Asla. So they don't pay a little on their home. To where if NGS was still there, it would have been different. Dineka is Intech is like that. I get that, but still things will get done. Still had answers careful. But so has see or here.
Honorable Begay. Is there anybody else in queue for questions? If not, we'll turn back the floor to Ms. Upshaw, Intech.
Thank you, Madam Chair Curley. I appreciate the comments, Delegate Honorable Helena Begay. We do our best to try and help each and every one of the 110 Navajo chapters, as well as senior centers, non-for-profit organizations. So yes, we do continue to help and assist the Navajo Nation overall. Again, I appreciate everyone's time. That concludes my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Upshaw. I don't see anybody else in queue for questions or comments for the report. Second call. Third call. Honorable colleagues, we'll go to the drawing board for your vote. And I believe we do have Wi-Fi back in service. So we are going back on Zoom. So it should be going live right now. And you can also press your buttons on the floor. It should also be working. Forty-five seconds to vote.
Madam Speaker, is there
Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Damon did not vote. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota votes red. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Curtis Finito. Honorable Curtis Finito votes red via text. Going back up, Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 15 delegates who voted in favor, 6 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, Madam Speaker, Crystalline Curley, not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 15 in favor, 6 opposed, and speaker not voting. Next on the agenda for reports, number B, we have update report on the Department of Emergency and Military Affairs, Arizona Mutual Aid Compact. Update provided by Honorable Amber Naa'bik'iyati and Ronald Silversmith, Navajo Nation Deputy Chief of Police.
Yes, Chair Curley, Naa'bik'iyati Committee. We also have a lot of feedback here. We also have on the line from the Arizona Department of Emergency and Military Affairs. Our tribal liaison is Travis Schultz, and Donovan Carr, tribal liaison with the Office of the Governor from Arizona. So thank you, colleagues. And I appreciate Chief Noon for being on the call to help if there's any questions from our colleagues from the committee. Staff, my hope is that you were able to send out Chair Curley. So my hope is that the mutual aid compact was sent out to my colleagues. What I want to just make sure is that this compact is made and entered into by and among the signatory political jurisdictions within the state of Arizona and the Arizona Department of Emergency and Military Affairs. In the exhibit, you can see, colleagues, that this was signed back in 2014. It is set to expire in March of 2023. And with the pending declarations of emergency, we wanted at this time, in good faith and effort, work with our Arizona and state partners to revitalize this agreement for the 1-year extension. We've have meetings this week with the Office of Speaker's staff and our Attorney General. I'm sorry, I apologize. Our Chief Legislative Attorney, and we're making sure that we can meet this deadline. So Chair Curley, if I can move to my agents, Mr. Carr with the Office of the Governor's Office of Arizona and Mr. Schultz, that would be helpful, and we can then move forward with Chief Noon. Thank you.
Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Carr, do you have, are you able to unmute?
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Delegate Naa'bik'iyati, Chairwoman Curley, and members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Yate Shay Donovan Carr Yinshye Tedish Gijnin Schlido Tratnesani Ebashichin Ezlani Edashiche and the Ashin Edashinala Akut Ego Eyadenen Schlingo. I come before you as the one of 2 tribal affairs advisors for the Office of the Governor of Arizona. I'm also here with our Chief Legislative Liaison for the Department of Emergency and Military Affairs, Mr. Schulte. Mr. Schulte, if I could just get a quick summary from you about the mutual aid compact, and it's again, it's impending expiration. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Speaker, for the record, my name is Travis Schulte, Legislative Liaison for the Arizona Department of Emergency and Military Affairs. As mentioned by Mr. Carr, the Arizona Mutual Aid Compact is an agreement that allows kind of the seamless providing of support for jurisdictions that are experiencing disaster. This agreement typically runs 10 years. And the Navajo Nation was an early adopter of this particular agreement back in 2013. And so we're coming upon the expiration date of that agreement. As mentioned, we'd like to do an extension of 1 year. So that way we're currently updating the language of the agreement just to reflect current practices and current terminology. So while that update is underway, we do not want to be remiss in not having an agreement in place to support the Navajo Nation in the event the nation experiences disaster. As just a recent example, the Navajo Nation Emergency Declaration in January, due to the snowstorms, requested assistance from the state of Arizona to support the Navajo Nation's Emergency Operations Center. And through the framework of this agreement, the state was able to dispatch one of our liaison officers up to the Navajo Nation to work in the EOC under the direction of Mr. Harlan Cleveland as the emergency manager for the nation, and supported the nation's response for that current disaster. And of course, we are experiencing another winter storm event this week. So this agreement allows the rapid response for areas that are in need. And pending any questions, and I stand aside pending any questions.
She has Chief Noon, if you're on the call and can unmute, if you wanted to just provide any update to my colleagues. I was able to forward via email the draft agreement, and this would be going through the committees as a legislation, and so we just wanted to make sure that this is on the radar of the Naa'bik'iyati committee. Thank you, Chief Noon. Okay, staff, we might be having some challenges either allowing Chief Noon to get on the line or to unmute. But if he does get on the line, we can defer to him. So Chair Curley, right now, that is our report. The critical element of this report is this is set to expire next month. We know with the declarations of emergency, we count on our Apache County, Navajo County, Coconino County partners. And so this agreement is critical so that there's no delay in emergency services to our people. Chair Curley, I'll yield the floor back to you. Thank you. Mr. Rico, could you give us an update if Chair Curley is not available, if we could ask another delegate to help assist with facilitating this report?
Thank you, Honorable Crotty, for that report. And once we do have Deputy or Chief Noon on the call, we'll make sure to connect him. With that, we do have a motion on the floor and a second on the floor to accept the report. Are there any additional comments or concerns?
This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. Ado, Delegate Crotty. I apologize. I'm barely looking through the mutual aid compact. It does sound like it's going to be able to provide a lot of services that are needed currently right now, for a lot of our Navajo people. And it does provide a little bit more information. So I guess where I'm a little bit confused is this is a compact between the state of Arizona and the Arizona Department of Emergency and Military Affairs. What part involves like the military affairs? And where does our, our veterans aid, our veterans director stand with this in terms of the military affairs and what will be needed? Is that to call out, like National Guard to come and help assist with these matters? Can I get a little bit more information? And I do apologize, Delegate Crotty. I know that we just got the information sent to us at 12:50. So I'm doing my best to try to read through everything and take into consideration the presentation that you've given. But if you can just give us a little bit more information on the types of services that will be provided to the Navajo people. And then again, in terms of the military affairs, what does that entail? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Are there any additional questions or concerns? If not, we'll go back to Honorable Crotty.
Oh, yeah, Chair Curley, thank you. I appreciate the questions, Shadow Chair Charles Newton. I will defer to the team from Arizona. Mr. Schultz, if you can provide an overview of what has been agreed upon, and my understanding with our legislative council that this was a resolution that went through the council and was signed by then President Ben Shelley. And I will defer to our government team from Arizona to clarify the position when it says military and what are some of the core agreements that are being made. Thank you. Mr. Schultz or Mr. Carr.
Yes, thank you, Delegate Crotty. Madam Speaker, Chair. Just to answer the question, so the military affairs portion is just the part of the agency. So the Arizona Department of Emergency and Military Affairs is the state's agency that's responsible for the National Guard, for maintaining and equipping the Arizona National Guard, and also comprises our Division of Emergency Management. And so this compact is primarily related to the Division of Emergency Management portion of our services that we support all of our jurisdictions within the state, as well as our tribal partners in the event of an emergency. So there's really no military interaction with this compact whatsoever, unless the Navajo Nation would request assistance from the National Guard through our Division of Emergency Management to perform a certain service. And an example of that would have been during COVID. So during COVID, the Arizona National Guard was requested through our requested by our tribal partners through our Division of Emergency Management to provide testing and vaccination, transportation services. We moved a lot of foodstuffs to the Navajo Nation to support the food banks up there during COVID. So it's those kind of activities on the military side, but they are entirely requested by they would be requested by the Navajo Nation, and it's requested through the Division of Emergency Management within the Department of Emergency and Military Affairs. And there's no veteran interaction or veteran services from our agency. From the state side, that would be the Arizona Department of Veteran Services that provides veteran advocacy and support.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Mr. Carr, did you have any additional information?
No, Delegate, I believe that response is sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Curley will yield back the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty, for your responses. Are there any additional questions or concerns, and anybody in the queue regarding the report?
This is Delegate Charles Newman again.
Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. And again, I do apologize. I'm actually on page 6 reading through the document that has been presented to us. So I guess my question is, in terms of this being a report, is it just to provide information to council about this compact? Is this going to be required to be in a legislation where the Navajo Nation enters into this compact? Can I get just a little bit of a clarification on why this is a report? Thank you.
If there are no additional comments, we'll yield the floor back to Honorable Crotty.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Senator, for the question. So this is a report to bring this attention to the Naa'bik'iyati committee regarding the tight turnaround time to extend the contract. And we are working on legislation, and we would need the support of the Office of the President, Vice President, as this deals with executive programs. And the legislation will be assigned to the appropriate committees, and additional information could be provided to the committees at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Second call.
Madam Chair Curley, can you hear me?
Yes, Honorable Claw, we can hear you. You have the floor.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I do have some questions in regards to the compact as well. So I too am looking over the documents here, and then one of the questions that I have is in regards to the reimbursement. So it does say there's a reimbursement procedure for that in the past. What has on each side of the party, the Navajo Nation, as well as the entity providing the services, what have you requested as far as reimbursement in the past? And then during COVID, we did have a unit that was established in Chinle with the FEMA, and currently the Chinle Community Center still sits as is. So when the FEMA group came in, they did set up almost like a hospital inside. They had ventilations going, and then they vacated without returning the facility back to as is. So I'm not sure if this is the same effort from the same group, but that's going to be my question. And then also, I know that there was talk of the Navajo Nation establishing a National Guard. I know this has been under the other tribal leaders, maybe the council prior to us. And I know Mr. Carlisle Begay was making strides as far as working with them in trying to basically work with our state leaders and congressional leaders to justify a National Guard readiness center. And our hopes is that we can get a center on Navajo Nation to provide outpatient clinics, and then also where our veterans are able to get their screening, maybe get wellness visits because of the lack of medical centers here on our Navajo Nation. And if that were going to be the case, in establishing those centers? What is the possibility as far as leasing land or even the costs involved? So I don't know if that's going to be part of the legislation. And then just, I know that there's normally a match that's required, 25% or more. So those are my questions for our presenters here today. And then I just had that similar question, if this was actually a report or if we're going to be viewing legislation in the future. So I will turn the floor back over to you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Plath. If there's nobody else in queue, we'll go back to Honorable Crotty and her partners.
Oh, yeah, thank you. So colleagues, in addition to the mutual aid agreement, the second document is a streamlined facts and questions sheet that may also provide answers to your questions. But I will defer to Mr. Schultz and Mr. Carr if they could answer the delegates' questions in terms of clarifying what this initial agreement in 2014 deals with, and then what are recommendations that the delegate can follow up on with other state agencies as it relates to veterans care. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Delegate Crotty, members. So to discuss, to answer the questions regarding the reimbursement process, so the framework is established there. There are times when reimbursement for services and goods may need to be requested from or provided from another jurisdiction that's providing services. An example I used previously is that if for a winter snow event, and it's not related to this, the example I came up with prior to this winter storm, but if cinders was needed to put down on a road that is maintained by the Navajo Nation, kind of in an emergency status to ensure that to clear the roadway and ensure traffic can get through. But there was no cinders available, and the nation reached out to Navajo County, and Navajo County could provide it, but Navajo County may not be able to provide those cinders at no cost. They may have to recoup that cost based on what they purchased the cinders for their own road maintenance. So, but before that would be provided to the Navajo Nation, the providing agency who's providing assistance would have to inform the Navajo Nation up front of what the reimbursement cost would be, and the Navajo Nation would agree to those costs. And then if the Navajo Nation didn't agree, then the other jurisdiction wouldn't be able to wouldn't provide the assistance. Basically, there's no surprise billing is why the reimbursement process is included in the compact. And it's to ensure that everybody understands what is being requested and what is being provided. And if there is a cost, that the costs are agreed to upfront. But this compact does allow basically the process to be executed rather quickly. If without the compact, then that negotiation alone for each incident could take days or weeks to negotiate a memorandum of agreement or understanding between two jurisdictions to provide assistance when a disaster normally happens over the course of hours and days. So this provides the quickest way to help support an area in need, and everyone knows what the terms of what the expectations are based on the framework of the compact. Regarding the overflow shelters, the alternate care site that was set up in Chinle and Shiprock, so those were set up by FEMA, and so DEMA did not have, and although the acronyms rhyme, but DEMA did not have responsibility for those shelters. So I have to refer you to my FEMA counterpart and see if he can help provide assistance on collecting whatever was left over and returning the gym there in Chinle back to its pre-alternate care site status. So I'd be more than happy to reach out to my FEMA counterpart. His name is Mr. Vincent Martinez, and ask if FEMA can look into that in recovering those goods that were stored there and set up there to return the gym back to what it, to a gym. And then the readiness center question. Yes, we have spoken with various members of the tribal government, of the Navajo Nation government in the past. We would certainly look into the possibility. I think the biggest question for the establishment of a readiness center, which is to support the training of the Arizona National Guard, so we need to base a unit there. But I think the biggest question, that in order for the state and the federal government to fund it through the National Guard would have to control the site. And so the land management, or the land, not ownership, but at least the control of the land that the Readiness Center sits on, was a question that we can't answer. And so we've kind of asked for help to see if that's a possibility in those previous conversations. But if that is a possibility, where we can control the site in order to qualify for the federal and state funding to execute mission there, then we can certainly look into that. There is a match component, as mentioned, which is 25% for the construction of a new facility. So there would be that cost, usually because the facility could be used as a community center, and can have that dual support if the Navajo Nation provided that match component, which we do with the city of Yuma. During the week, it's a community center there in the city of Yuma, and then on the weekend it becomes a readiness center facility for the Guard when we need it. So it's a very good partnership that we have with the city of Yuma, and we'd love to explore something there with the Navajo Nation. But yeah, we just need to continue to dive into those. The legal land questions, I think, is the only unknown factor at this point. And then in the way of getting veteran services, I'm more than happy to work directly with council or with through Mr. Carr, and I'd be happy to connect you with the State Department of Veteran Services, who provides at least services to veterans in the kind of that clinic capacity that the question was about, and any other stakeholders that for services that the nation may be in need of or may be interested in. Over.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Carr, do you have anything to add?
Delegate Crotty, thank you. No, I don't. Thank you, Mr. Schulte, for that summation. Again, just to clarify, the state DEMA agency is not the federal emergency management agency from the federal government. With our state's agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carr, and colleagues. When I requested this report, the supporting documents were attached, and that was sent out February 18th. And that was sent out to all of the 25th Navajo Nation Council delegates, your respective LDAs and staff. Please let me know if that email is not reaching your email inboxes, and we can figure out with staff how to make sure you're able to get this information in a timely manner to review prior to the report. I appreciate it, and staff, if we can add these attachments to this report, either a link into the agenda or somewhere publicly, so that the public also has access for the documents that we're referring to. I appreciate it. Thank you. Chair Curley, we yield the floor back over to you.
Yeah, Honorable Crotty, for your responses and from your agents. Colleagues, we have Honorable Tulth and Honorable So in queue. We'll go first to Honorable Tulth.
Good afternoon again, Madam Speaker, Ms. Crowdy, Honorable Crowdy. Good afternoon. I would like to have more information. If you can, also your agent to provide some documentation so I can have a better understand what your agenda is. So I guess you already have this knowledge because you instruct them to give you a report. For us, like me, I need some more information so I could ask questions if any documentation would help. We're trying to start off National Guard, or what is it, ma'am? I just wanted to know so I can relay this back to my community. So right now, I trying to put the puzzle together, the purpose of this report. Okay? Area means kid, madam. Fella. Thank you.
Honorable So. Okay, Honorable So diswaves. Are there any additional comments from the floor or on Zoom regarding the report? At this time, we'll give the pro comments to Honorable Khan.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Chair Curley, Naa'bik'iyati committee members. I appreciate the question, Delegate Tolt. The documents were sent via email on Saturday, February 18th, and were resent within the last hour today. I would need staff's assistance if you're not receiving the documents so that you can review the compact. I'm sorry, I'm hearing a lot of echo. Let me try to. So that you have all of the documents in hand. My understanding is that all of the delegates have access to their emails and to the information. And so with that in mind, we have a current declaration of emergency. So we were trying to provide the information ahead of time for delegates to review and to ask any questions. In the email is Mr. Schultz and Mr. Carr's contact information. If delegates want to set up an additional conversation, Mr. Carr is building relationships with the Navajo Nation leadership and to each of the delegates, and has been more than willing to answer any questions. So please use that contact. In terms of this report, the question about the National Guard was from Delegate Claw. And so I have no further information to provide to this committee, as this is just regarding emergency services. And I believe the question or the intent of the questions was to get additional information. And so Delegate Toltz, we would have to ask what is the status of that request, as I'm not familiar that there was a resolution passed by the Navajo Nation Council. But my hope is that if that's a request, Delegate Toltz, you can, or we can make that request to our legislative staff to research and provide some guidance on. But the National Guard was a question and is not part of this emergency management agreement. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Crotty, for your responses. If there's no additional comments or questions to the report, when calling for a vote, I'll go to the drawing board to accept the report. And if you're on Zoom or calling in, feel free to text in your vote.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Lamardo Azeret. Lamardo Azeret votes green. Honorable Helena Nesbier. Honorable Helena Nesbier votes green. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Shauna Claw votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canesba Crowdy votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Green.
Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez votes green via text. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Shondine Parrish. Honorable Shondine Parrish votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Carl R. Slater votes green via text. Honorable George Toll. Honorable George Toll. Honorable George Toll votes green. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito votes green via text. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie votes green. Going back up. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Madam Chairwoman, currently you have 22 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, staff. You have 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting for the report. Going down the line, we do have an update report by Navajo Tribal Utility Authority on current ARPA projects, other current projects, how NTUA is addressing outstanding accounts of the Navajo Nation people due to COVID-19, and NTUA's management team structure. We do have Walter Haas.
Hello?
Hello.
Chair Naz, can you, I think we all can hear each other on the phone, but I don't hear anything coming from the presenter. Can you?
No, I don't hear anything either, so.
Honorable delegates, we are trying to connect here within the chambers with the audio. Let's just give us a few minutes.
Okay.
We're waiting for our NTUA to get onto Zoom so they can call in since the microphones are not working here within the chambers. So they'll be joining via Zoom here shortly.
Madam Speaker, can you hear me? Thank you, appreciate it. Good afternoon. Appreciate the opportunity to talk to, sorry about this, Speaker Curley and the Navajo Nation 25th Council. It's my honor to be able to address you directly. I came to here to make it easier, and I think it would have been easier to stay at the office because of the situation. But I'd like to start out our report and talk about there was 2 ARPA funding legislations that were passed by the previous council. Legislation CJY 4121, which enacted the money that was defunded during the CARES Act. This legislation reenacted those projects so that they could be funded and move forward. We sent out packets of information, and that's the file I'd like to talk about or discuss with. The opening page talks about it starts out with 2021 Navajo Nation Defunded CARES Act funding legislation CJY 4121, and it lists the various funded pieces of legislation in it. And I was going to read it to you. It talks it was under the Division of Community Development, 2.18 housing support or other housing assistance, formerly 312. The total award was $28,982,874. Okay. And what that basically is it's electric services to homes, and it's broken down into basically 3 other categories that we'll go through on the subsequent pages. Under the Division of Natural Resources, there was a 5.2 clean water, centralized wastewater collection and conveyance. The award was $3,200,004. That is mostly for equipment and improvements located at centralized wastewater plants like lagoons. 5.3 clean water legislation, decentralized wastewater, was $11,105,636.29. That legislation put in place dollars for wastewater collection equipment, lift stations, things like that. We'll go over those in detail. Under 5.11 drinking water under transmission and distribution, we were awarded $2,898,372. For item number 5.14, drinking water storage, was $755,486. Those are mostly water tanks. And then drinking water and other water infrastructure was $3,701,878.65 for a total award for water, wastewater type projects, $21,661,376.94. And then from the Division of General Services, 5.19 broadband last mile projects was $5,370,432. Those were mostly awarded to NQA Wireless. Under 5.20 broadband other projects, those are projects were awarded to NQA, and those are mostly middle mile projects. There was $9,679,380.87 for a total broadband of $15,049,812.87. The total award was $65,694,063.80. The way the program worked, in previous programs, N2A was awarded all the dollars up front. In this particular program, N2A was awarded 50% of the dollars to start the projects. After we expend 75% of the 50, we would then get another distribution for 25% of the dollars. The same after we expend 75% of that, we would get another distribution of 25%. And basically we'd be able to close out. Now, all these projects are direct cost projects only, meaning that we don't get any indirect costs to support the projects, even though they're necessary to build it. And there's a 2% administration allowable recovery through the projects. Now, page number 2 talks directly about just the broadband projects that were awarded to N2A. Okay. And this gives you more specific detail of the projects. There was 11 projects. Of the 11 projects, we have completed 8 of them. 3 of them are pending, and what they're pending is right-of-way approval. There was a change in the law of how rights-of-way were awarded to N2A regarding communication projects. And as a result of that change, we haven't gotten through the right-of-way process for those projects, and they've been held up. And we hope to talk to the folks at Resources to get that resolved so we can get those projects moving forward. When you look at the sheet, you'll see the first 3 projects are in blue. The other projects are in red, and those projects are completed. What's not listed on the page are non-N2A projects. So in other words, we didn't bring the page that would talk about the last mile projects and N2A wireless awards in their locations. The next presentation project page for you talks about the overall defunded CARES, electric awards, the power line and solar projects. We tried to provide you on one page what was awarded and what we've been working on. So the reason they're broken down into individual buckets in the box above is because that's the way the legislation presented them. So I'm trying to track and provide you information that shows you how it's awarded, how it's written in the legislation, what's been accomplished in that bucket of projects, and how we move forward. The initial target was 922 total projects to serve 997 families and build approximately 83.2 miles of line. Total budget $28,982,874. When you look at the box, the description of the box basically lays out the overall legislation on the left side. It talks about N2A EMEs, which are just lines typically less than a mile long. There was 404 families to receive service. It was approximately $6,741,655. Of the 404 families, we've already provided service to 303 families at a cost of just less than $5 million. The next lower level in the box talks about N2A, which are community power line projects and single family projects, and also it talks about non-N2A projects. In this legislation, Continental Divide, APS, Hamus Mountain Cooperative, and others were able to utilize these dollars to help connect up their customers to the electric grid. Okay, so that's part of that. Out of that 425 families, 14,741,219, 92 are completed, 14 are in construction, and a total cost to date is about $1.1 million. There was 150 solar projects awarded for us to do at $7.5 million. We've completed 35 of those projects. There's 115 more projects to be built. We expect all the solar projects to be in service by July of this year. Now, in the same page that we've shown you, we've given you a breakdown of where the projects are allocated by name, or if they're just less than a mile, where they are, and that would be signified under various SLAs. which are short service line applications. Okay? So if you look at that detail, it kind of lays out all of that. And it also, on the solar, the 150 solar projects, it lays out on a per district level of my district offices as to where the projects will be located. And again, if you see a project in red, it means it's already been built. If you see a project in blue, it's pending. If you see a project in green, it means it's under construction. Okay? And at the bottom of the page, it talks about other utilities. There's 107 projects to date, taking care of 14 families is not a correct number. Basically, as you go through the project listing, you'll see that there are 4 APS customers, 64 Continental Divide Electric Cooperative customers, and 39 Jemez Mountain Electrical Co-op customers. Again, we use the same color code to designate what's completed, what's in under construction, and what's in the right-of-way process. Now, also, most of these projects also require us to do the house wiring, the meter pole installation, and the meter loop, which are typically the customer's responsibility. And that's one of the reasons we're working with outside utilities, because we hire our contract crews to install those items on behalf of the homeowner. And those projects are funded in this overall summary. You go to the next page of the electric, it gives you a breakdown, a more detailed breakdown of the same categories, but here's what we're trying to focus and complete in 2023. Okay? And this number will change over time and increase. We don't put a project in this constructible category until we already have the right of way. Okay? So that's why when you look at it and you see at the first column, there's 404 families. We've already connected 303, and we're only talking about a total of 73 families and 69 pending as you go through the numbers. So that's kind of the difference in it. One word of note that I'd like to say is we have been able to save money in the construction categories for the N2A EMEs and the N2A community power line projects by working with our outside partners through the Light Up Navajo program and through the mutual aid programs. So we are working with the Department of Justice to get approval to install and provide electric services to additional homes at with requesting no additional dollars. So our goal or hope is to stretch our dollars as far as possible so that we can connect up as many Navajo families as possible, whether they're in N2A service territory or not. So that kind of gives you the listing for that. The next page is headed 2023 DCA Power Line Project Rights of Way. So these are the projects that we are working on that were funded, and we're trying to get the rights of way through the General Land Department so that we can then construct these. And there's a total of 24 projects, a little over 11 miles of line, and there's 24 families. As these projects become available to construct, we'll build them in either 23 or in 24. And again, most of these projects all require some level of house wiring. The next page I'm going to describe to you and talk about, which we gave in your handout, is the overall Defunded CARES Act total water and wastewater projects. There's a total of 21 projects, a budget of $5,105,487. And then we basically laid out for you in the same color code what's been completed and what's in progress. We have 8 of the 21 already completed. We have 13 in progress, and you can see a brief description or location underneath each one of our districts, identifying what the identifying what the budget is and what the description of the project is. The next page talks about, and is titled 2022 Completed DCA Water Projects. We completed 8 water projects to date. And you can see where they're completed across the various regions in 22. We have a corresponding sheet. The next sheet will talk about the 2023 projects that we hope to build under the water funding and where they're located. There's a total of 7 at a budget of $585,000. Also, inside this package is there was funding to do 78 cistern/water septic systems in various locations throughout the Navajo Nation. It was budgeted for $9,555,000. To date, we have 13 complete. We have 65 in progress. And later in the report, I'll give you a better detail of exactly what is entailed. Because when you bring in these type of projects, you not only bring water to the house, you also have to plumb part of the house. You have to add a bathroom. You have to make sure that there's a power source for the house so that the pumps will be able to move the water. And then you have to have a treatment system at the back end of the house. So there's multiple components that need to get done here for every one of these to be constructed. The last page under the 2023 DCA wastewater capital projects, there's 9 projects. All of these projects are long lead time projects, meaning they take a long time to plan and construct. Okay, we have 9 of them all in engineering and in process right now, but we have not completed any of them to date. So that would be where we stand today for the defunded or the refunded defunded CARES Act projects or legislation CJY 4121. Under, you have the cover sheet for this? There was one that gave the legislation number. There was a second legislation piece that was passed about a year and a half after this. It was passed last summer. Unfortunately, I don't have the number in front of me for the legislation number. But what we refer to this at N2A is we refer to this as ARPA 2. Both of these project listings are ARPA listings. Now, under this project listings, even though they were passed in last summer, we still have not been able to execute the sub-grant recipient agreement with the Navajo Nation, and we have not received any funding for these projects to date. Okay? But what we tried to do here is we tried to give you a capture of what was in the legislation. And even though we haven't gotten any money to date on these projects, in an effort to make sure that we can construct as many as possible, N2A has self-funded these projects to date. We've already lost 3 summers worth of construction, and we can't afford to lose any more time. And we're very confident that we'll be able to get through the process and get the funding. Under this title, it's called 2023 ARPA 2 Electric Overall. There's approximately 2,240 families, a budget of $72,146,206, and the initial target, which includes some homes that weren't physically in the field, was 2,314, and I'll explain that as I go along. Again, we had to break these down into buckets the way the legislation was written. It's the electric connections, 611 families, $18,330,000. There is specific N2A community projects that were in the legislation. They take care of 447 families, $19,935,466.65. And then there's a category that came through the Department of Community Development's portal from the Navajo Nation. Some of those projects were in N2A's territories. Most of those projects were not in N2A's territories. And those projects did not necessarily have a refined budget that were entered as through the chapter. There were 623 projects, total budget of $23,256,819.82. As we went out and did the analysis on those projects, we found that already 74 of the homes identified for those projects to provide service to do not exist. Under NTUA and non-NTUA projects, there's 508 at a total budget of $14,003,233.53. And then there was 125 solar units at $6,250,000. And then there was wiring to be done on the homes, the total homes, for a total budget of $10,623,920. And as you can see, when you look at this, we've completed 102 projects. We have 2 under construction, even though we have not received funding on these. And we've already have 170 additional rights of way in hand, even though we haven't received the funding. And there's 1,407 in the right of way process. And that's what that sheet describes to you. The next page takes about the overall ARPA DCD portal power line projects and non-service projects. This talks about there's 508 homes, 21 projects, and they're mostly broken down in our surrounding partner electric utilities. So in other words, Continental Divide has 322 families, Amos Mountain Electrical Co-op has 173, and Socorro has 13 families, 1 project. And then there's another 115 projects that we talk about that are in N2A territories that we've already talked about. 74 of those, the homes are not in the areas that are listed on the legislation. The next page is the solar projects. We have 125 budgeted for solar, $6,250,000. And we haven't started on this. I will tell you that we're having difficult time finding folks who want solar. The vast majority of folks want to have an electrical connection to the grid. So I'm not sure that this can move forward, but it was in the legislation. Now, when we talk about a solar unit, just so you get an idea, you get a solar unit, 3 kW. It has a 3-day battery supply connected to it. The house is wired inside, and the homeowner is also given an energy efficient refrigerator as part of the package. And those are all bid out. And the typical package completion is about $50,000 each. The next page talks about his 2023 ARPA 2 N2A power line project rights of way. Okay. In this particular area, we've got, you can see that the list of projects as they list out, there's approximately 1,162 families. Okay, and there's approximately 306 projects. Okay, so all these projects here are well over a mile and require a full right-of-way, which typically can take anywhere from 1.5 years to 2 years from start to finish. Okay. The next page talks about how much of the ARPA plan we hope to complete in 2023. Okay. It's 172 homes, okay, that we hope to connect up through the power line projects. Okay. The next page I'm going to talk about is the water wastewater. Again, it's listed in the handouts as ARPA 2 water wastewater total N2A projects. 17 projects. There's a budget of $66,015,388, and we have 8 projects in process, and we have 9 projects basically in right of way. And the reason we haven't started constructing any of these projects is because we haven't received any funding, and all these projects have significant cost needs to be built. The next page talks about the 2023 water wastewater services. There's money in this process to do 1,082 homes. Okay, and what that means is it could be a water line, or it could be a cistern, water cistern to the home, and it includes all the components necessary to make it function. Okay, of that 1,082, even though we haven't gotten funding, we've completed 77, and we have 1,005 in process. Okay, and just to break here and give you a brief description of what's in this, there's water coming in, whether it's a cistern or a water line coming in. You have to put plumbing in the house. You have to put a sink in the kitchen. You actually have to put in a hot water system, right? You put in a bathroom for the folks. You have to have power to the home to power up the bathroom and to power up the pumps to get the water in from the house out into the septic system that's also installed. So you've got basically 4 or 5, depending on how you count them, complete systems that are built within the home. The typical average cost is about $150,000 if you're putting in all the components. Okay. The next projects I wanted to talk about are what we'd like to construct out of the total project listing. The water capital projects. There's 16 projects, a budget of $29,240,000. And we have all 16 of those projects basically are either in the right of way, or they're in the engineering and design, or in both. On the wastewater projects, there's a total of 5 projects, $33,675,338. All these projects are very long construction time project and long lead time projects. And we are, again, just in the rights of way and just in the engineering design of these projects, are waiting for money to get released so that some can start construction. These typical projects will take more than a year to construct, some of them a year and a half to 2 years. Okay. Now, the way the legislation was written is that the money is available and needs to be allocated by 2024. If the money is allocated to 2024, you can have up into 2026 to actually complete the projects. That may sound like a long period of time, but it's not. When you talk about building 1,000 bathrooms on people's homes and going through the rights of ways and going through the processes and doing all the things that you need to do, the time flies by. So anything we can do as a team working together to be able to expedite this would be very important and would be greatly appreciated, because we want to be able to help as many people as possible. Now, one page that you don't have here that I see that's missing was the cover page for the ARPA 2. In the ARPA 2, there is $150 million that the Department of Community Development received, and that is to build bathroom additions, not the ones I mentioned, but other bathroom additions. They're estimating that they could build about 1,000. My recollection when we went through this process, there was more than 5,000 requests for those 1,000 bathrooms. Right now, I am not sure whether those bathrooms will be awarded to NQA and our team to build, or if they're going to do it directly with DCD. Some of the issues that are at hand that we are having struggles with is they want to have a much, much higher level of reporting, much higher level of regular updates. And if I have to hire the workforce to do that, I don't get reimbursed for it. But in addition to that, the millions of dollars I have to put in place to get that recording to the way they want it is not going to happen anytime soon, and it's not going to be something that can be accomplishable. You know, we've built these projects in CARES. In the CARES legislation, we've already shown you we can build these projects going forward. I would hate to see more money reverted back to the federal government that's already been reverted back to them to date. So from a ARPA construction piece, this is the update, Madam Chairman, for just the construction of ARPA. I can go on to the other subjects if you'd wish. Go ahead. All right, thank you. Okay. The next project I want to talk about, which you're listed as there.
This one, we can provide a copy for the water. Subjects like,
Yeah, it still have it. Not going to go through that.
yeah, we have it on
What's the next subject that was on the list of requests?
just management structure.
Okay, there was a question regarding N2A's management structure. So N2A, I've been with N2A been the honor and privilege to be your general manager for the last 15 years. About 14 years ago, we had a little less than 500 employees working for the organization. Currently, we have over 800 employees working for the organization. Over 97% of our employees are of Navajo descent. Okay. During our construction periods of times, we will flex and have anywhere between 400 to 800 additional employees working under contract with us through the various organizations. NECA is our biggest supplier of that labor force through that process. And when you talk about N2A senior management, which I include N2A's legal team in that, we have 10 staff members. 7 of our 10 staff members are Navajo. 3 other staff members are not. And one of our staff members that is not will be retiring in the next 6 months. So without more definition of what the question is, that's my answer. Woman was the next one, past due relief. She has 2 reports. Okay. So the next subject matter that I believe you asked me to comment on is what is going on with our accounts receivable and our past due program. So we've actually given you a handout to talk about that and to go through a presentation with that, explain how we got here a little bit, how we're trying to solve the problem and how we're moving forward and what's the game plan. So if you look at page number 3 is kind of where I'm at. I'm going to go backwards a little bit from here and give you some background detail. When the CARES Act dollars, the first $1 billion that the Navajo Nation received, there was provisions in that act that would allow to utilize some of those dollars to pay for utility bills from past due accounts. In March of 2020, the Navajo Nation was hit by COVID extremely hard, much faster than the rest of the United States. And as a result of that, around March 16th, N2A stopped their disconnect programs. We wanted to stop those so that we wanted to give people the opportunity. We didn't know what was happening in the field. About 30 to 35% of our customer base pays in cash, doesn't have a bank account. We didn't want people coming into the offices and potentially getting sick from our employees or our employees getting sick from them. That was one reason for suspending the program. The other reason for suspending the program was, as a world, we didn't know what was going to happen, what the impact was. Some other of our utilities followed service. We also understood that the CARES Act money potentially could help those customers with relief. As you know, the COVID-19 ravaged the Navajo Nation. It affected everybody within the nation. Everyone's families were affected by that. The Navajo Nation decided that not to have their employees come in to the offices. As a result of that, the 45 watering points that were in the Navajo Nation behind the chapter houses were closed off to the general public. N2A had only 15 watering points to help 115 chapters across the Navajo Nation. In addition to that, the recommendation from the Navajo Nation and from CDC guidance in general was to stay home One of the best defenses we had was to wash our hands with soap and water, put masks on, and stay home, right? Well, that's an additional hard burden on the Navajo people because without water, you pass away in 3 days. You need water, right? When you have no electricity, you need to get food more often. You can't stay home for long periods of time. So that exposed our people to additional risks in general, right? Now, my staff members did a heroic job on behalf of the Navajo people. I'm extremely proud of those folks. They came to the office every day. They made sure they were there so that people could get water. If you remember, at the very same time, you could not buy water on the shelves. You couldn't buy water on the shelves in Page or at Walmart or anywhere. And then when our people needed the help the most, the city of Gallup closed their borders to us. So again, I'm very grateful, and I can tell you that thousands of people's lives were saved by my staff being here to help provide services to the Navajo people. In addition to that, while that was all going on, the Navajo Nation was kind enough to grant us dollars to install CARES. I'm not going to go through a whole litany of all the great things that my staff members did, but more than 1,000 people got electricity in a 4.5 month period of time. I should say 1,000 homes, more than 1,000 homes, more than 4,000 Navajo people to help them stay home and take care of themselves. More than 3,100 families got internet for the very first time. More than 12,000 Navajo folks had internet available to them during that horrible time. So I owe my staff a great gratitude for stepping up, and I'm extremely grateful for that. As we came out of that process, the nation, the next summer, was awarded $2 billion of funding through ARPA. And there was also additional funding that was available to the nation during that time. There was a $50 million separate grant award that went to the Washington office of the Navajo Nation. And inside that grant request, either through ARPA or through that $50 million, utility bills could be paid. N2A was one of the few utilities that still kept that non-disconnect program in place. It started in 2020. The program is still in place. We can't keep it in place any longer, and we're going to be starting to disconnect folks. Now, for the folks that were part of that council, you've heard, and several of you spoke up saying we should use some of those ARPA dollars to pay utility bills, whether it's N2A or anyone else. Those things were brought forth. It was also brought forth that that $50 million was available, and there was directives to get that $50 million. When in March and April of 2022, I was at multiple tribal council meetings at Twin Arrows. We went through those processes and talked about that there. And as time moved forward, that $50 million that I spoke about had a timeline that if it wasn't spent by September, that it was going to disappear. We worked to remind folks that that money was available and try to push that through. We even offered to work with the agency to develop the plan to put it with the federal government. In May and June, we decided that it was too late. We needed to move forward with the disconnect program. I met with my board. I met with council, or talked to council at Twin Arrows and other places in general, and made the announcements that we're going to start disconnecting folks. We made a public announcement in July and talked about reinstating the disconnect program around September 15th. I received a phone call on a Sunday afternoon from the president's office asking me to attend a meeting at 6 o'clock that evening. And this was a Sunday before we were going to start to shut people off. And in that meeting, it was discussed, and the president invited his staff members to the meeting. I believe there might have been a council delegate or two. In addition to that, NHA was at that meeting. And as we discussed the process, the $50 million was brought up again, and I brought forth that I don't believe there's time to be able to do that. We went through the processes. I can't keep waiting through the process. NHA, I wasn't quite sure why they were invited to the meeting, but I'm extremely grateful and thankful that they were. As a result, they said, look, we have a couple of funding pockets that are going to get reverted in September that are eligible for these dollars. We'd like to talk to you and talk to the agencies about putting together a program. Now, prior to this, the NHA had already paid through other programs for their own customers. So this was not directed for NHA customers or directed for NHA customers only. And there was a pool of dollars that was classified for middle income, not just low income folks. I agreed at that meeting to postpone putting forth the disconnect for 1 week. Our teams at NHA and N2A met. We worked on a program. We got the federal government, Housing and Urban Development, to approve the program. NHA did an unbelievable job of getting it through the Navajo Nation committees. And I also was on several NHA board meetings to discuss it. Within less than 2 months, they got it through the tribal council committees, the whole tribal council together, and the president signed it. And we were able to reserve those dollars for 1 more year. They need to be extended by September of this year, or they will revert back to the Navajo, they will revert back to the federal government, and they won't be available. Of those pools of dollars that were put in place, there was $10 million put in place for N2A customers, and there was another $10 million put in place that other utilities and N2A could request funding if it was needed and necessary. If you go to slide number 4, what I wanted to give you here basically is a little bit of a history here of when we announced that we're going to be reinstating the disconnect program starting September 15th. We had in July 12,281 customers owing $11,381,000. As of September 15th, we were able to get 1,824 of those customers to come into the offices and enroll in payment plans. So we're able to reduce the past due number down to 7,361, which represented approximately a little over $10 million. Okay. And through that process, N2A met with NHA during the September-October processes. We got everything in place we needed to. In December, we went out to the 3 largest districts. We advertised and asked folks to come in to sign up for the payment plans. Okay? And we have to go through the federal process through those payment plans. Okay? And I'm now talking about phase 1, basically. During that phase 1 period of time, we spent a week at each one of the 3 largest district offices, filling out forms, getting folks to come in. We recognized that we needed to do more. We increased that program 10 weeks. We went to all 7 of our districts, the 3 we went to originally, plus the 7 others again. We also, at the same time, because the forms need to have a clerk certify them, we actually had clerks available at the N2A offices for our customers so that we could get through the processes to the best of our ability. Okay. And I'll kind of give you a result of that. The second phase of our program is that we are going to be going back out to all these district offices. We're going to be we're going to be focusing on 2 district offices per week, basically starting in March, so that we can get through that cycle. We're also going to be targeting our 25 customers from each district that owe the largest amount, so that we can work on getting those folks to come in and fix their issues with us as we go through the process. And that'll basically bring us until May. And in May, we'll start disconnecting folks. That's the plan, and we'll disconnect them in groups through the summer so that we can handle them and be able to work on it. Why this becomes so critically important is because the money disappears in September. And if you don't use the money today, the federal government will take it back and the customers will have no opportunity to use those dollars whatsoever. And sometimes the customers need a little extra nudge to get in the offices to get and understand that there's not another bucket of money that's going to be available after September. So we've got to get people to come in. In addition to that, I can't be turning in applications September 1 and get paid. I have to be able to get through the processes with NHA, and I'm not going to get another extension from the federal government on that. I do want to talk about, there's a slide in here that talks about NQA aging review. Okay. And in that slide, what it tries to describe to you is after we made the announcement that we did have funds and we can help folks come in, we basically went from having approximately $10 million in outstanding balances and roughly 10,000 customers to January 23. We now have about 13,000 customers and about $13 million, $13,500,000 in outstanding. So instead of the balancing shrinking, even though we've had folks come in and sign up, the balance is growing because more folks have stopped paying their bills in anticipation of hopefully getting some relief. But the real issue is once this relief is gone, once it's spent, it's spent. So it's extremely, extremely important for folks to come in. On slide number 10, we give you an understanding that currently we've received 4,541 applications valuing about $5.7 million. Now, unfortunately, not all 4,541 of those applications are approved and ready to move forward. If you go to the next page, you'll see that there's 239 in the review process. There's 2,665 applications that we've received that need additional information to get completed. There's 848 applications that are ready to be sent forth that are all together. And as of today's date, we have 9,905 customers who are past due that have not applied. There's lots of other things we did in the outreach programs. And for the sake of time, you can refer to slides 12, 13, and 14, which I've kind of described to you in the timelines. And when we get to slide 14, so that when we start to turn folks off in May, we're not going to turn everyone off that we can, because that would create a problem where people couldn't get through the phone lines, couldn't deal with the issues. We don't want people to be without power that long. We want to be able to deal with it. So we'll be doing it in steps. We'll be carving those up into 3 different buckets so that 1/3 of the buckets will be turned off starting in May, 1/3 in June, and 1/3 in July. And that way, it'll force folks to come in, fill out the applications, and get through the process to understand if they're eligible or not. The last couple of pages just basically describe additional elements within the program. One thing that I want to stress to everyone, we need all of your help. Talk to our constituents, our customers, and ask them to come in as soon as possible, because this money will be gone. That $50 million that I talked about earlier, and there's been more than that, has already been reverted back to the United States federal government and is not available to help the Navajo people. I don't want to see that happen again. And my staff is going to do everything they can to try to help you get through the process. In addition to that, during the summer, we will be at some of the flea markets and at tables at some of the fairs so that we can get as many folks as possible. We want to make ourselves available as much as possible so that folks can get through this process and get access to these funds before they're reverted back. I can't speak for what Continental Divide or APS or Jemez Mountain are doing with the other funds that are potentially available to them, but I can tell you that those utilities have already been disconnecting folks last year. And the reality is NQA does not generate its own electricity, and the only electricity we generate is at Kayenta solar plants. Everything else we buy from everyone else. If I can't receive the funds, I won't be able to pay my distributors for their electric, and then that will impact everybody, the paying and non-paying customers. So that's why we can't let this go on any further. We have to deal with it right now so that it doesn't impact everyone. And we've gone as far as we can possibly go to be able to do this. You also have to understand that NQA is a not-for-profit organization. The cost of power has gotten extremely expensive lately, and those costs have to be passed on directly through the customer. And while I'd love to say that I had control over the natural gas marketplace or the gas that you pay for your car or what President Putin's doing, I don't. And unfortunately, all those things do affect all the United States and all the Navajo people. The end of that report. And I believe we've done, Madam Chair, I believe we've done all the reports that I was aware of that was asked of us.
Thank you, Mr. House, for your report. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion in a second. Motion by Honorable Johnson, second by Honorable Parrish. Questions or comments on the report? Honorable Ottoso.
Speaker Curley, please add me to the queue. Delegate Charles Newton.
I made it a queue to Honorable Yanito.
Okay, how about now? All right, got my chapter house voice on now. So, one area that you alluded to is the funding for ARPA has been appropriated, and a lot of the disbursement has not been done yet. No money has been. I don't think any funds from ARPA have been released. We're on this timeline, and we know that funding has to be encumbered by December 30th, 2024. And then when you look at projects, construction projects, meaning that they have to be construction ready and right away all completed by December 30th, 2024. And you have 2 years for that construction period. And my fear is we're going to have projects that are not going to meet that deadline. So, meaning that I know that the legislation for ARPA lists projects that are on there for infrastructure projects and whatnot. But what I'm getting to is I think the better thing to do is to start shaving off what NQA thinks that what projects may not meet those deadlines. Meaning that even though if you hire a whole slew of force to try to get projects moving, you still won't meet those deadlines because ARPA did not come with any type of waivers from the federal government. So we still have to follow the right-of-way process that the Navajo Nation had. And I hear some of my colleagues say, oh, let's get a waiver. But those waivers are mandated by the CFRs. You know, you have right-of-way, you have to have certain clearances in order for BIA to approve or even for the nation to approve the right-of-way. So there's no waivers that Congress has put in place. So meaning that we still have to get the full-fledged clearances on a lot of these construction projects pertaining to water, power line, and the infrastructure projects. So Mr. Haas, I think realistically, we have to start looking at what projects are really doable. And just be honest. And well, I mean, I have NTOA say, we can't really do this. We can't. I think we can't do this. We can't do that. We can't do that. And then maybe we could redirect those dollars elsewhere so that we could benefit other areas that funds could be expended. Because my fear is the funds are not real. There's no dialogue from the Navajo Nation government to release the money to you right now. I will bet you $100 the controller hasn't been come over to say, Mr. Haas, we have all this money and we want to release it to you. I guarantee you the controller hasn't come over to you and said, let's start that process. You have materials, the cost of materials, whether it's a gate valve on the water line material, PVC pipe, 1-inch PE pipe, and Incitites for the PE pipe and things like, and the supply chain is there's an issue on that. The price is going up and people are buying them out. Companies are buying them out, and we haven't been get there. And that goes for the electrical side. You don't know how much it costs, how much a transformer costs, how much a power line costs. When I was working for Indian Health Service, the price per mile for water line construction at the time was about $53,000 a mile. Our power line, post to post. I seen one estimate. This is way years ago. 8 post extension for $58,000 years ago, and right now that cost is probably way up there. But what I'm getting to is that we have money sitting here in the nation's coffers, but we haven't given to NTOA to start buying the material. And that is my fear, is that every day the dollars sit in the nation's coffers, you're losing out, and the price on the materials are going up. So I think somewhere the administration, I hope the administration is listening, that you have to start that process to release these dollars. I know that there's a process through the FRF office, but some of the delegates are experiencing, Department of Justice kicking back certain proposals again and getting documents re-signed and all this stuff. And now cannot my old stuff. They're doubling the work again. For instance, for my proposal, Department of Justice kicked back my proposal because they want a different division director's name on there. The document was signed off by the former division director, Ms. Yellowman, and it gets to the Department of Justice, and the Department of Justice, this document has to be signed off by the division director, but the current division director. But the budget forms, everything is in order. And I don't know, maybe it's just they want to take credit for that project. I don't know. I really don't care who takes the brownie points for that, whether it's the last administration or this administration. But the documents are there, and that's what I mean. They're jerking us around. I guess that's a term that I can say, because I think we really need to get the administration to have a conversation with you to release the dollars as soon as possible, because if infrastructure is the priority of the current administration, every day the money sits in the Navajo Nation coffer. That priority is just by mouth. A lot of hot air. There's no movement in the administration to relieve to release the dollars directly to you. So that's what I'm trying to say, Shannon. Maybe I'm the only one that sees this, but I see, and hoping that that was one of the change that was promised in the election. You know, we need to move these monies out, and Mr. Haas, we have to get these dollars out to NTUA, and that's just my thought. And yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Honorable So. Next in queue, we have Honorable Damon, Honorable Charles Newton, Honorable Parrish, then we have Honorable Azret, Honorable Yanito, and Honorable Toth, and Honorable Andy Nez, and Honorable Simonson. Next up, we have Honorable Damon.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues that are here with us in the chambers, and good afternoon. Thank you to our presenter, Mr. Haas, and Mr. Marty Ashley for being here as well. And even though you're sitting here with us, it was still hard to hear in the chamber too as well. But Mr. Haas, I just have one question. When you're looking through the overall presentation that you have here, I'm just going to start off with the Navajo Nation Defunded CARES Act funding program or funded legislation presentation. If you look on that one, on that specific allocation on the overall spreadsheet that was given, there was a total amount of $28 million that was awarded to NTUA, and to date, there was, I do believe that my understanding is that there was only 14 million of that, 14.4 that was actually distributed. Is that correct? Okay. So out of that 14.4, there's $10.4 million that was actually spent in the construction of services. And that's through everything that was under the defunded CARES program. Now, when you're looking at the area, I'm just seeing the variables in here. And if you turn to the second page, it says the DCA power line and solar project. If you see this, I guess from the point when you did receive that to when this report was created, and it looks like the last date that this current report is up to the end of last year, December 31st, 2022. Now, in that, it says that there was originally $28 million that was identified for power line and solar projects in these funds. There was 404 families for NTUA across, I do believe that's probably Big Navajo, all across the whole Navajo Nation, minus Eastern Agency and some of the checkerboard areas that are probably located in Utah and southern portions along I-40. And that the second portion is that there was 425 families there in those other areas, and those are non-NTUA service co-ops or utility companies. My first question is that you see that there's over 303 families that were served under NTUA, but you see a significant drop to only 92 in the non-NTUA areas. And my question is that when you look at that, and I'm talking for Eastern Agency and for the areas that are there and allotments on the southern portion of the nation too as well, this year you're allocating only $154,000 to only provide services for only 14 families in the defunded CARES program. It says you'll be serving 71 families along in Big Navajo, but in the 14 that you're going to serve within the outsides, and this is only for APS. Oh, well, actually, there's none in APS. There's only there at Continental Divide and Hamus Electric. Now, my question is that where's the significant drop when you indicated that you're going to serve 425 families with 14.7 million but now it dropped down to less than 200,000. So 14.7 million to 200,000. So you're only allocating to say that you're only going to spend $154,000 this year in all of Eastern Agency. My question is why? Why is that significant drop there to only spend 150? That's your projection, to only spend 154,000 and only serve 14 families. Is it because one, these that you're not getting any information from these outside entities, from Continental Divide or Hamus Electric or Socorro Electric or the city of Farmington or city of Gallup? Is that the number one reason why? Or two, is it because of the strenuous process it is to get the drawdown of funds from the controller's office? The Honorable Ottoso was just indicated that or a reimbursement cost when you ask for these allocation of funds from the Navajo Nation Controller's Office working with the FRF office. And if it's that case, then I think those recommendations need to come back to as well. And we probably need to go back to the drawing board and amend what the Budget and Finance Committee implemented and put together as law last term into the 24th Council, or even amending the first legislation, CJY-41-21, to see what the recommendations, because we can only talk about what we need to do moving forward. And if the recommendations are right now that you've had the opportunity to work with the FRF office, you've had the opportunity to work with the controller's office for the past 6 months now to get some kind of drawdown in place. Now, I think that there's probably recommendations that you're looking at, and tomorrow the Budget and Finance Committee is going to be looking to try to make those recommendations. And I know Madam Chair Parrish will explain furthermore when she wants to, when she does speak too as well, and further recommendations. But my question is back to Eastern again, because that's where I represent, and that's where you see the significant reports in drop of designated on work. You're talking about only $154,000 that's going to be spent this year in the projection. And the reason, I just want to know why. And is it because we're not getting enough support or responsibility from outside entities like APS to see that? That's my first question. And then the second question is, when you look at the ARPA funds on your second report. Now, I'm going back to what Honorable Ottoso indicated. One of the big things that you see on here is on the third page. That's the third page, the right-of-way page. ARPA 2 solar projects, or actually the fourth page. ARPA 2 NTUA power line right-of-ways. As we all know, the right-of-way process is the longest process in completing the task of putting up a power line. My question is, you haven't started any in the construction, you haven't completed any in any of these. None of them are green, and and all of them are in the pending status. And is the reason why because you don't have any funds to do this right now, or you don't have the teamwork to get this done? That's the number one question, because there's only two portions of your whole report in the ARPA funds that have no progress. One of them is the right of way, and that's I think that's the hugest problem that we see that I'm seeing right now. And the reason why is because we all know it's going to take a year somewhat to get the first right of way done through the Navajo Nation process. The second one is when you turn back and go to the second page, you see non-NTUA service areas. This is only the second page. Every other page has at least some green on there in construction, or some red on there. The only one, again, is an Eastern agency. We have $14 million, and all of them are just in pending status. There's nothing being done out there working together with Continental Divide, Hamus Electric, Socorro Electric. So my question is it because you don't have any funds? Is it because these co-ops or these utility companies are not meeting the requirements of the memorandum of agreements or memorandum of understandings? Well, that's a question I need. And I think that this is addressing to Honorable Norman Begay, Honorable Stephen Arizo, Honorable George Tolta area. And if you need anything to sit down with these utility companies, I'm sure we're more than welcome to sit down with you all. You know me, Haas. I'm here to help assist NTUA to make sure we get these services done. But I just want to know why there's no progress in those two. One is the right-of-ways, and that's for a whole entire Navajo Nation. That's not even talking about my area. That's talking about a whole Navajo Nation. Those things need to be done, and those things should have, if anything, we should have got the funds out to those ones first, because we all know that the right-of-way process is the longest process. So those are collaborative. My overall questions. One is the drawdown process and getting the funds, and I don't know if it's a reporting mechanism in order to get those funds that we need to amend in order to get those reimbursement funds back to you all. So you don't get any to utilize other service dollars that you need to utilize that currently are in the controller's coffers right now. The second one is about the process in Eastern Agency in order for us to go ahead and work together with the co-ops and the utility companies to further get better services and to start utilizing those services and dropping that and attacking more so that $14.7 million can be spent out there. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Damon. Next in queue, we have Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and thank you, Mr. Haas, for reporting to Council today regarding the questions that we had and that we presented to NTUA. I guess my big thing right now is, in terms of the ARPA projects, I believe that that Speaker Otto So and Speaker Seth Damon have already provided some input into why or what the issues are regarding the ARPA and just the concerns. I too am really concerned about the right-of-way. And I know that some projects, we can take care of the right-of-way issue in-house, which means on the Navajo Nation. And then there are some right-of-way issues that we're currently having with ARPA projects that we have to get federal approval for. And I always go back to the transportation summit that I was able to attend back in, I believe it was in October. And we were informed that what used to be a 45-day right-of-way approval has now turned into 6 years. We don't have 6 years to spend that ARPA money. And in fact, when Chair Nez and I, along with Delegate Kial and Begay, when we went out to Washington, D.C. this past December, we did lobby to ask for an extension for those projects that have identified right away as being a hindrance in spending the ARPA money, or for them to waive the right-of-way requirements altogether. And in fact, what we had requested as well was to gather all of the agencies, the federal agencies, to see if we can start moving this right-of-way process in a faster manner so that we can spend this ARPA money. And just to be clear, colleagues, Navajo Nation is not the only tribe that's dealing with this right-of-way issue. Every tribe that has ARPA money attached to projects that have to get right-of-way clearance is also affected, and they do want to sit down at the table as well, but that opportunity hasn't been provided to us. So I just want to say, in terms of those that earlier in your presentation, you did state that right-of-way is has been an issue, and I think that you said, sorry, I believe that you said that there are some right-of-way projects that have to be approved by the Land Development Office. That sounds like it's in-house. So how long do you think that right-of-way will be approved? That's my first question. Second question, are any of these right-of-way approvals, are they through the federal government, or are all of the right-of-way approvals that you're waiting on all in-house? That's my second question. My third question is, in terms of your comment that it's, it's difficult time right now to find people who want solar. I will share that I do have one constituent here in Shiprock who did request solar, but she was advised that because she lives near an electric line that she couldn't have the solar. She doesn't want electricity, and she made it very clear. I'm an elderly woman. I have a fixed income. It'll be cheaper for me to have solar than it would be to pay for electricity. So I did submit her name, but she was turned down. So if you can give us the requirements that NTUA looks for those individuals who want solar. As I stated already, this elderly woman lives near an electric line, and NTUA did tell her she's not eligible because she lives near an electric line. So I think that statement that you made, that it's difficult right now to find people who want solar, is really not true. I think that according to to my conversations with this woman, and then also talking with NTUA, it sounds like NTUA is deciding for those individuals who do want solar, if they're close enough to electricity, that they can't have solar. So if I can get a little bit more clarification on the way the NTUA is making that determination for individuals who do want solar. So that's my other question. Another question that I have is in terms of your slides here, with I'm really concerned about the disconnection for people who have not paid their electric bill. And I know it's kind of a, it's an issue that should have been addressed. And I was hoping when the hardship money came out that people were going to be paying for their electric bills, but everybody had different concerns during that time that they were trying to address when the hardship came out. So according to your slide here, you did state that phase 3 disconnection, and I think on slide 14 of 16 on the slide that says NTUA past due relief program, in case people want to be following along with what I'm saying here. So in terms of the disconnection, you're stating that the disconnection will be phased in, and that people right now, 73% of the customers, NTUA customers, have not applied, which is leaving at this point, which leaves you $8 million to be applied. But you also have in here that in May, I'm assuming it's 2023, it says we will prioritize customers who have not applied and have a balance over 1,500. To me, I think that $1,500, dollars it obviously is a lot of money. But I think that, there's a lot of people who were affected by COVID, and then those who are trying to, come out of COVID because of, job layoff or whatever, trying to catch up with bills. Is it possible to lower that balance maybe down to like 500, which would open it up to more people applying? If the minimum threshold right now, and I'm looking at that as a minimum threshold, maybe I'm wrong on that, but $1,500, I just wonder how many of your customers have a balance over $1,500. Why not lower it to $500, where it's a lot more doable for your customers right now. In addition to that, you also state that that additional disconnections are going to follow. And it's, you're encouraging customers who haven't applied, and then, those who do have a high balance to apply. Again, if you've got like 10 people who have a high balance versus 100, who do have a balance, it seems to me that it would, that money would serve more people if you lowered that balance a little less than $1,500. So, if I can get a little bit more information as to why you set that balance at $1,500, and then when people apply, do they what documents are needed in order to apply for this funding? And then also, in terms of, the disconnection. I know that I appreciate, that you have on here, I read somewhere within your slides that you guys do take into consideration those who do have medical, I guess, like life support discounts is what you have. But with life support discounts and then medical discounts as well, are those taken into consideration? I have a lot of constituents who reach out, who, have insulin in their refrigerator, and they need to keep that cold. Any diabetic supplies are required to be kept cold, otherwise they don't work. And so, when we're talking about life support discounts, when we're talking about senior citizen discount, do you take into consideration those medications that do have to be refrigerated, or those medications that have to be kept cold? And then in terms of your slide again, I'm still very upset about, and I still haven't received an answer to my question. At the 24th Navajo Nation Council in 2019, we approved the cap. I think it was, and I'm just trying to look for that legislation, so maybe one of my colleagues can help me out with that particular legislation. But we increased the cap. I believe it was the debt capacity that NTUA needed. Prior to that legislation going through, I know that NTUA did meet with delegates, to share their concerns, and then also to try to advocate that delegates vote in favor for that increase in cap. I know that because NTUA met with me and the chapter president at the time, Chili Yazzie, to talk about what that cap was going to mean for Shiprock if I voted green for it. During that time, I was told that the wastewater treatment plant was going to be a project that was going to be included within that debt cap that was decided. And I do remember, I do recall, and I do have notes on that because I went back and I looked at it when we talked about the ARPA funding. But NTUA did inform me that when that cap was approved, that you would be looking for funding to complete the wastewater treatment plant here in Shiprock. And I did inquire several times to get an update on where we were at with that, with the grants available or with additional funding. And I believe there was even talks about, maybe doing a loan, but that cap was preventing all of that from happening. So I voted green for it because there was the wastewater treatment plant, not only in Shiprock, but there was several wastewater treatment plants that were being proposed throughout the Navajo Nation. Now, fast forward to when we got ARPA money. All of those wastewater treatment plant projects were listed under the ARPA projects. And all of those wastewater treatment plants were given funding. So for instance, Shiprock was given $3 million for the wastewater treatment plant for future and present growth. And we do need that here in the Shiprock community. But what really frustrates me and what upsets me is that we increased your cap, and you guys all had a list of projects that were lined out, and you, NTUA, said you would seek funding for those caps. Now that this free money is available, NTUA jumped on the bandwagon to include those projects. And that's what really frustrates me is that, this $3 million, had you guys done your work and you guys looked at grants and looked at other forms of funding, there would have been an additional $3 million available to other services that need to go on throughout the Navajo Nation. Now, that doesn't mean that, I'm disappointed that, these wastewater treatment plants are getting funding. I'm just disappointed that NTUA didn't look at alternative forms and jumped on the bandwagon when it came to free money. I don't know. I know that other delegates do have wastewater treatment plants on their expenditure category listing for ARPA money. But I want to know, with that cap increase that was granted to NTUA in 2019, what are your plans, or what are you guys going to do now that you have that cap? And is that funding that we could actually, maybe NTUA could borrow. I know you guys always say that you're nonprofit, that you guys are not a profit, not for profit. But there's a lot of projects that NTUA applies for where federal funding is given, and then you guys pass on those costs onto the customers. A prime example is the bandwidth for the broadband that's running through Shiprock right now. I know we have some businesses that are paying $800 a month for internet connection. And I have talked about this on the record, but I just find it very confusing when NTUA comes onto the record to say, oh, well, we're not for profit. And you guys get grant money and you're passing on those costs to the Navajo consumers. You guys have a debt increase capacity increase that was granted to you. I don't know what you guys are doing with that funding. You guys have ARPA money at this point right now, and you guys now are saying that some of that money, well, from what I'm hearing, there's a possibility that you're not going to be spending that money. When the goal is not to send any of that money back to the federal government. So NTUA, please share with us, what is your plan? Why do you guys keep flip-flopping, coming to council saying you need this, you need that? We give, and then we hear from customers, what's happening. And then the last question is, I know that you stated that the price of electricity, the price of, all these different kinds of services are increasing. And I know that council has asked this question before. We don't really have a regulatory commission in place right now that can, tell us truthfully, or tell us if that really is true, what the average, payment is for receiving electricity. We don't get that. We don't have that information. We don't have a regulatory commission, on board right now that monitors whether NTUA is charging customers correctly. While you are presenting your information, I went back into all of my my history of payment. And I know that, since December, we have seen NTUA customers have seen an increase in our electric bills. Some are double, some are triple. And I can tell you right now, mine is $154 from last year increase. And no, if anything, I'm staying home less compared to where I was last year at this time. So I just don't understand, how we see an increase in all of these services right now. You're telling us, but because we don't have a regulatory commission in place right now, it's difficult to say. Yet we do hear from those who are living off the Navajo Nation that electric is actually a lot cheaper. And the bills are not as outrageous as what they are right now. So again, I want to see proof. And if you have to set aside a whole day, Mr. Haas, to explain to me how electricity comes into the Navajo Nation and why Navajo Nation customers are paying more than what electric, I guess, what's being offered off the Navajo Nation, I'm happy to put that day aside. I just need to understand why the increase is occurring and what proof you have that shows this increase. We are well aware of what's happening around the world and how that's affecting a lot of our, the imports and the exports that are happening here within the United States. But with electric services, I just, I guess if we're hearing that this is not happening off the Navajo Nation, it makes it just a little bit hard to believe you when you say that only Navajo Nation customers are going to be affected with what's going on around the world. So if we can get some information on the way that you calculate the use of electricity, the use of natural gas, or whatever you guys provide from NTUA, I think that would help us as elected officials to better explain to the Navajo people why they're seeing an increase in their bills. And then also keep in mind, Mr. Haas, that I was watching the news yesterday and it did say that, a lot of the, because we're seeing inflation right now, that a lot of our services are increasing. And it was stated on the news yesterday on Good Morning America that the average household now will be spending $400, around $400 more than what they spent last year on food. So I'm guessing that same thing is going to also be happening with electricity, but I just need some proof that, last year you guys, NTUA was paying this much for electricity, and this year this is how much NTUA is paying for electricity, and that's being divided across the customers. My last concern is in terms of the information that you provided with disconnection. Right now, you did state that there are around, sorry, let me go through I believe, and you sent us several slides. I'm trying to find that one particular slide that outlines how many homes are $10,062,194 worth of past due accounts, which is around 7,365 plus customers. Mr. Haas, and I know you're going to tell us what we want to hear, but we need some assurance that some of that $10 million is not being passed on to customers who are paying their bills. And I don't know how you can provide us that assurance, but that has been brought up by, by a lot of people who have been listening to these meetings on social media. They have been asking, whether they're starting to see an increase in their electric bills because there's 7,365 customers who owe over, a combined amount of over $10 million who haven't paid their electric bills yet. And that was one of the reasons why I requested NTUA come on board to provide us, what is your plan? How do you, how are we going to pay back that $10 million? And I think I like the idea that Speaker Otto So spoke to when he said, for those projects that are not going to happen, for those projects that you are going to have issues with, how can we go back to the drawing board to take those projects off and include those projects onto a new ARPA legislation that will help take care of, some of these things that are happening right now post-pandemic. So I'm open to that idea. I know that during the 24th with the ARPA legislation, I argued for judicial branch to get a cut of that fund. They never did. So I think it may be something that the 25th Navajo Nation Council may have to go back to the drawing board and open up and say, okay, which projects are not going to be completed? And let's reallocate some of those funds to, some of these programs that didn't get any funding, or maybe in cases like the judicial branch, giving them funding so that they can try to address, the past, the cases that are still sitting there on the I guess on their listing because of COVID. So I do like that idea, and I would be very interested in seeing what NTUA can cut in terms of those projects that won't be completed in time that the funding has to be returned back to the federal government. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Next in queue, before we go back to NTUA, we'll go to Madam Chair Parrish.
I can't hit speaker. Should I use the phone or? Okay, I'll use my phone. Or would you rather have me use the microphone? Okay, I can do the microphone. And thank you to NTUA for being here today. Thank you, Mr. Haas, for presenting to the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Today, I we've had a great discussion so far, and it's very interesting, and I just really am enjoying this conversation. So my first comments are going to be regarding the Budget and Finance Committee. And tomorrow at 2 p.m., the Budget and Finance Committee will have a work session with the FRF office regarding the procurement process. On Tuesday at our regular meeting, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon brought forth a very important topic to discuss, and it was the Procurement Act that was passed, that was started in the 23rd Navajo Nation Council. And we had plenty of questions for DOJ regarding the initiation and its progress. And I believe that our committee has great momentum to address the procurement issues in its current state. So I just want to commend our colleagues in their desire to spend these dollars as soon as possible, because I think it not only lies with Budget and Finance, but it goes across the board of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I also hope that the Niagara and Montoya administration is listening as well, because we need everybody on board to address these drawdown issues. So I just invite NTUA to be there on the call tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon, or in person, as we talk to the FRF office and we talk about how these funds move from the Navajo Nation to our partners who are going to produce the work. And so I would like to know, with the size of the company, what is the, considering the human capacity at NTUA, what is the realistic work capacity of NTUA, and what are the, how is NTUA going to meet the needs of the expected, considering the budget of the ARPA allocations? How is NTUA being proactive to meet those needs for future projects of our different delegate region plans? That's my first question. The second question I have is going to welcome any suggestions that NTUA has in their difficulties and challenges that you are facing in regarding to working with the Navajo Nation. And the last thing that I wanted to comment on at this time is I would like to welcome NTUA to working with myself on financial education and financial literacy. We have two topics today that were discussed regarding bill processes and high utility bills. And I think that from my perspective, I feel like it's important to be proactive about finances. I think that it's important that we work together, and I hope that NTUA can work with the Navajo people, and of course I would like to work on this as well, on financial education and financial literacy for Navajo people, and in turn our everyday working class people. I think that it's important to explore that and what that would mean and look like for the Navajo people. Even as legislators, it's important that we understand these finances so that we make the best decisions that we can for our people. So just being proactive and trying to move forward, I really invite that. At this time, those are the only comments I have. I wanted to invite NTUA to be there at our work session and to give any suggestions to the challenges that they face at this time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Chair Parrish. At this time, we'll give the time over back to NTUA for those responses to Honorable So, Honorable Damon, and Honorable Charles Newton, and Honorable Parrish. I believe the microphones are working up front right now, so you can use the microphone.
Good afternoon. Wow, that's much better. Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I want to compliment the council. I've been with many councils, especially some of the younger councils. Like I said, I've been here 15 years. I appreciate the honest dialogue and the discussions back and forth. And I especially appreciate the way you're all presenting them. So I just wanted to say thank you. Honorable delegates, so a few things that I wanted to talk about with that. And you had really talked about the timelines with the ARPA and those legislations. You don't need to have the right of way to have the secured funds. So as you have the sub-grant recipient agreements in place with NTUA, that actually secures the funds all the way through December of 2026. So it gives us more time to acquire the rights of ways. So from that standpoint, I believe the work that you've assembled to us is manageable through the processes, but I only believe it's manageable through the processes if dollars are released in a timely manner. Okay, and we can talk about the specifics as you go through things. Now, it is very true that the supply chain issues that you mentioned are occurring. Projects are costing us more money, but in a lot of cases, NTUA is actually building the projects for less than the budgets that were designated for the projects, because we found different ways to be able to leverage dollars. And our expectation is to come back and ask you to be able to allow us to help more people. The reality of the matter is when you look at the total electric together, there's about 4,000 families that we're going to be able to help. And we have about 14,000 families that we need to help. So if I can stretch those funds for 4,000 families to take care of 5,000 families, that's what I'm attempting to do through the processes. And we're trying to honor the situation to be able to hire as many of our fellow Navajo folks to work with us as much as possible. But I also have to make sure that I try to expedite things as much as possible. As time goes on, hopefully we won't get into a situation that says that we're going to run out of time for certain projects. But as time goes on, if we get to that, I believe that's the appropriate time to have the conversation. I believe the appropriate time right now is we need to get through the process. As we've had some very positive movement. This is what I think you were asking me earlier, and several questions were asked on this. We've had positive movement on the sub-grant recipient agreements lately. And I believe that we've provided all the information to the Department of Justice, and they've gone there back and forth, as you've suggested. Delegate So, I've had to sign the same type of papers you did, where we had things in and move forward. But I'm not going to blame the current administration. I'm not going to even blame the old administration. The current administration has only been in power for a short period of time. And a lot of this is carried over from the previous folks who worked on these processes. But I've seen a lot of positive movement moving forward. We should have some discussions about how to streamline the release of dollars with the FRF office, because those are the next pinch point that's occurring. But right now, I feel confident that if I can get the sub-grant recipient agreements in place and get payments done in the next few months, we're going to have a very good chance of getting everything done by December of 2026. You have to understand that in 4.5 months, we provided electric service for 1,000 families when everybody worked together. So we can ramp up things. We can have those positive outcomes. And I'm looking forward to working with all of you to provide these positive outcomes for everybody. Delegate Damon, you had asked about a bunch of specific questions. On the 425 that are identified in the defunded CARES, those are both NTUA and non-NTUA. It wasn't designated for just non-NTUA. We just broke it down in a bucket. I didn't break out how many was supposed to go the outside or the inside. We also only list the rights of way that are at hand. So when we talk about only 14 projects going forward, we've already spent well over $1 million on projects in 22 in non-NTUA areas. Not included in that $1 million that's shown on your sheets, we've also spent money on house wiring and other things that we didn't pay the utility for, but was necessary to get those customers connected up. One of the issues that we can use some help with the outside organizations is just getting together and going through the processes. When the defunded CARES was put together, some of the projects that we identified were then later funded in ARPA 2 as a specific project. The reason projects in ARPA 2 haven't moved forward specifically with the outside folks, meaning Hamus Mountain, Connell Divide, those folks, is because they're in the right-of-way process. And those rights-of-ways, as you already said, are extremely complicated. And I can't pay them until we get through those rights-of-way processes. We've been having meetings with the chapters to identify homes within those regions along with the outside, and we need to do more of that to help expedite those issues. But again, I need to get some dollars released so that I can help provide additional resources to those outside groups to move those projects along. So as you read that sheet that you had in front of you, you're going to see on the very first page the homes that were already connected and paid for. And again, when you add those up together, it's over $1 million. And then because it's so small of what we're talking about for defunding CARES and what I'm talking about the 2023 goals is because those projects have rights of way. There are other projects that each one of those outside organizations are working on. But the whole 425 was not designated for just the outside organizations. And there's more than enough money to help the outside organizations. We haven't capped that at all. We're allowing that to be open-ended because we honestly don't know how many families are out there because those are not our service territory. So I didn't cap it. We've been working with those folks and we'll continue to work with those folks. But any additional conversations we can have are always going to be helpful. They really are. Because the reality is, even from the utility standpoint, we don't know where all the customers are. Continental Divide doesn't know where all the customers are. So the chapters and those customers can help us identify themselves to us. And in an effort to help that process, we've actually gotten applications from folks outside the N2A territory. And they filled out light Navajo information, and we pass that on to Continental Divide or Hamus or wherever they are. Now, you mentioned on the rights of way, and you asked multiple questions on the rights of way, especially the rights of way for the ARPA 2 for 2023. They're not, those are the accomplishments we're trying to complete those. We have already started those. So we've already started the processes. Yes, I need dollars to continue on, but we haven't stopped the process. We're self-funding through the process, right? So that's what I'm saying. I hope to complete. I also expect to complete some rights away in 24 and even some rights away after, because again, once the money is given to N2A, right, then we're allowed to say it's encumbered. The process where you've got this, the 50% was given to us now. We have to spend 75 of the 50% of each category before we can get more. That process has been difficult to get the more, even though we spent it, we're having a problem getting it. And then we have a 25% and 25% threshold. The problem with the way that's laid out is you could potentially say the money's not encumbered, even though legislation says it is. So that's one of the reasons we want to make sure that the money is in hand, because it also allows us to ramp up. I can hire more people. I can contract more things out. There's a limit to what we can do with our own internal resources. And every time we use the internal resources, which is amounting to more than $10 million now, I'm paying interest costs on those money that I can't recover from the ARPA funding. So there's lots of things that unfortunately N2A and its customers end up having to cover to be able to get those people connected. But the reality is it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. We have to get as many people connected as possible, whether they're an N2A customer or not. I mean, it's just, that's got to be all of our primary focuses. So there are things we can talk about, but I want you to understand the 154,000 that you referenced, that's just the projects I've already paid for that are not the projects that we hope to complete in 23. I just need to get the outside agencies to finish the rights away and turn those projects over to us. So I hope I'll answer both your questions. Delegate Newton The issue that you brought up with the solar customer who was close to a line that said we should get them the line instead of that. We have many customers, not many, we've had a few customers that have decided that they'd rather have solar than electric. Our standard operating is if you're more than a mile away from the line or more than 2 miles away from the line in certain instances, we would prefer you to be a solar customer so that we could get through the right-of-way process. Anyone less than that, we would prefer to have them have an electrical connection. But all I can tell you is if someone told that person that the solar option's not available to them, then that was an incorrect statement. And if you could get me that person's information, I will go back and ask and get it taken care of, because we have had other people prefer to have just the solar, not many, but just a few through the process. Also, you talk about for the disconnect program, the $1,500 is not a balance. The program is open to anybody who owes us money. So if you owe us $100 and you're late on it, the program's open to you. Please, please come in and fill out an application. Please, that's what we need. The $1,500 threshold is because if I turn off too many folks in a 30-day period of time, I will have so many people calling me on the phone that they won't be able to get through, and they'll be without power for a longer period of time, or I'll have people coming into the offices and the staff will be overwhelmed. So that's why we're breaking it down into groups so that we're affecting 1/3 of the folks at a time so that the staff has enough capability and capacity to handle folks. We are strongly recommending, please do not wait to be disconnected to come in. Please come in as soon as possible. The forms and the necessary components of what's needed is on that last page of your documents. It's also on our websites. There is an income certification level, but the income certification level is above just a low income, folks. It's a bigger parameter than that. So again, I hope that those folks come in as much as possible. Now, you also mentioned about the wastewater treatment facilities, and you had a discussion with us about we asked for our debt ceiling cap to be moved to $1.5 billion. And it is very true that we talked and listed one of your projects as something that we would potentially go get funded. Now, $1.5 billion is not free money. That's money that I have to go to a third-party organization and borrow it from and pay it back with interest. And since I'm a not-for-profit business organization, that means my customers have to pay it back. So if there was grant money available and I don't have to put that burden or responsibility on my customers to pay back that cost with interest, it lowers the overall cost to the customer. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make it as affordable as possible to the customer. So the real reason that your plant isn't built along where it needs to be is it's an extremely complicated process. It requires lots of approvals, not just the land withdrawal approval. It requires us to seek loans in addition to any grants. The project in your facility is right now estimated to be around $30 million. But $3 million is just a small portion of it. In addition to that, when I borrow money, I have to go through multiple federal steps. I have to secure the money from my borrower, prove to them I can pay it back, do the business financials with them. And then when I go to build it, I have to have the United States Rural Utility Service Corporation, United States Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Indian Health Services, Navajo Nation EPA, and the EPA all approve it. And they all approve it step at a time. And it goes back and forth. So all these projects take a battering where you make incremental steps with one organization and another organization talks to you about how to do it differently through the process. So we are trying to provide utility services to our customers as affordable as possible. We're trying to seek as much grant dollars as possible as we go through the processes. So I'll come back on the $1.5 billion. I wanted to talk about, you asked the question, will you receive grant money to build a lot of the fiber optic infrastructure and the towers? So why isn't it free? Or why is it really low cost? The reason for that is very simple. We also had to borrow $100 million on top of the grants to be able to build everything that needed to be built. And there's still hundreds of millions of dollars that need to be built. On average, just to operate a tower after it's already been paid for is about $90,000 a year. So you have to charge your customers back what it costs to operate and maintain that facility and provide the quality level of service that's necessary. Now, NTUA provides the middle mile services, which are the backbone services to the carriers. We don't provide retail services to most folks. That's a third party. In certain cases in your area, it's Sacred Wind, or it might be Cellular One, or it might be NTUA Wireless. Those are the folks that are selling directly to the customers, as you laid out. But there's a tremendous operating cost. You have to understand that on average, across Navajo Nation, we have 3 customers per mile of line. In a city, they have 500. So the economy for a city to provide the O&M services is a lot less than it is for basically NTUA, just by the nature of how many people are going to be able to pay for things. Now, the $1.5 billion is set up for very large projects. It's also set up to help transition NTUA and the Navajo Nation from a coal-based economy to a renewable energy economy. We showed those projects in there, projects that were built at Red Mesa, built in, or will be built in Cameron and others. That's where those dollars, not all of them, but those are a significant portion of the dollars are going to go. We also have over $500 million in debt on the electric side under the United States Department of Agriculture for RUS. So all of those things combined up to the $1.5 billion. And the reason you're trying to do this is we're trying to create jobs. We're trying to change the paradigm where people from outside the Navajo Nation buy products and services that are created on the Navajo Nation for the benefit of the Navajo people. We're trying to do the opposite of what happens to us at the city of Gallup and Farmington. And we're trying to employ more and more Navajo folks. You asked the question regarding rates. The electric rates basically are, or even the natural gas rates, any of the other rates are broken down into two segments. One is the actual rate to deliver it from the city gate where the energy is delivered to us, to your home or your business. The other segment of your bill is the actual power cost or the natural gas costs. And those power costs and natural gas costs are based on the market. They're procured on the market. In addition to that, some of our lowest cost resources, which were the hydro, is down 40%. So now I have to buy even more expensive power to replace that cheap power that's no longer there. And when you compare us to electric rates outside, our rates are competitive, even though we have much, much fewer customers per mile of line. And we'll be glad to have you come into the office or do a video conference and have our financial folks work with you to understand how those components are put together. NTUA has not changed its electric rates in the 15 years that I've been here. Now, that doesn't mean that your bill hasn't changed. Your bill has changed because the energy component of the rate has changed because I have to pay it to a third party. In addition to that, we've had a heck of a colder winter than most. And you use more energy, whether you're in the house or not, during those time frames. And there's many other components that go into each part of the bill. And like I said, we'd be glad to kind of explain those things as time goes on. But NTUA, when it changes its rates, whether it's electric or water or wastewater or natural gas, goes through a public process. We go out and tell the communities ahead of time, here's what we'd like to do. We get community input on that structure. And you do have an arbitrary board. The NTUA board goes back and takes in consideration of what all the customers are saying, what we're all trying to accomplish together before a rate is set. Okay, and we have not changed the electric rates, the natural gas rates, the water and wastewater rates. Like I said, the electric rates, it's been 15 years. And the other rates, the most current changes took place. We haven't changed them probably within about 3 or 4 years. So we are trying to be as effective and cost effective as we can, and we'll be glad to set up the meeting with you so that you can see that. I hope that I've described that on to you. You had a question, is N2A passing the cost of the money that our customers haven't paid us on to our fellow customers? Currently, we are not. At some point in time, that may be necessary if we can't recover the money from the customers, because I have to keep the lights on. I have to have money to pay the third-party folks who provide us the water and the electricity and the natural gas, right? But that has not occurred, and we're trying to avoid that. We're trying to use that $10 million that NHA was kind enough and the federal government was kind enough to put aside to help take care of these bills. And our expectation is we'll be able to use part of the $10 million that's not being consumed by the outside groups. As far as realistic work capacity and projects going forward that Delegate or Chairman Parrish from Budget and Finance talked about, we are trying to do that. And one of our drawbacks in doing all of that is getting the funding to us so that I can go out and see if I can get my contractors and vendors online. In the past, we've been able to do that. In the past, we've been able to find ways to save money through Light Up Navajo, our mutual aid programs, and even working with NECA and others to drive down costs and using internal. So we'll do all of our abilities that we have to try to minimize these costs as we go through these processes. You know, so there are things that we could talk with you offline about with budget and finance to help with the process, and we'd love to do that. And we'd be more than welcome to set up any type of educational programs that you're interested in. You know, we've got a whole financial team that are very, very skilled and very understand these things very well. We'd be glad to sit down and talk about the various topics and how to go through a balance sheet and understand a lot of things. One thing that I would say is under the defunded CARES, folks have gotten their money and have had the most opportunity to build those projects. If you're looking at the progress of projects, you're looking at should we recapture some money and do it in some other areas, I would suggest that you look at some of those projects and see how well they're progressing. Because right now we're on line to spend all of our defunded CARES money probably by the end of 2024, not going into 25 or 26. I don't know what other groups are able to accomplish or not. But I would look to there if that's what you're looking. And there was a couple other categories within the allotted money of ARPA that I personally haven't seen any movement in. And I would look to those to see if there's an opportunity or money should be recaptured. And I also believe the administration is doing that right now also. So I hope I've answered everyone's questions. I tried to keep my notes as thorough as possible and keep my comments as short as possible. Thank you for the opportunity to respond.
Mr. Haas. Next in queue, we do have Delegate Azaret, Delegate Yagito, Delegate Tolt, and Delegate Dr. Andinez, Delegate Simonson, and Delegate Jesus. We'll go first over to Honorable Azaret.
Good afternoon. Speaker here now. Currently, so Tani response on the here now. I'll ask a couple of questions. Thank you for your report, Mr. Haas. Mr. Ashley, thank you for being here. In GUA, you answered a lot of the questions that I was going to ask you, but I just got a couple of phone calls about your application. You talked extensively on the application. And I'm just wondering, a couple of people called me and they said that they put in the application and they got denied. And they were told to bring some other documents, and they brought some more documents, and then they were denied again. So I'm just wondering who decides who gets denied, who gets the help. Can they only put in one application at a time? And then there's some constituents out there that cannot bring all the documents that is required. So is that automatically denial? I got a call, like I said, I got another call this afternoon, and the documents on some of them were from the last 6 months. So the person brought in for the last 6 months and he was denied. He was told 12 months now. So where are these all coming from, or is it just whoever that person comes in, and if they don't like him, they'll say, oh, 12 months or 12, 15 months. I know you said anybody is eligible to do that, but the more we hear about some of this stuff, it just seems like the $10 million that you got from the federal government to help pay the bills is NTUA trying to hold off on that to put it towards projects. That's the question I want to know now. If all these constituents are getting turned down and turned away, I hear that over. I have plug and tow wide rooms, Matazig, Hauk, and Lupton. A couple of days ago, I guess elderly people, they were told that they're going to be disconnected. Those are the ones that also put in for the application. Now they're being told that they're going to be disconnected. So I'm just wondering, I mean, if it's just hearsay type of stuff, but I want to go ahead and bring it up to you and see if it is legit and kind of go from there. I'm just kind of thinking, is the NTU making it harder for these applicants to put in for it to get that money? Besides that question, I have some other questions back to the overall ARPA and ARPA funds. You show that there's some solar panels or whatever is going up and it's pending. Who is supposed to know that this is being worked on in that area? I mean, as far as such as me as a delegate, I don't even know. Who's supposed to know? Who's supposed to know that NTUA is working on something like that? You also have here the same one is pending, but the next page over in solar is basically in construction. So are they the same projects? That's the other question. And basically both says one. I don't know where that one is. It's down the road someplace or where and how. The other problem over here is Arizona Park Estates. I do live in Arizona Park Estates, and I did pay some money to get pipe done and stuff like that. As far as that project going, where are we at? Is it good now? Are you straining the uranium, or close the pumps down? We don't know anything about that. Is EPA still on top of that because of the uranium that you guys are being told that you shouldn't be running this water? None of that is happening. I'm just wondering what's going on. Every time it rains, every time it snows, every time water goes down, the PPE count on that uranium goes down. It just jumps up. The Perkle River, the uranium particles, it just goes sky high. And but you got a couple of pumps there, I think, that you use. And just wondering, are you still pumping water out there with that amount of uranium going through that water? But when it dries up, you don't have any parts of it. So we're just wanted to know on it. Everybody kept on saying there's a superfund came that was sprayed that or whatever. But we don't see any of that stuff. Way before even I was a council member, I used to ask that same questions. So from your standpoint, you know, we'd like to know what's happening on some of your projects. Do we have to ask you specifically, or could you just come out and say, well, we're doing this and we're taking care of this? It does say something about a pump in here too also. So where's that pump? You know, those type of things, those are kind of questions. A lot of the other information that you gave, it falls in place. But, you know, those are some of the things that I think the community will start liking to know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Azeret. Next, we have through Zoom, Honorable Yanito.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
It's not a mixed message to the legislators that
yes.
Hello? Can you all hear me?
Delegate Yanito, we can hear you for those of us who are listening in online. I'm not sure if we can hear you at Chambers.
Okay, thank you for the floor, Madam Speaker Curley. I have two questions for Mr. Hoffman. The first question would be, I want to ask for if you guys provide some kind of flow chart for an ARPA applicant to track where their progress are at. I would like to know how they can get access to where their requests for applications are at. That'd be my first question. And then my second question would be, you keep on saying that you guys are a corporation that is not for profit. But by that, I want to ask you a question. Are you also for profit corporation? Because I know that you have a PPA, a power purchase agreement with the Rocky Mountain in Utah. And with that purchase, you guys resell the power back to the tribal members. That allows for you to triple your monthly utility bills to your customer. That would be my second question, is that your corporation is a for-profit corporation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Yanito. Next, we have in queue, Honorable Toll. I believe Honorable Toll stepped out, or he's here. Honorable Toll.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Chair, I was taking a coffee break. I'm sorry for holding up the meeting. There's a lot of comment made and questions. And my concern is, why are we giving our people a hard time? Why are we doing this? We should have an easy way of working on these projects. Whose fault is it? That could be the Navajo Nation. We implement a lot of regulations, policy. Now we're trying to undo the whole thing. People are waiting. They want water, electricity, and all this. They've been asking us. That's the reason why we're elected, to make some changes to shorten their process. Whose fault is it giving the money to NTUA
To my understanding, there was a power struggle back in 2022. Finally, to try to get the money to the NTUA. Now, where's the money at? It's not being released. Where's OOC? Where's OMB? Where's the president? Where's all that? We're going to make some change. No. Why can't we release some of this money today, tomorrow, so we can start having this project going? In my area, Rico Marcus, I don't know if you guys been down there. I met with the elderly, Twiddle Sani. They shed tears. We were promised so many times. They need electricity, they need water. My understanding, NTUA has our project still pending. From there, I went to IHS. They told me everything was submitted, but NTA one will not approve. What's wrong? Let us know. We want this project going. How can we resolve this water hauling? That's what they're saying. We can talk all day. We need to come up with a solution. In this case, we gotta have a solution by today so this project can start next week, maybe tomorrow. No, it's not gonna work. This government needs to move forward. So where's the administration, executive branch? Where is the OMB, OC? The other thing is our attorneys, DOJ. DOJ is running this government. Every time we plan, DOJ says yes, no. We should be the one, the council running this government. That's the way I look at it. I'm frustrated that we have all this red tape in place. We can't crawl under, climb over. I think they have a plan already in place, but they need money to start these projects. For sure, somebody is at fault. We need to uncover that and get this project going. Especially 164 is in the way also. We need to streamline all that so we can have our project. How about our people at the grassroots? Constantly, I go out to the community. I talk to them. I sit down with them. Remember, the people that vote us in is our elderly. We got to give an answer back to them. I'm sorry to say this. Totally frustrated, all this red tape that we have with the government. As you look outside, when you go to Albuquerque, Kisani General Dabagan, don't the base school though. Electricity, water line extension. Who create the right of way? Federal government, probably. We need to talk to them. Who's doing that? I don't know. What are you? Division director, I don't mean to Sasido big out jaro not she what on this case has twile has case Sunny le has case to a what in this case. Ede yaba de Simpson check. Arohanet not ani in Glengie. Let's come out with solution. Please come out with solution, Kim. Ede ya kodo. My solution is have the executive branch release the money to the NTUA, wherever entity, wherever programs are trying to run the government, trying to help the community. Thank you, Chair, Madam Chair. Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Tom. Next, we'll go down to Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, and then we'll go back to ETUA for responses. Honorable Nez.
Oh, Yati. Aro Akiha. Madam Chair, Aro Kodo Astos to NTUA and your representatives here for giving us the presentation. I do have several questions, and I apologize if some of this have been answered. I've been at a leadership meeting at the same time, so I'm trying to listen on both ends. But the first question I have is, I noticed that on the 2023 ARPA 2 electric, the overall paperwork here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Perfect. Okay. So again, I apologize. These questions have been answered because I am on a HES leadership meeting at the same time. We're on 2023 ARPA 2 electric overall. I don't see on any of the pages listed in this document. So I'm interested in learning what the assessment or what was the strategy to identify projects that you have listed here, and how can I help assist to learn that so that the next time a report comes out, I see at least work with Fort Defiance, Sawmill, Crystal, and Red Lake. Question is also to include me on any discussions that you have on the outcome. I told NHA when they gave me information regarding their assistance as well with the rental assistance program that okay, we really have to figure out this audio situation. It is, yeah, my patients are running low with that. So, Madam Speaker, if we can somehow manage to improve this, it would be so much better. Yeah, it's pretty annoying. So, my second question, again, as I mentioned to Navajo Housing Authority regarding their program for assistance on rental, is that I'm happy to help get word out to our constituents and our families within my region. And I even shared with them that I'm afraid of dogs, but I'm more than happy to help get the word out to our families and go to our neighborhoods if that's needed, because I am also against Navajo Nation. You know, many times we send money back to the federal government, back to its entity. And moving forward, that's, you know, as a legislative body, that's for us to help situate. But in the time being, I'm also more than happy to assist on getting that word out to our community members. And so my next question is on NTUA and their assessments. I know there's been several assessments regarding some of our communities. And in order to project what we can build in terms of infrastructure for our communities, I'm curious to learn, does NTUA have any assessments about any overall environment above and below any of our communities? And is that public information? If so, I would like a copy for each of my communities. Again, that's Fort Defiance, Sawmill, Crystal, and Red Lake. My next question is on, I know that the electric assistance is primarily to our residents, and maybe that's an action we take as a legislative body, but is that also open to commercial businesses, because I think just like individual families and residents, that many of our businesses could also use some of that assistance. And maybe that'll also help expend and bring down some of the costs that you have projected here. At this point, those are my 4 questions. And if anything else, I will call myself and get to speak. Thank you, Madam Chair. Auto again to intuit the cap.
Next, we have Vice Chair Simonson. You can just use the microphone and you can still be mute on your Zoom call-in.
Oh, thank you, Chair Curley, and thank you NTUA for sitting here, and CEO, and for all the information that you're sharing with us. And I, you know, that it's a lot of information we're receiving, but I just wanted to, you've answered a lot of the questions, I had, but I just wanted to just speak. It's just really more a comment, I think, for you, as well as for us here in the room and other tribal entities. And and this is really based on the fact that we are dealing with climate change at this time. So we are experiencing extreme weather conditions. It's getting hotter in the summer. And right now we've had a long extended period of time of cold weather and snow and mud. Usually it's not muddy, but we're dealing with mud right now. And I see that families only have so much wood and needing more and more wood to heat their homes. But I think it would be, again, I agree with Dr. Andy Nez that however way we get this information out to our communities, we really, and I would hope, and I'll say the same thing to the NHA programs, as well as IHS and the chapters, that we really need to start talking to our community folks about building homes that really you approach it from a whole house systems approach, meaning that they're ultra efficient homes, and that meaning advanced house framing, cool roofs. And I hope that more folks start to embrace the solar home designs. And we also need to look at home designs in terms of south-facing windows, so we can make use of sun. And I think those could help mitigate, these expensive utility costs that we're incurring now. And I think if people could start to think that way right now with ARPA funds, a lot of the chapters are going to be renovating homes as well as building new homes. And we really need to make sure that these homes are the most energy efficient. I've had the privilege of seeing a couple of straw bale homes being built on the Hopi Reservation. And I've know one family long enough to know and just kind of observing and seeing them live in their home for over a year. And their feedback on how efficient this home is. And basically they just came back and said, we build our fire 2 times per year. One time because it does actually get cold, and a second time because we miss seeing a fire and we just need the ambiance. So if we could really, start to build our homes that way, and I think NHA needs to be really involved in that. And IHS going through as well as building, getting the water infrastructure out into our region. One of the questions I had for IHS was, instead of just a cistern septic tank system, which is all you have to offer as well, what about the Watson Wick? Again, going back to climate change, we're going to have to start finding ways to use our water more than once. The Watson Wick has ability to filter the water and can be used. And here we are again, families, requesting for assistance to clean out their cisterns and their waste tanks. And so every which way you turn, as you're trying to make things easier for folks, it's just costing more money. And with the Watson Wick, that would definitely filter the water. And there are definitely places in here, not on the Navajo Nation, but the closest I know is in Sholo Snowflake area, where there's a family that definitely has the Watson Wick, and they use that. And they filter their water, and they also, have other uses for the water. So it's not a total waste. All of it is not being wasted. So if we could, start to address some of these and give folks options, my region, there are certainly several families who would be very interested in the Watson Wick versus the cistern septic tank system. And so if we could, if these entities could start researching those alternatives, we really need to look at alternatives and stop just with the one way conventional way of doing something, because there's certainly alternatives out here in ways for us to better adjust and get along with this, the climate change. And so I definitely think there should be more information about solar and the benefits. It definitely requires a family to look at their energy consumption, and meaning that you just can't plug in everything all day and have things just running. We really, need to get families, just like Ms. Parrish here mentioned, that, financial literacy, well, there's literacy in energy consumption as well. And so, how much energy are you using? And do you really, need to be using that much? Does everything need to be plugged in? And so that's the benefits of having, a solar passive home. I have one home in my region that is on solar, and every time that NTUA shuts down, which has been becoming more and more often, her house is nicely lit up, and I want to go over there and plug a few things in, but there's been more times, certainly her solar has been it seems like has been more reliable than my NTUA grid system hookup. So those are and there's different ways that families can get solar, not just through NTUA. And that is really information that needs to go out to communities as well. And I would appreciate, this collaborative effort. But like Mr. Toth mentioned, I'm new to the council, the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and I'm really kind of getting tired of just hearing reports. I appreciate and prefer more work sessions where if there is a problem, we bring everybody that should be there to solve the problem in one room and start really working and resolving and end the day with real solutions and, the next day and, getting past those barriers. And so I would hope at some point, as you just start to hear more and more reports and the same problems, it gets tiring. And it becomes, you start to think, is this really good use of my time? And I would really prefer some real work sessions, not work sessions where we just talk about the problems, talk about finding real solutions and actually putting pen on paper or, writing emails or doing whatever it is we need to do. So thank you for your time.
Yeah, Vice Chair Simonson. Next in queue, we do have Madam Chair Jesus online.
Yate, Madam Speaker, are you able to hear me?
Chair Jesus, we do hear you and you have the floor.
Hagoshi, Madam Speaker and colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And I also would like to thank Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, Mr. Haas, and also your personnel there in giving a report to NABI here this afternoon. So this American Rescue Plan Act was initiated to increase sustainability in terms of infrastructure for Indian country. And the Navajo Nation is so fortunate in getting these funds. I'd like to be the council with my 25th council colleagues that we utilize these funds for infrastructure built out. So technically that means that we need to strategize. Now, when funds are severely limited, requiring the different locations of projects on Navajo Nation, that needs to be completed within a timeline for certain milestones to be met. And this obviously is an economic constraint on our hand, especially if we speak of supply chain and with the current supply and demand for supplies by so many people across the nation in needing supplies from sister and system supplies to the electrical lines. So I know that in TOA you've been given a report, and I personally met with Deputy General Manager, Mr. Rex Coombs, in regarding what some of these issues are, but I'm not sure if NTOA conducted a benchmarking analysis, as my colleagues have mentioned, in comparing activities like from a quarter ago, meaning 3 months ago, and the current activities. Apparently, there is no performance of progress currently on the ARPA. So this really does pose a high risk right now for the nation and NTOA and all the subsidiaries that are working with NTOA to make these projects realistic. I'm not sure. I know that subrecipient agreement was a big issue. The other one variable is the right-of-way process. I know here in the Arizona side, along with, I would say the upper western portion of New Mexico, it pretty much consists of trust land. But Eastern Agency of the Navajo Nation is so complex. The complexity of land status, getting granted access by heirs that have interest on Indian allotment lands, is a huge process. So I really understand Honorable Damon's concern. So this, goes into the working with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and then also with the fee land, working with Navajo Nation Land Department, which should be easy. But so with that right-of-way process, there's a way that I'm most certain that we can work with, because, if it has been attainable before with the Light Up Navajo project on Navajo Nation a couple of years ago, and I'm just, wondering if that same methodology can be utilized with this current power line that we're talking about. And then not only that, but my question also to NTOA is, does NTOA have contracts internally for archaeologists and land surveyors? We're talking about right-of-way process, and if NTOA currently has these contracts, then why can't the archaeologist and land surveyor work parallel, on certain region projects, like as time goes on, because that's what Indian Health Services does, because Indian Health Services are pressed against a timeline. So they've got an archaeologist and land surveyor consultant that start, a project within a certain region, and every day they go homes and they work parallel in getting the right-of-way process identified right there. They identify the archaeology sites. So this would be one recommendation that maybe NTOA needs to mirror from Indian Health Services. And then not only that, but how is NTOA being proactive? We know that, okay, we have issues with subrecipient agreement. Because of it, NTOA has again the drawdown of funds from the ARPA. And then number 2 was the right-of-way process. We know that that was an issue, but my question here is, why hasn't NTOA been proactive to reach out to the Navajo Nation to say, okay, let's talk about this. Right now, some of the main committees on the 25th Council, like Law and Order, because DOJ is a part of that discussion with the subrecipient agreement finalization. Then we got Budget and Finance Committee that is a part of the discussion where procurement and also the K account identification through OMB and also the drawdown of funds is the issue. And then with Resources and Development Committee being the oversight of NTUA, you know, these issues should have been brought to us months ago. And right now, you know, these funds were allotted and we're only looking at a little over a year and trying to encumber these funds. So with that, every minute, every hour, every day, we are losing opportunity costs. I think a lot of my honorable colleagues here in the call here this afternoon that had expressed their concern or even a comment said that we don't want to give this money back to the federal government. We know the need is there, but it's like, how do we attain this? So what I would like to request of NTUA is that maybe in another 2 weeks or even another month from now to NABI, or even the work session, what is your plan? What do you want assistance with in regards to streamlining policies? And the other question is addressing the electricity usage for the growing population. How much more will it cost customers? Because right now you have a third-party power purchase agreement. How much more will it cost customers if NTUA has to get more power, you know, from the commercial side and the residential side of those electrical usages? And one last thing that I want to add is this 800 number that NTUA has on their website. There is so much cues to it. It's like, press this number and press that number. You're waiting on the call or leave a message, but bottom line is you get no response, and that's where the customer service is not being fully met. So this is a concern as a legislator because we've got grandmas and grandpas out there that are not educated, and then even, you know, middle-aged population. We've got to always remember that. And how do we want to provide the best customer services and get a response time, even that same day, for whatever question that they had? It's so unfair right now at this point. We are against the clock. And if NTUA thinks that, hey, you know, we need to reshuffle monies for the bathroom additions or some of these other projects that require major right-of-ways, then maybe now is the time that you need to put that in writing and bring it to the council. So with that, I just wanted to put those concerns forth and thank you again, NTUA, for all you do, but we cannot read minds as council. We need a good open line of communication. And thank you again for all you do. And that's the questions that I have, Madam Speaker.
Chair Jesus. At this time, I don't see anybody else in queue. We'll go back to Mr. Haas, NTUA, for responses.
Thank you. I'm really bad at pronouncing names, so I apologize. Is it Besseret? Delegate? Okay, I apologize. I'm really bad at that. But so you asked some really good questions, and I'd like to follow up. I said some of these things, but they kind of go. I want to be as thorough and repeat it as much because there's a lot of information we threw at you. You're only allowed one application, so you can't have multiple applications. In other words, if you get it once, you're not eligible to get it again. Okay. You had mentioned, and you went through the process, that the money that we're talking about is only available for accounts receivables. Cannot use it for any projects. I can't use it for anything else. I can't even use it to pay for the process to acquire the folks to come in and do everything. You know, it's just for their bills themselves. Okay. Now, if you look at the page right here, and unfortunately, I don't think it has a number on it, but I believe it's page 11. Okay. On this page, you asked a wonderful question. You said, look, I have a couple of folks, or I have folks that came in and they were deemed ineligible. The only folks that are being deemed ineligible are, it's an income level and it varies the income level. Or you can get that so I can say it varies depending on how many people live in the home. But it's not the standard low income piece. We also have people that have been denied because they don't owe anything. They have a zero balance. And we have some folks that have applied who their accounts aren't active. But just to give you an example, one person is 63,000, two persons is 72,000, three persons is 81,000, four persons is 90,000, and it goes up. Okay, there's a threshold difference between a 100% number and an 80% number that's embedded in that. And these are federal requirements. This is federal money. The federal government set those requirements and the certifications thereof. So N2A doesn't have control over that. If you look at this sheet of paper here, which is the one I described to you, we have a total of over almost 4,000 applications were made, and only 140 of the 4,000 have been determined to be ineligible. And again, it was either for an income issue, a zero balance, or an inactive account. Now, you also, a couple of folks talked about, we have folks in the process. There's 2,665 folks in the process that we've identified that we don't have all the information for. Our staff members are calling out to them to explain what's missing. Okay? And unfortunately, that is having an impact on the 800 number that someone else spoke about before that I'll talk about, because there's only so many staff members I have to try to deal with all these situations. There's also 239 folks that we haven't finished the process to tell you if they're put everything in or not. We're in that, what we would call the quality review. And there's 848 folks that have been deemed eligible. Now, we have not put forth those 848 folks to any NHA yet, because we want to be able to give them a little bit more time. In other words, once I put their application in, that's all. That's all they're eligible for in the process. I'm not going to go any more detail than that, but we're trying to be as observant as our folks as I can, so that they can get the best benefit available to us, right? Now, if folks are getting, even if a person puts in the application right now, the computer system spits out a disconnect notice and says, you're going to be disconnected. Nobody's being disconnected until May. It's an automatic part of the system. It goes through that process. We will start disconnecting folks the first week of May, and it's a 4-week process. So many folks the first week, so many the second, third, fourth, and then we recycle that process out there. But I can't stop that process because it costs too much money to rewrite the programming. To be honest with you, to stop the process. It also sends a reinforcement. The customers can call in and ask where their application is at. They can, and we will research it and have someone call them back through the process. They can also leave that in the voice portion where things are backed up. I'll talk more about everybody's unhappy with the 800 number. I'll talk more about that later through the process. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the community that you mentioned, Park Estates. You are no longer on the wells that has the uranium. The previous operator was not N2A. You folks gave us some dollars. We got additional dollars. We took you off that system and built a pipe into our system. So your water quality is no longer toxic. And you should get annually, there's a report that goes to folks. I believe that your community was informed, but you're telling me it wasn't. So we probably need to go back and write a letter to all those folks and explain you're no longer on that well system. You're on the N2A system, and that's part of what you paid to get there, and it's part of what was done. In addition to that, we rebuilt all 27 1,000 foot of the water line so that it would be high quality and meet the standards of N2A. That's already been done. That's all been finished through the process. Okay, so I hope that answered. I believe I got all your questions in there. There was a question by. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. There was a question you all said about solar projects and other projects. We're not allowed to actually release the person's name. We can't do that. But as what you asked for and what Dr. Nez asked for and others, we are working on actually putting together a sheet that will show you what was done in your region. And then that sheet will be updated monthly. So you'll be able to see what's going forward in that area, right? And I will talk to Dr. Nez's question in more detail, but we're developing that sheet. We hope to have that available in about a month. And then we expect to update that sheet for you monthly. And we expect to have two different sheets. We expect to have what is referred to as the ARPA defunded cares and then the ARPA 2. Now, Speaker Damon, when he was speaker, when we did the cares, we did that regularly. We had a meeting set up where we actually went through that on, I believe was it a monthly basis or weekly basis? We went through it. And we did a monthly over. So we can set up a call if the speaker would like something like that. We can set up a call and a video chat and show you here's where it is. Because everything's going on, I can't write weekly reports about all the projects we're doing and all the stuff, because then all my staff would be doing is paperwork and not getting stuff built. I've got to focus on getting things built and moving forward. And when we talk about ARPA dollars, there's a significant amount of work that's been done in the first funds that were released to us. And those funds have only been released to us a little bit more than a year. And you saw the results of that. And you can actually see that we actually did quite a bit of ARPA work in ARPA 2, even though the funds weren't released. We've already self-funded well over, I don't remember the exact number, but I know it's well over $5 or $6 million. Okay, but we'll get you some more granular detail that I think everybody will appreciate, and we'll set up a process on how to go through that. Again, but we don't set the rules for the accounts receivable program, unfortunately, and we just have to administer them as they were approved by the federal government. Thank you. You need to, thank you. The application process is and the parts of what's needed in application process is available in detail on our website. It's also available if you call in and ask for it and give us an email address, we can send it to you. You can also go on the website in our processes and enter a question and tell us where you'd like to have that information sent. You talked about that NTUA back in December of 2016 acquired the old Rocky Mount Power electric system, and that now NTUA is serving those customers. That's very true. As you mentioned, we're not for profit. The rates that the Utah customers are paying are identical to the rates that they would have paid if they stayed with Rocky Mount Power. So you're not paying any more money than what you would have paid had you stayed the customer of theirs. The great benefit of being with NTUA is that we've connected up over 200 customers and families, over 800 Navajos, that since the time we've acquired the system, and we have a path to get all the Utah customers connected in the next 3 years. And that will take care of, it'll be the first time in history that I'm aware of that all the customers, all the Navajo customers in one state who want to have electricity will be served through the process. But we're not marking it up 3 times. We're not doing any of those things. You're paying the same rates you'd have paid before through the process. And in addition to that, we've been able to do Light Up Navajo and provide other resources to get more and more families electricity out there. Delegate Toth, I'm sorry. The area that you mentioned, the project that you mentioned, sir, I believe I just read something today. The problem with the project, and I'd like to get the more formal name offline, please, but I believe the problem with the project is IHS's design didn't provide the right water pressure to the customers. So at the end of the day, if we took it over, the customers wouldn't be getting the right services. It's their fiduciary responsibility to make sure that they provide you with a high quality service, not a service that we're all gonna have problems with. So when you said N2A said, we won't accept it, we wouldn't, because they're under a federal requirement to provide you with a better quality service. We told them, you have to go back and fix the design. And that's where we're at. We said, you've got to fix this, make it right, so that these people can get the services. Now, that money that they're talking about is not part of the ARPA 2. It's part of the IHS funding, right? Which is another source that's providing water to those communities. But I want to make sure you give me the official name, but I believe I read that today. We actually sent them back a letter on 15 projects that said, hey, here's our problems, and gave them direct information on that. A delegate, Dr. Nez, you had talked about inside your projects, you didn't see anything for Fort Defiance and others. If we delegated these, this information was put together, it's pretty complicated, much of information. This information was put together to talk to my staff all across my company, which I'm doing quarterly meetings on. You know, you called us and said, we want to report right now. I can't make that report change overnight to be delegate specific and all those things. But if you look in those areas where you see SLAs, some of those projects are in your areas and some have already been built. I know that. What hasn't been done in your area is there's no big power line project designated for your area. And the reason it wasn't designated for your area is because the communities didn't come together and never told us that these 20 homes in a row need to get done. The only things that the communities identified to us are what we refer to as single homes or SLAs. And over the next month, we're going to work towards getting you that list of information based on each chapter. So you'll have the delegate with the chapter information. So it'll be more granular, so you'll have an understanding of what's going on. You're also going to have an understanding, it's going to take some time to put together, of what forward looking is. These are the ones that are planned for community now, right? It's just a lot of information and a lot of data. And quite frankly, I didn't know that you were going to ask us to come here and do this today right away. And even if you told me a few days ago, I couldn't pull it together. It takes time, right? It just does. And our written up information to you is a general synopsis. And the last one was done was mid of December. You're going to get a new one, but it doesn't get you to the level of granularity that you want or should have. And we want to get to that. And then we want to be able to update that to you on a frequent basis, whatever Madam Chair wants to designate, that we can have the conversation like we did on the previous projects. Okay. Unfortunately, the accounts receivable programs are only for residential, no businesses. It's a requirement that was put in place by the federal government. I have no funds available to help businesses. Now, the Navajo Nation had some funds through the economic development area that Willie, what was his name? JT Willie had put together under the previous administration that is available to help those folks. So that's the area that we need to concentrate on. I know that he's not there anymore, but the person who took over for him, that's kind of what we need to concentrate on. If you have a business or an area that needs additional assistance, that's how that was designated and worked out. I believe I've tried to answer everything that you put forth, I hope. Delegate. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, we can definitely. So let me back up. We hope that every single delegate will come to NTUA and talk to us about your chapter projects. Mr. Rex Kuntz, Deputy General Manager of the water and wastewater area and in charge of the districts, he's formulating those meetings. We need to have every delegate please come with your chapter officials so we can explain to you where we are on your projects and what the projects are and what changes you might be able to make. Because each one of you have $8+ million that could be potentially used to help folks that aren't part of the list we have, right? And we need to work on doing that. So I believe all of you have his contact information, but if you don't, please let us know. Please let Marty know. Marty Ashley sends out the regular updates to you. Please contact Marty and please schedule those meetings. And please plan on having more than one meeting because this is very, very complicated and we need time to help each other do the best we can for our constituents. Did I miss anything? Thank you. Simonson, did I pronounce that correctly? I know you didn't really ask a question. You made a lot of comments. I would be interested in learning about the Watson, with Watson. I'd be interested in learning about that. As far as the electric grid and solar comparison, it really becomes a matter of usage and where you're at. I mean, on the solar side, you can't cook with it. You can't do your laundry with it. You can't heat your home with it, right? And then, yes, you can do other things, but we've had many folks buy a big TV and connect up to it, and it doesn't work very well, right? So that there's limitations on that. What I'm interested in knowing, though, and I'm interested in knowing this from any delegate, if you have an area that you feel is having multiple outages, please let us know so that we can put it on our O&M lists, right? Any additional outside information helps us react better. We have so much going on that we can always use help. So we appreciate that insight. One other thing I wanted to mention about the wood, when NTUA does power lines in areas where we have to do trees, cutting down trees, we give that wood to the local community. So that's another area that we want to do. Sometimes the chapter will help us and we'll give it to the chapter because it's not, chopped up in the right quantities and stuff. But other times we've had members of the community just ask us to leave it along the path and they come and get it. So that's an additional available resource. And there's also resources available at the Navajo Nation Social Services area to help provide funding for those folks to buy wood or coal or other items for heat. So please help your folks take advantage of that. Delegate Jesus, you talked about no progress on ARPA 2. There's two pieces of ARPA 2. There's the defunded CARES where significant progress has been made. In most of the areas, we've done more than half of what's allotted to us, and we're on track to finish almost all the projects except the very, very large projects that take multiple years. We're on track to finish that by the end of 24. The vast majority will be done in 23. And we spent more than $5 or $6 million of our own funds to advance projects that are under the ARPA 2 banner. So we're doing our best. We do not have in place the sub-grant recipient agreement for any of the projects that are related to ARPA 2. And we are getting close on those. I expect that that'll happen soon, and then we can start with the payout issue from that standpoint. I also just wanted to mention the reason there's no broadband projects on ARPA 2 is because the nation took the $120 million that are awarded to them and they want to do an RFP and solicit projects, which hasn't happened. So that's an unfortunate another holdback. You asked some other questions about archaeological and bio. We have teams that work on it. We have multiple contractors that we hire out, but a lot of that information that they rely upon has to be received from the nation. So there's different rounds, there's different processes, but we have a very extensive right-of-way acquisition area that's been working aggressively for years and years. So we're at times, other agencies will ask us for help. We will try to put together where we can all just make the process better. I don't want to point anything to anybody, but you can always make things better. And as we make those things better or quicker, it's going to be positive for all of us. And we'll talk about that as we go along the process. I'm very aware of the 1-800 number. We've had a lot of outages. So if you get a lot of outages, the number gets a lot of people calling. We have all of these accounts receivable, over 3,000 applications that we've been calling out to try to get people to give us more information. And we've also been calling some of the folks, the 175 folks that have the highest balances, to try to make arrangements. We will, and are investigating ways to make that 1-800 number better. And the online number, we ask that you help us. I will also tell you that there's a problem beyond us with Frontier, because they have a limited amount of capacity that comes in, and that affects income calls. And a lot of times when your call just drops, that's not necessarily an NTUA, it's a Frontier issue, and how that works. And then you asked the question about how much more will things cost as we connect more and more customers. There's somewhat of an unknown there. We acquire power on the open market or gas as customers come on board. We also go ahead and hedge that, or in other words, buy it in advance to try to keep the cost as low as possible. But we don't have any control over what's going on as far as all the coal plants closing down. One cost of reliable, low-cost power has been taken off the market. And because of all this cold that's going on, the natural gas cost has spiked through the process. So I don't have a firm number to discuss on that, but we will do our best to keep things as affordable for everybody as possible. I believe I've answered. Yeah, I mentioned that already. So as I mentioned, the contracts for archaeological and biological, we have them in place with multiple vendors. We actually have an archaeological person on staff and a biologist on staff that helps administer those contracts. And we continuously recast for those contracts. So I hope I've answered everyone's questions to the best of my ability.
I have Mr. Haas for those responses. Next in queue, we have Vice Chair Yazzie.
Good afternoon, relatives, and you guys kind of already answered or asked all the questions and answered. So I'm very, very glad that, I don't have to ask the same questions. But I do want to say that I have gone to a veterans meeting in Indian Wells, and there was an elderly there that is interested in solar for his home. And he did mention that he built his home and he has his home site lease. So I will make sure I connect back with the CSC and make sure to get that name over to Delcon NTUA. The next part is, I know on Wednesday we had really, really high winds. I believe it was like 65 miles an hour. And when I had left home that morning, I know that there was a power line that had gone down and it blew over, and it looked pretty scary. But one of the things I saw is that there were already 5 NTUA vehicles on site, and they were starting to work on it. And so I'm very thankful for that. Would it be out of the question if you let those employees know that, thank you for their work that morning? So that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, Vice Chair Yazzie. We'll go back to Mr. Haas for closing comments. If there's anybody else in queue for questions or concerns.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I had text asking to be added back to the queue.
Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not sure exactly who we should be texting. I know it used to be request to speak. Then we could also text the chief of staff and then Mr. Rico. So we had several numbers that were given to us as well as the speaker's number. Speaker, I don't think I have your cell phone number. So I don't know how to get a hold of people when I want to speak. So I apologize that you guys didn't get my text message. My question, Mr. Haas, thank you again for providing the report to us today, and then also, you know, sharing all of the information. I know I'm already getting like tons of text messages. I posted some of the information on Facebook. I know that some of your employees are on Facebook because sometimes they'll go on to my Facebook page and they'll answer questions that people are posting. So I would recommend that you have your employees go on to my Facebook page. I did report the information regarding NTUA. So maybe they can go on and they can ask questions, because a lot of what is being said right now on my Facebook page is that people applied and they never got a response back, or some were denied. I believe that Delegate Simpson did mention that as well. And I know that you talked about, you know, just kind of the process that applications go through. But I think the other big concern is why, you know, $1,500 or more. You have mentioned that there are some who are you know, I guess that owe more than that to NTUA. And what I worry about is whether these people will ever catch up with their NTUA bills, and whether, you know, like what kind of options are available at this point. So that's what's being posted right now on my Facebook page. So I just want to give you an FYI. I also wanted to ask you, in terms of letting people know about their disconnection. I believe you said that the disconnection would be coming in May. What I want to know is, you know, how are you planning to inform the Navajo people? I know that you have a really good, you know, within your presentation, you have really good information on the outreach efforts that you guys have done. 953 radio announcements, weekly calls and door tags, 1,075 days of, 23 social media posts, 13 weeks on-site outreach. And I know on my notes that you said that you were also going to be assisting at the flea markets on the weekends, or whenever flea markets are being held within the communities. So I just want to know, you know, how are you planning to inform our Navajo people about these things that are happening, and then the disconnection especially, because I will tell you what's going to happen is once you send out the disconnection notice, every single one of us, every 24 delegates that are on council are going to be contacted by our constituents saying that they received a disconnection notice. People are going to be asking us to speak up for them. And this occurred in November when we had called NTUA to the table to find out what was going on. So I just want to make sure that our Navajo people are well aware that this connection is going to be coming down the pipeline for those individuals who have not paid their NTUA bills. And and I know that you said that the threshold is not $1,500, that's not what, you know, what it says, but I want to read to you on your slide. You know, it does state on slide 14 of 16, phase 3 disconnections. In May, we will prioritize customers who have not applied and have a balance over $1,500. To me, that is what a threshold is. You're saying anything over $1,500 that you'll be taking that into consideration to help assist those individuals with their disconnection. And what I hate to see is if somebody owes, you know, $300 this month, they might, you know, say, okay, well, I'm going to apply for that NTUA thing, and by the time it gets to May, I should be over $1,500. I'm a little bit concerned about that maybe happening. So I'm hoping that you probably already have a listing of those individuals who are over $1,500. And then going back to your outreach efforts, you know, I just want to know, are you letting these people know about their bills and what has to occur in terms of, you know, them coming out to you and asking you for help? So I know that you said that, you know, for confidentiality reasons, you can't provide us, you know, a list of names of those customers who have balances. But, you know, can you give us a number of how many outstanding balances on customers who have their NTUA bills that are over 1,500 as of today? Those individuals who have a balance of more than $1,500, and possibly a breakdown of the total amounts that these individuals, you know, what their current balances are. Because I think that gives us a really good idea of how many people are going to be reaching out, you know, asking for help. And then I think as delegates, you know, we can share that information, you know, with our constituents, letting them know that this help is available there at NTUA. Well, I'm really I just have to say that I am so disappointed right now in hearing this, knowing that we are preparing to send back $68 million because NHA didn't spend that money when that money could have been used towards paying down these, you know, this bill for a lot of people. If currently, you know, we have around $10 million, $10 million I guess what the balance is that has not been paid right now, $10 million of past due accounts for 7,365 customers. That whole thing could have been paid off if NHA would have just did better. And I can say it sickens me right now seeing that $10 million right now is owed to NTUA by customers. Many of these customers, elders, many of these customers on fixed income, many of them who were affected, you know, because of COVID, that are trying to recover. And yet we're sending back $68 million because NHA couldn't spend those funds. Again, it just really sickens me to know that, you know, that the 68 million is going back. We're telling the federal government we didn't need it. NTUA is presenting to us right now that $10,062,194 right now is owed to NTUA because of past due accounts, and we're getting ready to send that money back. So again, I really hope that you can get that information out to our Navajo people about the disconnection so that they can start preparing for that disconnection. And I guess as council, we're going to have to figure out, you know, how are we going to help? Because that's what's going to happen is we're going to get, you know, a number of calls and people coming to us asking for help, and that's our job, is to help them. So my next question is, back when we were discussing the ARPA money, I know that NTUA did come before council, and I was trying to go back and I was trying to look to see whether it was a document that was submitted by NTUA or by NECA that gave us information about how much a bathroom addition was going to cost. So what I want to know is, I believe at that time it was $150,000 to build a bathroom addition. Has that number increased or decreased as a result of what we're seeing right now with inflation? Can we get an update to the bathroom addition cost? The next question that I have is, I know that you said that NTUA is there ready to assist. I did request from NTUA, you know, for applications and then Navajo speakers to assist. I'm having a community meeting with the community of Shiprock to talk about the $8 million and to talk about the bathroom additions and the funding that Shiprock will be receiving for bathroom addition / bathroom renovation. And so I need to know what that amount is, but I was also hoping that NTUA would be present to give applications out to individuals and to explain to them, you know, what is needed in terms of documents. If they're there, you know, because they have a balance over $1,500, it would be a great opportunity for NTUA to take advantage to share that information with people who show up. If they are there for the bathroom addition or the bathroom renovation, you know, to have the information available. I think that a lot of our constituents right now are really deterred from applying for some of these because a lot of these programs that we do offer are income income based. And as you stated within your slide, Mr. Haas, again, referring back to slide 14 of 16, that, you know, people are not applying because maybe they're embarrassed or they're despondent or they believe they won't qualify. And I think that's a lot of our Navajo people, because they get, you know, it's frustrating to apply for something when you know funding is available, and then you learn that you don't qualify because you might make over, you know, a certain amount. I always argued during the 24th Navajo Nation Council, when COVID was here on our nation, that COVID didn't, you know, skip a family because they made over $70,000. COVID didn't skip a family because, you know, they have a bachelor degree, or COVID, you know, didn't just hit, you know, certain types of people. COVID hit everybody. You know, everybody across the board, everybody was affected. And so it's just really disheartening to hear that some of these programs that are being offered, you have to be, you know, you have to qualify with your income, when a lot of people didn't have that income during COVID. So I hope that that's not something that that is required through this NTUA. I guess I don't want to call, I don't know what it's called. I just want to say NTUA relief for people who have, you know, outstanding balances with NTUA. But if we can, Mr. Haas, it would be wonderful if you yourself could come out to Shiprock and talk to the community about this, and then also to talk about, you know, how do Navajo people apply for the bathroom additions. I have not heard NTUA share that information. I have not seen any NTUA bulletins, or maybe, you know, nothing on their webpage telling people that this money is available for them to apply. I haven't really seen much effort coming out of NTUA in terms of letting our Navajo people know that they can apply for bathroom additions and or bathroom renovations. And I say that because the bathroom renovations, we have a lot of our elders that, you know, maybe when they were younger, they had bathtubs installed in their home. And now that they're elders, they can't step over that, you know, bathtub, and they need a walk-in shower. That this money that's available through ARPA is actually available for bathroom renovations to help our elders, or in instances where our elders need handicap, you know, handles, or, you know, I guess in their bathrooms, to have all of that available. If they need a bigger commode, you know, that is handicap accessible, you know, that's something that they can apply for. That information hasn't been shared. And I was holding NECA accountable, getting upset with them, asking them why they weren't sharing that information, when I learned that it's actually NTUA that should be sharing that information, because NECA is a subcontractor or a subrecipient of ARPA funds. So technically NTUA is responsible for sharing that information. So again, you know, I am holding this event tomorrow in Shiprock to update my constituents on what's going on, and to get feedback from them on how they want, you know, how they want this money spent. And so I'm hoping that, you know, I did invite NTUA with the response that they're already assisting another delegate, which I understand. But I doubt every administrator is going to be tending to another delegate. I think that, you know, there's enough people employed at NTUA who can split the time to come out and make sure that our Navajo people are receiving those applications and getting, you know, getting information on how they, you know, what kind of documents are needed for the bathroom addition, what kind of documents are needed for the bathroom renovations, what kind of documents are needed to apply for this, you know, for this $8 million that's sitting there for, you know, possible relief from disconnection. So that, you know, I'm hoping that we can get some assistance for that, to, again, get the word out. And looking at your outreach efforts in terms of, you know, from November 1st to February 24th, I hope we see that same kind of outreach done for those who are going to be disconnected in May. So Mr. Haas, again, thank you so much for your time. And then my last question is, I know that I've stopped by NTUA. Every time I've stopped by, I usually say, well, can I go in to say hi to Mr. Haas? And they always say, oh, he's not here. So I have to ask the question, do you report to NTUA Fort Defiance location Monday through Friday, 8 to 5? Or are you working off the Navajo Nation as a CEO? Because again, I go to NTUA a lot. I always ask to go see you. I've never seen you at NTUA in Fort Defiance. So I think that information we do need to know, especially since we know that, especially since our CEOs, even to just say hi, you guys should be accessible, but I've never ever seen you at NTUA Fort Defiance. And I even asked that question one time. I said, does Mr. Haas actually work here? And I never got an answer. So I want to hear directly from you. Do you report to NTUA Fort Defiance Monday through Friday, 8 to 5? What are your office hours on the Navajo Nation? Thank you.
Next we in queue, we have Honorable Johnson.
Evening. Everyone. Couple of constituents concerns that was brought to my attention regarding your payment software system. I'd like to know what software payment system you have there at NTUA. And there was share with you a story that happened recently. The customer was told payments weren't updated right away because NTUA doesn't have enough funding to update software. This is pertaining to the online payment software system. And the customer had to pay the bill twice in 1 month and wasn't able to receive a refund. They were just gonna use a credit toward their account for the incoming monthly bill. And after the online payment was received, the payment system did not clear the balance after the first time. And I'm sure this is not the only customer that's having issues with this. And a lot of us pay these bills online. Frankly, I prefer just to pay online. So I'd like to see if we can, and this branch is actually the Chin-Lee NTUA, to be specific. And the other constituent had to, was from the Tuba City branch, NTUA. The NTUA branch in Tuba City, the customer service was not, let's just say it could be improved. And I have to share I don't have the individual's name from NTUA, but I think we can improve on the customer service there. So I'd like to hear your response on the online payment software system. My second question is, when is Fort Defiance going to get a new facility? I went there to pay a bill, and I got called out. And so I just wanted to ask you the question. Hopefully we get a newer facility in the area soon. Go ahead and respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Johnson. I don't see anybody else in queue for questions or concerns. We'll go back to Mr. Haas, NTUA.
Well, thank you, Delegate Yazzie. I will make sure that I talk to the folks in Delcon and let them know personally about the outage and the 5 trucks. We like to hear feedback. I like to hear more positive than negative, but I like to hear feedback any way it goes. I'm going to address Delegate Newton's issue, our chairwoman Newton, I should say. She asked me about, first thing I'm going to just answer is, yes, I report to the headquarters office building regularly. I do not work from home very often, but to be honest with you, I am out in the field quite a bit. I do quarterly meetings that are coming up, and basically I was just in Shiprock all day yesterday. So if you came to the office and looked for me yesterday, I would have been at Shiprock. But I also have a lot of things that occur off the nation for business interest purposes, where I have to go to Washington, DC. I will be with the president this week, Monday, Tuesday. I'll be with him Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday in Washington, DC. I would say that I'm traveling on behalf of the organization quite extensively. I'm probably gone 2 weeks out of the month in the field or basically out. I don't work 8 to 5. I work many more hours than that. I work on the weekends. Every weekend I'm here in Navajo. I am at the office. I basically spend about 8 weeks with my family to 9 weeks with my family a year on my PTO, because they're not here with me on the nation. But even when I'm on my own PTO, I take phone calls, I take meetings, and I deal with issues regularly. So they'll also tell you that, you know, if I'm in other meetings, a lot of times the meetings that are going on are pretty much, I have meeting upon meeting upon meeting. So a lot of times they're going to just tell you that, you know, I'm going through the processes. This is what we have to do to manage the organization going forward through the process. But I spend a lot of time at that office regularly every month. So I don't know what you've seen or not seen, but that's the reality of it. I want to discuss this. You keep bringing up the $1,500. If you go to basically, we talk about page 14, and you ask the question, how many customers are there that right now owe us more than $1,500? It's the 739 customers plus the 700 customers on that page. So it's 1,439 customers. You asked before, well, why don't we disconnect people who are less than 500? I'm sorry, less than 1,500, 500. The reason for that is we do not want to overwhelm the customer service folks. We want to be able to get people back online or get them to fill out the applications so we can go through the process. So we're trying to manage the process. When we talk about the total amount of customers, it's roughly about 10,000 that are late and owing us money right now. And we want to be able to not turn them all off at once, which we can. We want to be able to deal with them, get them in the office, and go through the process. We have been sending out disconnect notices. We have not stopped sending out disconnect notices. People are still getting disconnect notices today. Okay? We're informing folks through our best public needs is, look, we are going to start disconnecting in May. And we're going to take the first block of customers that owe us $1,500 or more and turn them off. And if you don't want to be turned off, come in. If you owe $500, come in. Fill out the applications. Once your application is in process, you will not be disconnected unless there's a mistake made. It's in process. If your application is found to be ineligible, then you will be disconnected. Again, out of the roughly 4,000+ applications, only 140 folks have been found ineligible. And I don't have control over those income levels. My most important thing I can just keep stressing is come into the office and fill out the paperwork. I mean, come in and fill it out. If you don't get it right completely, you'll get a phone call back, and that phone call will tell you what's missing. And you'll be asked to provide that information and bring it in or send it. Okay, I don't know how to stress that. There is no other way for us to achieve this. Now, I want to compliment NHA. They did not have to come forward with this $20 million. They did not. They volunteered. They spent an extremely difficult 2 months getting through a rigorous process to secure that money for an additional year. The $50 million that I was referring to that went back was from the Washington DC office, and other money's gone back from social services. Now, you may have gotten a report from NHA that talks about $64 million. I don't know anything about that money, and it probably would not have been eligible for this program. It probably needed to get spent in a specific way. Not all this money that you're talking about is eligible for all the things that you're discussing. Now, I'd like to pivot and talk about the bathrooms. NTUA has not been awarded the bathrooms. The $150 million is with the Department of DCD, and they're the vetting agents for the money. Okay? You said it was, you talked about it being NECA, you talked about it being us. If and when we get the sub-grant recipient agreement, we'll be in charge of the program, but we're getting the information on who should get the service provided to them through the folks who vetted the projects to begin with, which is DCD. Okay, so I'm not quite sure where the disconnect is. And as far as what you're referring to with bathroom renovations, that's not part of that program. There's housing money available that could be utilized for renovations, but none of that money is earmarked for NTUA, and NTUA is not part of any renovation program that I'm aware of. NTUA has some dollars allotted to us to provide services to folks, and we've been taking applications. There's about 1,000 outstanding remaining services for water or cistern. We've already gotten more than 1,000 applications, and as we go through the processes, it's kind of a first come, first served process for that program. But for the renovation program, you need to be talking to the funds that were allocated for housing. And as far as the 1,000 bathrooms, you need to talk to DCD and find out how they adjudicated those dollars. Now, you have $8.3 million available to your community that could be used for bathroom renovations or other needs, but that program needs to be put together and vetted through the Department of Justice. You asked me a question about how has inflation impacted the $150,000 estimate per home on the 1,000 homes that we talked about. I don't have an answer for you right at this point in time. NECA is the actual vendor who provides us the information and provides us the quotes. And again, I want to talk about the whole program for bathrooms is misleading. It is not just a bathroom. You're getting a water system, you're getting a piping system, you're getting a hot water system, you're getting a bathroom, you're getting a power source, and you're getting a disposal source for the wastewater. All of those things are rolled together to equate for how we did our estimates on $150,000 per home. And I do not have an answer for you on how inflation has potentially impacted that process because the money hasn't been awarded to NTUA. We're still in the process of working it out. It may not ever get awarded to NTUA. I can't answer that. Okay. As far as people who have an active request for the money, if you have an active request for the program, you're not in the disconnect pool. Now, that means even if your application isn't incomplete, you're not in that pool of folks. You're getting called to fix that. We're gonna, if you find to be ineligible, you will be. If you've never applied, you definitely are going to be in the disconnect program. And again, we've scheduled the disconnects to occur on a basis so that we can handle the customers that come in the door in a timely fashion and don't overload everybody so that we have people who are going to be without power for a much longer period of time because we don't have the ability to deal with 10,000 customers in one day or 1 week or 1 month. So those are how those things are sliced and diced. And on page 14, it shows you what the first group is being targeted right now. The second group is going to be part of the 3,140, part of 5,090 will be in that group. And then the last remaining folks will be the ones that will be disconnected in that July timeframe. Okay. And again, you can only apply for this program once. A second application is not eligible to receive funds. Okay. I believe I've answered all the questions that I can answer for you regarding the issues that you brought forth. There's a question that Delegate Johnson asked regarding our software system. Our online software system is a third-party system called Panmentos. They're not tied real time to the N2A system on purpose because that would create a cybersecurity issue and create the opportunity to have a lot of bad things happen to our customers' information. So it does take a day usually to clear. It doesn't usually take more than a day. Unfortunately, anomalies can happen, right, through the process. As far as if when you mentioned a customer made 2 payments because they were unsure the first payment was made, unfortunately, by the time I cut you a check and send it back to you, you're going to have another bill. So that's why they decided, hey, it's better for you to just have a credit outstanding because unfortunately that whole process takes time to do the crediting and get it back out through the process. And as far as, in-person customer service or even the customer service on our automated system or even the customer service on our call center, feedback's important. I will be out to the city in the first week of March, giving a quarterly update. I will talk to the folks personally, and we will keep continuously working to improve the systems. There are lots of opportunities to improve the systems. You asked about the Fort Defiance district office. It's already fully designed and it's already out for bid. We've already received bids. Unfortunately, the bids came in about 25% over budget. And the bids came in, we asked for some refinements in those bids, and we didn't get the information back quick enough to have a discussion at my last board meeting, which was Thursday. So it is on the agenda for the March board meeting. And our hope or goal is to start construction this summer. And our hope or goal is to have it in service by next year. The actual construction time, I want to believe is 16 to 18 months, but I didn't get through the whole packet because it didn't make it to my desk. There was things that needed to be done. We don't plan on cutting back on the building to fit in within the budget. We plan on moving some projects that we were going to do to afford it because I don't believe it's going to be proper. We need to get it done from that process. That's for the district office. The actual folks that work in the field, that's a different project. And we'll be working towards those projects. So in that whole complex, there's probably about 7 or 8 different buildings. I have to clear a space, build a building, rip down something, move somebody, so forth and so on. And that's what we're working to do over time. But it'll be exciting to get a new complex there and be, I'm as excited about getting that complex as you are. So thank you for asking. So, Madam Speaker, that's, I believe I've answered all the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Haas, for your responses. I don't see anybody else on queue. Is there anybody else online? Second call. Third call. Thank you, Mr. Haas and Mr. Ashley for providing that report this afternoon. Colleagues, if there's no additional comments, we'll go to the voting board to accept the report. And if you're on Zoom or online or on call, you can feel free to text one of the staff. I believe myself here and also Jalissa here in the chambers. And for the delegates who are here in the chambers, you can press your roll call buttons.
Hear me? Okay. Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo?
Delegate
Honorable
Arvizo,
Stephen
vote green.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Shanna, excuse me, I'm sorry. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Ann Claw votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canespa Crowdy. Honorable Amber Canespa Crowdy. Honorable Amber Canespa Crowdy votes red via text. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez votes green via text. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan
vote green.
Nota votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green via text. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green via text. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Otto Stowe votes green via text. Honorable Curtis Yanito votes green via text. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 22 in favor, 1 opposed, and Madam Speaker not voting.
Favor, 1 opposed, and speaker not voting. Next on the agenda, we have number 6, old business, none. Number 7, new business, legislation 0016-23. I believe we do have the sponsor via Zoom. Staff, could you read the legislation to the record?
Can you hear me? Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Before you is, tracking number 0016-23 relating to Naa'bik'iyati Committee and the Nomination Council, confirming the appointment of Jonathan Dale as Executive Director of the Division of General Services. There's no committee reports for this, legislation. It will go to NABI first and move on to Nomination Council. And attached is Exhibit A, which is the letter from the Office of the President and Vice President. Following that is the resume from Mr. Dale, and there are no comments received. Madam Chair, thank you.
Can I get a motion and a second? Motion? Motion by
Ezra.
question of, I believe there's no question of privilege in Naa'bik'iyati. Okay. Looking for a motion on the floor. Second call for a motion.
Motion, Danny.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to make a motion on legislation 001623 to send this
Honorable Ezra, we're looking for a motion and a second to hear the legislation, then for comments or additions, then you can add an additional motion or amendment to the legislation following the motion and the second.
Okay. Motion.
So I believe we do have a motion by Honorable Danny Simpson via Zoom. Is there a second? Second by
President.
Deseret. First in queue, we do have, first we'll go to sisters' questions and comments for the legislation. I will have the sponsor, Chair Vince James. You have the floor. Honorable James. Honorable James, we do have questions and comments on legislation 0016-23. We have Honorable James walking to the chambers. Just give us a few minutes.
Yadvita, Speaker Curley. Hi, Mr. Dale, are you on the line?
Yes, I am, Shanala.
Speaker, I do have my agent on the line, so with that, I'll go ahead and move forward to my legislation, legislation number 0016-23, and that is confirming an appointment of Mr. Shonovan Dell as Executive Director of Division of General Service. Sos beto kedi daton sos ya edi kudo shanale bitishno ko adi ya bikipudi ni ko a launch general services anje a launch and so update the besanta do the bito ni do but je hot ko fanzate dato ni sos ko shanat no thnigi then isno sa igi do ko no thnigi ko ko ad on Hilchana Ado Nexo, Adoshi, Adoshanale, Mr. Dell, Bafwidisha, Ashipin, Down Dog Ziko. The Speaker Curley, I'll give some time to Mr. Shonovan Dell, Executive Director of General Service. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. Mr. Dale, if you're online, you can unmute and you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ado Shanant I, Honorable Vince James. Ado Shanat Ani, da isanot agi do ad naiso tranigi. Ahya kunzao ya ol kilon hinahat linigi istadakle. Ako ahya do lech. Shea ani shit edgy. Shonovan Dale ayin shia. Ado kin tiel do shata ahchigo. Anach enachel greda halnide ade na shan leo. Ado kehunste do shko linigi del kli. Shatko salka ado nda ade ina wolgehegi nal glosh. The behli adat kon keya chon adat da ke. Kon shabel khawat del yado kon dishjid atibik isle. Atchato oho. Ako di a shahat ni ni dolil kwa hot au shaho agi ado in the da a shahat dolil should celibate the snow Dr. Boo Nygren ya hakuida is kanda hot au shik edil ni le oho do o dasho do ado astran elzen line ya kwa shik edil ni dan le oho خاشين تسوق كون نال صوص أتات بك هنا أنش أكانك إحنا أجنش لنجي تو نال صوص تاوز بانيجي يا خاشين تسوق الكي هنا يا نتهسي نل هكوشي أوه تو نلش إتصو نهست كونه يول كالا يا شتش هون نانش ليني بتسلستي Division of General Services نخبي يخبه دو ليش أنا هتوس لتو شيء ناجين شلي شديني دي بناتش لا أسلني أكو يا شنالة لينيجي بنشني Honorable Vince James أحياه نيل زندو ألا أشت إليا Nihik e nihit nepa. Ahil ka nature hakushinat ani hot out hil ka nature honihit da hajish. Oko e ya hot out shik hoti nigit shanant the Executive Director, Division of General Services, ya kon Nihi Washington, Aji Yandad, Nishiki, Ye Ntato, Nishiki, Hashin, Soko ya kon biki desti, Chite na rai, Hawan has Anki, Kin biyeton dat o Nishi. Patient case biyeto hamne el ito leliki, Ado entata ade Peshane. Be elchinda huilnegi edo lato be yedo sala ado indata beshnat ai be garndat in long e ya kom but ato e yan delnish nal sos eda ado nal sos nat ja edat edo ajibik edest in loho ako ed au e ya na nishin linigi bik edi nalto aj at celeste not ani na khadile executive director shito ni ako do e ya bod nihita ishal nida oho she e ya khonagahni adone e bits ado ishal la oho ado bits ado kishi kegi e ya kia ani e bashishin ado entata kintle chini wal yahagi dashit she do tchini dashinal ado enta altsash zad linigi e tenek achiko e ya bohol an le so masanid linda hot au e yashi ya hol a na ntikin ado enta de yin de ne bich hat o zi na ito khal ado enta ta ade chil na gai de bena gai so da zin na gai to hot au e ya beshi ya ho a lo ho ado de ne bela ashla e tol zin ya at ehi saad ya at ehi khata tin saad be khat o zihigi be yan ki to le to ni a to inta e hot au ya linigin daz I ko hot au yan hitato niya shanant a so a brief introduction on myself in English. My name is Sean Vendale. I am from White Ruins, Arizona. I am Hunagani, one who walks around clan, born for the Towering House people. My maternal grandfathers are Kinkichitni, Red House, and my paternal grandparents are Tchitni, Red Running into the Water people. I come from an area south of White Ruins called White Grass, also called Enemy Flats. I was born and raised in White Ruins, raised by my grandmother. My education, real briefly, I attended the Gallup High School. Graduated from Gallup High School as a Bengal. After that, I proceeded on with my work experience. Back in the early or late 90s, my apologies, under President Bill Clinton, there was a boost, an economic boost as far as job creation, as far as economic development and infrastructure development. There were plenty of jobs back then. The only lacking aspect of that was a workforce. I was recruited to travel and participate as a carpenter. This is my trade. I am a carpenter by trade, local 1319 out of Albuquerque. I am a former member of that local. I started there, worked my way through the ranks, eventually left my employer right around 2005 when the economy was slowing down. But I did leave as a construction superintendent for a company based in Brussels, Belgium. They did have a satellite office in Somerville, New Jersey, and the company's name was Hamon Corporation. Did a lot of heavy industrial construction, worked there in various aspects, but primarily as a construction superintendent and at times a QA/QC manager. So that was my trade at the time. the economic downturn, the slowdown in industry led me to come back to my home. Shitse ad eya nansta okoho eya ad eya shik iske belhaje to lata eya hits da estate. Donda alshinatan linigi they moved away from the homestead, leaving my elderly parents and my grandmother there with really no caretaker. So by default, I came back. But I put that to good use. That's not a downside for me. I attended the University of New Mexico in Gallup and earned an associate's degree in construction tech and business. After that, I graduated and I went back to school again at the University of New Mexico and earned a second associate's in general studies, an emphasis in business law and communication. After that, a 2-week hiatus, I re-enrolled and graduated from the University of New Mexico with a bachelor's in university studies. They call it a BLS now, in May of 2015, which is a multidiscipline bachelor's degree focusing on 4 areas: political science, communication, business, and Native American studies. The emphasis there was a political science and American Indian minority policy degree. I did graduate there from the University of New Mexico. Currently, I am enrolled in the Master's of Business Administration Leadership Program with Southern Utah University. So I am continuing my education with that in mind. I have worked with the Navajo Nation for about 17 years. In 2007, I started my first job with the Navajo Nation under the Safety Loss Control Program as a senior safety technician. I worked up until 2011, at which time I was specifically requested to join the Navajo Occupational Safety and Health Administration. I did 4 years there from June 2011 to October 2015, at which time my previous employer, the Navajo Nation Risk Management Program, had the supervisor retire, and I have since been the risk manager for the Navajo Nation since 2015. As you can see, I am within the Navajo Nation. Navajo Nation has been the bulk of my employment history. I am a policy driven employee. I strive to learn as much as I can in all aspects of management, especially in tribal management. I am certified Navajo Nation FMIS system, 6B certified. I have 8 components of FMIS completed. I am familiar with the legislative process. I have a extensive background in construction management. I have a understanding of NAHASDA, the Native American Housing and Self-Determination Act. I have a financial acumen as is required for the risk manager position. I am familiar with contracts. I am familiar with state federal fundings. I am familiar with Federal Tort Claims Act, tort statutes, project management, strategic planning. So I'm a very diverse individual, and I believe that helps me in dealing with kind of the diverse programs and departments under the Division of General Services. So that is pretty much my background. I know it's in a nutshell. And I was there earlier this afternoon, sitting behind a couple of female delegates, which is excellent to see. Our it was very heartwarming to see our motherly figures there on the council floor, and I was able to sit behind them for for some time there this afternoon, and I did notice that there was some technical issues, and I felt it was easier to join online. So that is my apologies to you for not being there in person, but I am just down the road in my office in Administration Building 1. So I request and humbly ask for your support. I know that I will be a tremendous asset to the division, as well as working with all the managers here as a risk manager. So it's not a new stranger from the outside. I'm familiar with all the problems, and we are tackling those problems as we speak. I literally hit the ground running on day one, January 10th at 12:01 p.m. We have already several items that are going through the 164 process and Department of Justice review. So to ya shichi na hot in senda khale anita ya bi khwash to shana nish ado bilindash nishil to shayda natli to alkitin snau ya alkita di yithinle a kohe to ya che atishni to ya che da shilno khajo nda hitlo ya hilka nature lo do inta ta consonant at hut edo lechen sinship jashi klata go shik idil ni in the la lachiko on hits arch a test in lido lech ni hinant anohle don ta tolzen ohut au yashi yaho anle banachiko shi ni hishi alto shonant anohle ni hajo hilnda dilnish do ya at eho ya hilnda dilnish a hilka nature to altsada nilki so the ne ni the ne and liniki ya hal pa date to how the ya the kindlinda konchi allagi benda ditsi nilsat allagi bi neta don da kon hosat alla bakao ya ke honite nats ilet dihinaz tegit alla what out ya ke has anigi nihinazla nlo a question nanta a hot out in hich de hos sin do lich do shin la shin a do kit to bohonet za o shnanta a hot edo le shnale Honorable James do shnanta shama Honorable Speaker a hot edo le.
With that,
Then go ahead, Honorable.
with that, Speaker Curley, that does complete our presentation for legislation number 0016-23. Thank you.
First in queue, we do have Honorable Ezra.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker Curley, Honorable James, I'm gonna request to make an amendment to this legislation. I'd like to, there's not enough information on this information that we find in the packet, and I'd like to make a motion to send it back to HESI for more information. I recently got some information off of Facebook, and it has something to do with the person that is in question here. So that's my motion.
Honorable Ezra, do you have a timeline to your motion?
Yes, Speaker, I'd like to go ahead and send it back to HESI, and then some of the information would like to get it done within 15 days. If HESI needs some information from me, I will attend their meetings for that also, just for your information. Thank you.
Honorable Ezra does have a motion to the floor to refer the legislation to the Health and Human Education and Health Human Services Committee within a timeline of within 15 days. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Honorable Norman Begay. Are there any questions to the motion for refer? Second call? Third call?
Delegate Charles
Third call.
Newton. Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, to the motion to refer back to HESI.
Yes, thank you for sharing, I guess, the reason for referring this legislation back to HES. I just want to know, is this just in regards to what was shared on social media? You stated earlier, Mr. Azarette, Delegate Azarette, that there was also other information that wasn't included in the packet. Just for clarification for all of those directors who are coming before council for confirmation, is there, I guess, an expectation that we as delegates have of those individuals who are applying for these director positions? For instance, are we requiring the letter of the offer letter signed by the president and the vice president? Are we requiring a resume? Are we requiring their letter of interest? What can we share with our directors who are coming through confirmation in terms of the information that we want to see when they come before us? That's my first question. And then my second question is, it's not a question, it's more of a statement. And that statement is, I also shared some concerns about what was being posted on social media, and only 2 delegates shared the same concerns. 2 delegates. And now we're going to hold up confirmation about something that was shared on social media, and we don't know what it is. So what I would like to ask is, can that information be shared with us via email? I mean, that's the least that we can do. I shared the information via email with the entire 25th Navajo Nation Council. I just think that, at this point, since we're at confirmation, it would be good to get some information as to why we're going to hold up an individual's confirmation process, and then not share any information, or is only HES going to receive that information? Because just to be clear, confirmation is going to be going to the entire council. And then my last question is, are these legislation for confirmation, are they supposed to be going before the, and this might be a Dana question, but are they going to be going before the committee that oversees the division, or do they go straight to Naa'bik'iyati? And if we have to send it back to Health, Education, Human Services, and the law only requires that it goes to NABI and to council, then how is that, can we get some legal guidance on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Charles Newton, for your legal question, we'll refer over to Ms. Barbara.
Thank you. Good afternoon, NABI Committee. This is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. Going forward, the legislations for division directors, other than this one, because it got out of my office before I caught it. Going forward, the legislations to appoint division directors will go first to the Oversight Committee. That's an important step. First, go to the Oversight Committee. The Oversight Committee, through its votes, is going to be making a recommendation to NABI and Council. From there, it will go, so Oversight Committee, then NABI, then Council. It's kind of interesting in that they've done it different ways in the past. Back in the, I think, 23rd Council, went straight to Council. Then in the 24th Council, They went to Nabi and council. It seems more appropriate in recognizing all of the authorities of the Oversight Committee, Nabi and council, that the first stop should be with the entity, the committee that is going to work most closely with the division because they have oversight authority. So that's how it's going to go. The legislation's coming up will be dropped. This one, as I said, this is the first one, and I didn't catch it when it got out of our office. As far as referring back, that's set forth in 2 NC 164A9 that the Nabi committee may refer a resolution or memorial back to the appropriate standing committee. In this instance, HES would be the appropriate standing committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker and Madam Chair. Back to you, Speaker.
If there's no any additional comments to the motion, we'll refer back to Honorable Ezra.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I want to go ahead and answer a little bit of Honorable Newton's questions. I do have the paperwork, and I would like to go ahead and take that to HESI first before it comes back to Nabi. I would like them to see what I got. I don't know if this process has gone through HESI yet. If it hasn't, it should have been. And I'd like to go ahead and make that statement on that.
Okay, are there any other additional comments or questions on the motion, Honorable Toth?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know any Glindo Konshla Ash. Could all recommend Lehigi. In the past, it was like that. Oversight, Dato Nakato, it goes through the channel. Shani Hotela. I think we need to go back and do that, and then go from there, because this is the first time we saw. It was never. We were never informed about this individual being appointed to a oversight. So, she wanted the legal charging to other the oversight committees. I don't So I'll stay within the process. So I totally agree. Ishi Aden, March 8th, in Sananitli. Odela, Madam Speaker.
Next in queue, we have Honorable James.
Speaker Curley, Adonana, the Honorable Azret, the motion in Lagi. The question that I have for Speaker would be di kodo ado da be na nil kaban di kako. As Speaker, do you have a template of how these division directors need to submit documents? Shade only that this past council, the 24th Nomination Council, the legislations, do bikaho da ilia a ede bikaho ashenko. Do bikaho any daton source. Because Kwanzaa the ato templates that you can share later, unless it's just circling around with the clicks individuals. Ado it and on hayat when you go into the Navajo dibs, the previous legislations, odd, and that they're there. Ako, odo, haitala afito nila. As the 25th Navajo Nation Council, if you can share that information, Speaker, working with Mr. Azaric, of the template and then the format of how you would like these documents to be forwarded to the council. We have a motion and a second on the floor. I have a letter here, I have a document here in front of me, but just vote we don't know what that document is. If Honorable Azaric only has that document, that doesn't, it's not a good justification to vote green, to take this back to HESI if we don't even know what that document is. Because I'm wondering, like, what document does he have? Laptops and he cost me as a 25th Navajo Nation Council. You can take a picture of it and you can send an email to us. That way we know how to vote. So I'm requesting before we vote, Speaker, if we can have Honorable Azaric take a picture of the document that he has in front of him and email it to the 25th Navajo Nation Council to help us determine how we should vote addressing this motion that's on the floor. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable James, for your concerns. Based on the direction of legal counsel, we do for legislation for confirmation, it's only suggested to have the appointment letter and also the resume or any other additional documents that needs to be in support of the legislation. Honorable Azaric, there is a request to have that documentation or the statement that you have be sent to the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And if you can, maybe you can send it to the staff and we can forward out that way as a bigger email. Honorable Parish, and we'll give you that time, Honorable Azaric, before we even vote to have that documentation. Honorable Parish.
Good evening, colleagues. I'd like to also comment on the requirements for division directors. I think that it's appropriate to have the required documents that legal counsel had mentioned. So the comments made by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton and other colleagues asking for appropriate documentation, I'd also like that too. I want just to make sure that it's on the record and also that our people can see the legislation, see this documentation, and also give their comments too, just so that we give that opportunity to the Navajo people to have their voices heard on every legislation. Thank you.
This time we'll refer over to legal counsel on the proper exhibits that are needed for the legislation for confirmation of executive directors.
Thank you. This is Dana Bobroff again. For division directors, the documents we need for the legislation are the appointment letter and the resume. Those are the minimum documents we need to do a legislation. There can be additional documents. In the past, there's been letters of recommendation, etc., included. As far as the documents that Delegate Azaric is discussing at the moment, those are not included in the legislation. Those are or something he intended to take up with the oversight committee or such. So they wouldn't be attached to legislation. Thank you, Madam.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Speaker. I called the question of privilege, and I just wanted to also make it known that, I followed Honorable Azritz when we confirmed him as the division director. And when you look on DIBS for his confirmation, it only required that appointment letter and the resume. And if you look at that document, when we confirm Honorable Azra as division director, it only has those two documents. But yet, what the sahot out non-native sahot out is nehako. I'm just going based off what was in DIBS, going off the previous confirmation. If we could all be consensus, that would be very helpful. But Ella, thank you.
We have Honorable James. Next in queue, we do also have Honorable Toth to the motion.
Okay, thank you, Chair, Madam Chair. Let's refer back to Hasi Adishin. It could be executive session. He needs trying to discourage one another by doing that. The reason why I'm going to vote for this is because it needs to go before the Hasi. Do we have to establish a guidelines for it? I guess we have to. I thought the oversight legislation has a committee a kid I thought that was the way we supposed to do business. But that oversight if anybody has a question, they're the ones should be coming to the oversight. So the only concern I have is this should have been come to us as a Hasi. Media we're gonna have the Nathan his right now. AI done a hot we could compromise, and not bring this issue before the public. Being ethical, that's the only way we should be. If they have an issue, they should come to, oversight. By need instance to edivita hilchon Facebook lenigita alle ajodane because it's just all you have to write in professional manner a written letter to the committee. The proper way should be coming before the Hasi, and then from there it goes to whatever Naa'bik'iyati and then the council. to adopt it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Took. We'll go back to our motion party. Honorable Ezra.
Thank you, Nana, Speaker Curley, Mr. James, Mr. Toth, Barb, Council. I want to just go ahead and answer the questions that you mentioned to me. Proper documentation, like you're saying, you do have the letter of, you have the resume, and I have the additional info, which I like to see go to HESI first before it gets sent out or it gets disseminated to all the council delegates. I also want to rebuttal on some of the things that Mr. James said about me becoming division director. There were no concerns about me when I came in front of you. If you guys all had concerns, then I would have let you decide what you need to do from there. There was no questions about my reputation, and there was no questions about my work experience. And that was that. So these type of things should not be brought up from previous council. And it's getting to the point where every time we hear something, it comes up from somebody like you. It's got to stop, I'm telling you right now. So with that, Madam Chair, my documents will go to HESI when the meeting is scheduled. Thank you.
Next in queue for questions or concerns, we have Vice Chair Simonson.
Madam Speaker Curley, confirmation behind inigi. Kodoban test case. Because ani big eho a legislation change. Ado ya hadaliado change. Ado ya na la isha. Ka comment benia. It's out the next paper for Hashi Kado Basa legislation Zini Dotago opposite put that Dolechiki Nalanansa Kesiki Qua Baho up. Ebe has ani bekeho ilia. A coho la iska ade Beho Zeno. A koshe height ya Hashin Quado. To ta nini ki she height ita to comment ilada halet ito hoji zada da sa na kijil da the ne I ka da halet ya kwa isla is kanje kwa ho ado hata zita a koho di de bahas ki to di hot alla o jinne that it's after shit or 6,000 do di the name check what zigi or yo is on sender the jinne that it do that I see how is she how is she do quit ego at ido penache ya big that bahwinis do I don't know what that's a hotel because na hostel. A quit that's a bias kit or die or jiniki that's a I think our colleagues, we really, if you are intent and you're following the process here, the legislation was was put in, it went through a 5-day comment period. That was definitely an opportunity where folks could comment, they could submit, documents, or, if there was an actual wrongdoing at some point and the person was, maybe they went through some court proceedings and there was an outcome, whether whatever the outcome is, we don't know those things. So I just feel like, it's not like we didn't afford people the opportunity to comment. We did. And why was this not put into the comment? Aro kutao legislation comment tadi no. Oyo auto ate inta na halin. Kodo comment. There was several legislations that came through where people were afforded a comment period and people expressed their concerns or their opposition. So I question also the yisni not the ne qua and the needs and no don't equate either. So really I think we need to think about that. Could
Vice Chair Simonson. I don't see anybody else in queue for the motion. We'll turn back to Honorable James.
Speaker Curley, thank you very much. And then Honorable Nazareth, thank you for the response. Honorable Toth, my question is to Honorable Nazareth. Where in the code does it state what you're requesting for? Can I get that answered? And I'm like I said, I'm just going by how we've done it in the past, but when you look in the code, there's really nothing that states that it needs to go back to the oversight, that the oversight needs to be part of this appointment. And so that is why I'm asking, what template are we following? What template are we addressing here? There's nothing in our codes that states that it can go, that should go before the oversight. That's my question. Thank you, Speaker.
I don't see anybody else in queue. We'll go back to Honorable Azareth.
Honorable James, I needed council basically it says that we can take it back to the committee. I don't know if that was heard or anything. She read it out of the book, so I'm going to leave it as that. The other question about Jermaine is I want to make sure that you understand information that's personal. I mean, if you want me to be putting out information that's personal, then I can do that. But most likely you will probably bring it back to me and say slander or whatever else you want to say. But as of now, all that information is personal. And I want the HESI committee to look at that. Then they'll determine if it's going to be that. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
This is Delegate Charles Newton. Please add me to the queue.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Speaker Curley. I guess I'm a little bit confused here. So the request is, even though in the legislation, it does state, if you look at the legislation 0016-23, it does say relating to Naa'bik'iyati committee and the Navajo Nation Council. So it has identified the committee as well as council in which this legislation is supposed to go through. Now, granted, Ms. Bobroff did state that, this went through before, I guess she looked at it to approve it. I'm not sure what the process is in-house. But it is a legislation that is before us, and at this time it is relating to Naa'bik'iyati committee and to the Navajo Nation Council. And granted, I understand the arguments being made that it should have gone to HES, but HES is not on this legislation. So number one, do we, I know that the law was provided without the citation, but the law was read into the record about how we can refer this back to a committee. But would there have to be an amendment to the legislation identifying Health Education Human Services to the legislation, since it only states Naa'bik'iyati in the Navajo Nation Council. That's number one. Number two is I'm also confused as to the request that is being made by Delegate Azeret regarding the push to push this legislation back to Hess because of information that he has, information that he is not wanting to share with the 25th Navajo Nation Council, information that he's going to be sharing with Hess. And so, honestly, as a delegate, without all the information in front of me, I honestly can't say that I made the right decision. Because right now, and this happened, I believe that this happened during the 24th Navajo Nation Council when we debated for days on the removal of Perlina Kirk, the controller. And I said the same thing then, and I'll say the same thing now. Without that information in front of me, I can't vote yes on this legislation, because we're usually asked, why did you vote that way? And if I say, oh, because Delegate Azeret said he's got some information on this this person who's going through appointment, that doesn't, to me, it just doesn't sound right. So again, I will respectfully ask if that information can be shared with us, and then we can make the right decision based on the information that's in front of us. If not, then I'm going to vote no, and then just hopefully we proceed forward with confirmation, because I don't have all the facts in front of me, and I can't make the right decision without all the facts in front of me. What you're asking me to do is to vote to send us back to Health, Education, Human Services, even though Hess is not labeled on the legislation. And you're asking me to do this because of information that you have that you're not willing to share. So to me, it doesn't seem right. And I'm glad that, people are listening in, and it's going to be reported on social media. But without information in front of me, I can't vote green for sending it back to Hess. If there's a question about the confirmation, then there's still time, because it's still got to go to council. So maybe, as was stated by Delegate Simonson, it's going to still go through the process, which means people can still comment. And if there's something that needs to be shared, then they can share it then. I just think it would just set a wrong precedence if we send this legislation back without knowing the actual reason why we're sending it back to Hess. And then to be told as a delegate that, it's only going to go to one committee, when eventually we all know it's going to get out. We all know with whatever it is that's going to be shared is going to be sent out, because that's our right as a delegate to know this information. I just don't understand why it just can't be sent out right now, so that we can thoroughly, look at what's being presented to us and make our decision based on that. So at this time, I'm going to vote red because I don't have the information in front of me. And I hope that we can move towards confirming Mr. Dale. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Charles Newton. We'll refer over to Legislative Council to have that clarification of Honorable Ezeret's motion.
Point of privilege.
Sabrina. Damon.
Honorable David.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good evening to my colleagues here in the chambers and everybody that's on the line. Thank you very much. First of all, Honorable Chair James, for bringing this legislation forth, and then Honorable Azeret for making the motion to send this legislation back to Health, Education, Human Services Committee. My point of privilege is to you, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. Because of what Ms. Barboff indicated and stated, that there's going to be a process of all the legislations that are going to go to the respected oversights. in that case, if that's the way the office is going to proceed and with all the other future division director legislations, can you state that then that this legislation is out of order, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair?
Before we go back to your question, we'll have Dana Bobroff give that explanation, that clarification of the motion.
Thank you. So this is Dana Bobroff again. The question was whether to refer this legislation back to Hess, whether an amendment needed to be made to the legislation. No, it doesn't. What it is it's a motion to refer back. You guys have done, well, actually, I forget, you're the 25th council, not the 24th. So you haven't had the opportunity to do a referral motion before. But it's not uncommon that at Nabi, if there's still questions to be answered or for other reasons for a legislation to get referred back to a committee, and that process is it's just a motion to refer back to the Hess committee for 15 days for further discussion on this legislation. That's what the motion would be. Very similar to a tabling motion. You do not need to do an actual amendment to the legislation. Back to you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, legal counsel, for that explanation. I think that does also partially answers Honorable Damon's question as well, if this was out of order, but however, the motion that was made is in order regarding to Title 2, Section 164.9. I believe that's what she was referring to, that the committee can make a motion to refer a legislation back to an appropriate standing committee. Honorable James.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. My question of privilege is going to be to legal counsel, Chief Legal Counsel Dana. So even if it's stamped on the legislation as Naa'bik'iyati in council, are you saying that we're going to set precedents as Naa'bik'iyati that if it's not stamped on the legislation that we can, and any legislations coming, if they're not stamped as an oversight or for whatever committee, that we can always do that from here on out? Because it does not indicate HESI on here, it only indicates Naa'bik'iyati in council. Thank you, Speaker.
We'll refer back to legal counsel for clarification.
Thank you for the question. The short answer is yes. In Title 2, 1964 A9, it states that the Nabi Committee, I'm reading the last sentence. The Nabi Committee, Naa'bik'iyati Committee may develop proposed amendments to the council or may refer a resolution or memorial back to the appropriate standing committee. Nabi can refer any legislation it wishes back to a standing committee, regardless of what is in the title. If it happened to have done, if this legislation was identical to the ones that will be coming next, it would say Hess. But when it got to Nabi, if you think Hess, you wanted Hess to explore it more, you could refer it back to Hess. If for some reason you thought that this particular legislation needed some expertise of Law and Order Committee, you could actually refer it to Law and Order Committee. You, under what's in 2 NC 164 A9, with the appropriate vote percentage, which is 50% or 50+% majority, you can refer, NABI can refer legislation back to a standing committee to get further guidance. So yes, any legislation you could refer back to a standing committee.
We have next in queue, we have Honorable Damon.
Thank you very much. Well, the reason why I asked the question if this legislation is out of order, Madam Chair, is the consistency. So we're going to approve this legislation and it's going to say Naa'bik'iyati committee on there, and then goes to council. But every other legislation before, from here on out, is going to state that it goes to the oversight. So that was the reason why. If the maybe one recommendation that could be brought back to the table is to work together with the sponsor of legislation and have the sponsor of legislation, if he's willing to redrop this legislation. And because, and this is nothing against Mr. Sean Badale, he'll still be in the job tomorrow. There ain't no Navajo Nation Council meeting anytime soon. So the recommendation is just maybe Vice Chair or Honorable Chair, I keep on Vice Chair of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee, Chairman of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. One recommendation is to do the proper way and redrop the legislation and start the process with the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, and then have it come back to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. I think that's just one recommendation I'd offer back on the table. Honorable Chair, thank you very much again for sponsoring the legislation. Yeah.
Next in queue, we have Honorable Slater via Zoom.
Thank you. I agree with what Delegate Charles Newton said about having information before us, and it's very hard to make a decision without having that information. If the council and NABI are going to consider the legislation anyways, I don't know why we would deprive the whole council and committee from whatever that information is. And considering the provenance of it, you know, I guess the comment saying, well, this could be considered slander, then makes me think that this isn't something that's totally legitimate or relevant for discussion. And if it is, then it seems like we should be able to discuss it right now. This just seems all very circular and very peculiar. Speaker, I would like to ask if you can commit and say, okay, we are going to send all of the appointment legislations to the standing committees, then I'd be open to voting for this referral back to the HES committee. But if we don't have that commitment moving forward, then I'm uncomfortable doing that at this time. And I think, you know, these legislations, the only requirement is that they go to council for approval. And how they get to council can, I guess, be the discretion of the speaker and the sponsor, because the speaker is ultimately who makes the committee assignments. If there's information that needs to be shared that would change the committee assignment, then that has to be shared. If it's not being shared, then nothing has changed in what we're doing right now. And this, I don't know, this is just very peculiar. And I believe the prior appointments under Speaker Damon went through just NABI and council, but I'd like to get clarification on that. My DIB isn't working right now. So if the Office of Legislative Services could help us with that, you know, that's one form of potential precedent, but each speaker can make their determination with their advice of their legislative council. I think the last thing I'll say is there was a discussion not too long ago about getting rid of all the standing committees. And some of the people who have spoken today from the council seem very much in favor of that sentiment and to re-emphasize and extol the virtues of all the standing committees and say that we need to have these referrals seems to diminish that argument or what people felt, but maybe because everyone has been sorted into standing committees now and recognizes their value, that's changed some of the opinions here. But Speaker Curley, that's what I need to ask of you, is if you are going to refer all the future appointment legislations to their respective standing committees, then I can vote for this. And I see no issue with that. It seems totally legal. But if we don't have that commitment from the speaker, then I can't vote for this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Before I answer that question, we'll go back to the motioning party for his responses. Honorable Ezra.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and members of the council, 25th council. I want to just go ahead and make an important announcement that I did give my copies to
staff,
and I would like to go ahead and send them out. That's it.
And I believe some of these legislations were dropped before, the standing committees were created. And going forth, I was this Honorable James Kodo'o, and in support, we did push these legislations forth. I know there's several comments and issues on the floor about standing committees should be the one overhearing some of these appointments. If you do want to take that direction first, so we don't have to be within this turmoil later on within the next legislations that are up for confirmation. And maybe for other delegates who will be sponsoring these division directors legislation, this is a recommendation to also include the standing committees from going forward from here. But however, thank you, Azret, for your motion. Speaker, it is my responsibility to recognize the motion. However, I believe the documents were sent to staff and we'll disseminate that among the delegates. It should be in your email shortly. To the referring motion back to Hesse. Honorable
Curley,
James.
Delegate Charles Newton.
Honorable James, you have the floor. Then next in queue, we have Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. So I'm trying to understand you. Are you giving us that directive, that direction that you want these executive directors' appointments to go to the oversight? I need that answer from you to determine how I want to move forward of the request of Shanale, Honorable Seth Damon. We need directions from you, that needs to come from you as our speaker. But just giving it back to council, like you stated, as council, I thought it's uninkai. From there, as you being our speaker, can you give us that direction right now of what you want to do and how you would like these legislations to be forthcoming for our executive director's appointment? Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable James. And as speaker, I think it is a great recommendation and idea to have these legislation at the standing committees. Jo e ajuko so bohnetsa e ajuko. And going forward for the future legislations that should be introduced or we're going to be considering in the future, I believe it should also be starting at the standing committee, Naa'bik'iyati, the council. And each of the standing committees would have that opportunity as chair, vice chair, and members of your standing committees to debate and also to consider these recommendations going forward over your oversight. So I'm going to make that decision to have all the division directors' legislations that are being recommended for appointments to go through the standing committees first. And I believe that we might have all the support here of the standing committees to do so. Then that can move forward to Naa'bik'iyati and although Navajo Nation Council. But I know there's already legislations that are already within, like DDR. I believe this is the first one that we have here within on our agenda. And within these next coming weeks, there's going to be more division director legislations coming forth before the council. And I think we need to put that precedence that it should go to the standing committee first, the Naa'bik'iyati, the Navajo Nation Council. So if you're sponsoring any of these legislations, we really want to follow that process here on out, and just to eliminate some of those hurdles that we're facing right now this evening. Okay. Yeah. Madam Chair Charles Newton, via Zoom, you have the floor.
Thank you for that, Speaker Curley, and colleagues. Thank you for asking those questions. I was also waiting for a firm, firm guidance from Speaker on this issue. But I do want to caution Speaker that not all legislations are required to go through the various committees. I think that getting proper legal guidance from Dana on the legislations that just go before Naa'bik'iyati, those need to be separate. So I just want to recommend, Speaker, that maybe get some guidance on the legislations and the way that they should go through the various committees, or whether they should go through the various committees, because I know there's some legislations during 24th that just went straight to Naa'bik'iyati in council, but all of that is within Title II. So you might want to read up on that. But in terms of this legislation being referred back to Health, Education, Human Services, it's not, I don't think it's really like an issue, and it doesn't really say a lot about what, the individual who's before us at this time. I just want to make it clear that I think the issue is really the process that's determined when the legislation was written, the process that it was supposed to go through. So I just want to make that clear and put that on the record, that it's not so much, and I think Speaker Damon spoke to that earlier when he said, this has nothing to do with, the confirmation. Mr. Dale will still be employed tomorrow. I think there was just some question, at least that's what I'm understanding. There are two questions presented before us. One is to halt the confirmation at this point and send it back to HES, which to me is a procedural issue. What threw me off was the comment made about, something being posted on social media. And that's why I did state, that Delegate Simonson, she said it very well when she said that the comment period, that's what it's for. So my question now is, in terms of it going back to Health, Education, Human Services, are comments then opened back up for, for this particular confirmation, so that the public can make comments regarding whether they support the confirmation or whether they don't support the confirmation. Again, these are just really procedural questions. And I know that during 24th, we did, set precedents with a lot of the way that we addressed legislations, but new delegates, have requested, that we kind of explain to them and show them the ropes and teach them. And I think that this is a really good opportunity now to, for all of us to learn the process and the procedure in which legislations are assigned, how they get assigned, which committees they get assigned to, and then also making sure that, when legislations do come before us, that they are properly identified with the right committee that oversees the division or department. Thank you.
Next in queue, we have Honorable James.
Speaker, thank you very much. I think this is one good fine example, Speaker, of the reason why several delegates have emailed you requesting for a leadership meeting. And I know my brother, Honorable Herman Daniel, stated that as well. When is it that we're going to have a leadership meeting? I just want to put that on the record that, you really need to call a leadership meeting ASAP among us as the 25th Now Nation Council on how you're moving forward. The way we're rolling things out at this point. This is all internal stuff that we should have taken care of through a leadership meeting. On this case, case, code had not been code the snow be hanaste had egila code the car jopet and the John Hill hananas la ko Asian ship kodona Naa'bik'iyati lay that or if hold the shan that or yadati need to stand if hold just kunzade the qui go she be ha is this lane don't need the base pass on it's not neligi net quiz net Kala it oh huge a adole don't his bahos and not don't on the quick machine history that Atina has unaged as roads. Why is it covered by only RDC that he did netpo Adonana other things that has to do with education, the education, how come it's only under HESI that involves all of us as 24 Now Nation Council delegates, not the AA were saying Naa'bik'iyati later has the just those 6 committee members. Not to Naa'bik'iyati over there at Hesse, Nedo deep Naa'bik'iyati ni Lini Sha and Hajo Ado is Eastern with Edo Naa'bik'iyati Ajes for Ado that has to deal with all the 24 Now Nation Council delegates. So these are some things that we need to discuss and talk about in our leadership meeting, not here at the leadership meeting that meeting I have not received the email. I don't know who was given the documents. So I just wanted to also make that known, Speaker, that I don't have the email as well. Yeah.
Okay, Honorable James, Honorable Damon.
Thank you very much. Good evening, colleagues. Again, members of the 25th Now Nation Council. Madam Chair, I guess my because of your statement, Madam Chair, and recommending that all the recommended legislations that are going to be moving forward to the Navajo Nation Council on appointments for division directors or executive directors for the office of the president and vice president. I guess my question then is, this is going to be the only one that we're not going to be following that procedure. So I just want to know if there was I guess I look to your leadership to see if the proper way to do that then would be to ask the sponsor to sit down with honorable chair and see to redraw this legislation so that we are not in the same predicament, and that clarifies how we can go ahead and move forward and making sure that this legislation is done properly in the procedural way in accordance to your recommendation and your leadership, Madam Chair. So that's my request. Again, it's only a request. I leave that up to yourself, working together with Chairman James in identifying that and moving that forward. So again, thank you very much, and I'll go ahead and yield back to the floor, Kat.
Thank you, Honorable Damon, for your recommendations. Ado Kone, Honorable Toth.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the floor again. Rosanatani. Inclining. Jura last at all neatly hushed at all neatly. To a new hotel speaker Binoki Kilchona Ahalik decision and late on Tragonanilia. But the husband and he Eddie Ardenly oversight. General law recommendation call. Jane General law, let's go on vote. No, they don't. Shields allow had this to Eddie Winton go a bahatano yat echo. Abin ye nato kido. Oh, epi horto. Don't lay hard Sheena Hoilo. That's why we're sitting here. Bina Jane. Legitimate question. If your answer, you got your answer, then that should be satisfied. So on here, among ourselves, although a 25th year Nana Kai Council hidden, I am today case, and his better husband, Chukorobe Neil Inko. Later got general nest with sun in dust. Of course, not what I am that. Compromise. They go into caucus. What I thought I don't call speaker may not keep. What I know that I could be out on me. This is it. Although you question again her. Is she up in the case? Oh, we gave her that to make a decision, though entitled to get your be hot in chocolate to air in here. To be hot, or if it's not in the law, then we're out of order. If it's in the law, then we have to follow the Nisha. So we need to vote on this and go from there. About this speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Toth. Next in queue, we have Honorable Slater via Zoom. You have the floor.
Thank you, Shada. Speaker Curley. I had I guess two things that I requested for. One of them was the precedent from the 24th Council on the committee assignments for the division directors. And then the second part was, what you answered, and that was on whether you'll have all these be referred to their respective standing committees. So I'd like to get that answer on how and why we would deviate from standard practice if we're going to send them to the respective standing committees. Because that's what I need help with. Like I said, I can't get Div to load on my phone right now. And so I wanted the Office of Legislative Services to provide that answer to us. And then if it turns out that we are in the 24th council and prior councils, they were not referred to standing committees, then I'd like to understand why we're going to do that now and what your rationale is for that. Not that I'm necessarily opposed to it, but I would, it's a precedent setting decision and something that needs to be justified. Then the second thing I'll say is whatever these documents are that were sent to us, is just for this to be the reason that we hold it up is absolutely ludicrous. And I can't believe that's what spurred this debate, but I'm happy that we're at this point here. Thank you.
Honorable Simonson, you're next in queue via Zoom.
Oh, yeah, Nana, Madam Speaker, truly, I concur with Delegate Slater's comment here. You're going to set a precedence. And sa 24th Council, Auto, and so whatever that process. So what I'm seeing is a delegate now just going back and doing it the way it has been. It was done previously. And that's really all they did. And then we get here, Mr. Azarette says there's a Facebook social media post. So my thought is, why can't that post be shared with us now? Social media is not, there's no privacy involved in that. Somebody could, even though you have your settings on private, somebody could take a picture of a screenshot of whatever it is and share it. And they may be friends with this group of people, but it gets shared. There's no privacy in it. And so if it was on social media, then it was out there to see. And so why don't you just show it to us now? And I don't know, I guess I don't know what the point here is. People want to be Nancy Drew or what, but and again, if you refer back, if you set the precedence and you say it should go back to the standing committees, and I agree with Vince James. There's going to be outcry again from the rest of council to say, why was that information only shared with that standing committee? And it wasn't shared with the rest of us. And so, any case, those are my comments. And I'd like to also try and understand and hear the rationale as to why we would change that precedence now.
We have Vice Chair Simonson. Next in queue, we have Honorable Tlaw via Zoom. You have the floor.
Good evening to everyone. And I just want to add a few comments too. In regards to the appointment confirmation, I think for my part, all I'm looking at is not necessarily the individual, but we did have our legal counsel state the code and also the section. And then she did indicate to everyone that under Naa'bik'iyati, there is a right to motion to refer. So that's within the laws. In addition to that, under Naa'bik'iyati, it does state it under the committee's right as well. And so I think that with every legislation going to Naa'bik'iyati, whether it be appointment or whether it just be a standard, there's always going to be a right to motion to refer it back to a committee. So in that sense, there really is no precedent because that's just the process of legislation. As far as Speaker Curley making a determination, I'm in support of that because look where we're at today. And if we are dealing with it right now, we're taking the bull by the horns. And it's a good thing we're dealing with it from the onset and that we are going to determine the process. And that's where Speaker Damon, former Speaker Damon, Honorable Damon, came in and he questioned that. So, and I think that's the right way because if we have another appointment coming up later on and there's no process set out before us, that could be motioned back again for referral to a different committee. So with the determination being made tonight, that allows everyone that's going to be doing the same confirmation to know that they should be prepared for that process. Because under Naa'bik'iyati, that process is already afforded to every delegate. So that's my opinion as far as we're not setting precedents because we do have that right to motion to refer it back to a committee, and that's on every legislation. As far as Mr. Shonovan Dale, I know that, you know, everybody has worked with him. I'm very thankful he's sitting in on Zoom with us and really listening, and then also just his words tonight. You know, I'm very thankful we do have educated and also people with compassion for the work that they do that have taken that step. So my hope is that if we do send it back to HES, that we offer that support. And then also the information as far as Facebook. I really think that as a council, we need to decide on that as well, because we've been receiving emails of Facebook information. And just as we're saying here, some people are calling it Janneh, Seyzeh, Oshid, all those kind of words. But, you know, are we going to take that at face value as well? So I think that that needs to be a separate discussion, and there should be a leadership meeting as well for that, because I do feel that, you know, I think the individual's work speaks for himself. And I think that will become very apparent as all of the people that are going before the confirmation go before their committees, and then as well as Naa'bik'iyati. And then just as a reminder to all of my colleagues that Naa'bik'iyati is a committee, as well as BNF, RDC, LOC, and so, and HES. And Naa'bik'iyati is not the oversight to the other committees. They're all equal. So those are some of the things that we have to consider as well. So I think that, you know, to me, this is a joint committee effort from Naa'bik'iyati to work with the other standing committees. So it's not really something that we're going out of our norm. There is that process already afforded to us as delegates. And then also taking into consideration everyone's comments. I appreciate everyone giving their information, for stating what their concern is, and then also to our legislative council, thank you for making that clarification. So I think that we've had enough time and debate on this. So I call for a motion to vote. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Plum. Before we go back to the floor, we'll give the floor over to Legislative Council for a clarification on the precedents. I believe there were several delegates here on the floor who had that same question. Ms. Belbrow?
Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, a couple of things I would like to emphasize. As I said first, right off the bat, that the reason this legislation was not assigned to Hess before it went to Nabi was because I didn't catch it before I left the office. It is a screw up. I take responsibility for it. It should have been referred to Hess. Hess as the oversight, who has direct oversight over the division, who will work closely with the division director on in the coming 4 years. In the past, as I said in the 23rd council, and Jalissa will correct me if I get this confused, but in the 23rd council, the legislations went directly to council. In the 24th council, they went to Nabi and then to council. After going back and looking at the various authorities of the oversight committee, because you have oversight over the issues in the division that the division is going, the division director is going to oversee. The oversight committee has some type of direct authority over these appointments. That is why it is my belief that they needed to go to the oversight committees first. So when the legislation is drafted going forward, you will see that they will be assigned to each oversight committee before they get to Nabi. There's one that's already posted. It is legislation, I think it's 2123. That's to appoint delegates, to appoint Garrett Silversmith as director of the Division of Transportation. And that one, you can look it up on Dibs. That one is posted so that it goes to RDC first and then Nabi and then council. There was another question I was supposed to answer, but my mind went blank. 1 second. Oh, something that I'd like to clarify, and hopefully many people are listening out there, is that the comment period, the Navajo Nation Office of Legislative Services takes public comments up until the day, I guess the night before, maybe the morning of, that the legislation is in front of council. They take comments all the way until the final approving authority acts. So if this, so comments on this, public comments on this legislation will be taken until it gets to council. Thank you. Back to you, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Barbara. Next, for additional concerns or questions, we have Vice Chair Simonson via Zoom. You have the floor.
Oh, no, that was from a few texts back, so I'm not requesting to speak.
We have Honorable Daniels in the queue. You have the floor.
Madam Chair, good evening. Honorable members of Naa'bik'iyati Committee.
Delegate Daniels, I'm sorry. I'm going to call a point of order.
Chair Charles Moon. You have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, for recognizing me. I'm so sorry, Delegate Daniels, for interrupting you. Just really quickly, I want to go back to the comment made that those were a few texts back. Speaker Curley, I'm not sure if the text message was sent directly to you, but just know that everything has to be done on the record. So I know that there was a request to speak number that was sent to us. I don't know, and I made that comment earlier. I don't know if that request to speak is still working, if that's the number that we send to, but I know that with Speaker Damon, when he was speaker during the 24th, you know, there was usually a thread that was created that allowed us to be able to text request to speak. And as I stated, it was request to speak, and then also to Mr. Rico, the chief of staff, and then also to speaker. That way, whenever there was a request to speak, it was done. I know that this is the third time now on the record that there was mention of text that was going back and forth. So I just need clarification. Are we delegates texting request to speak, who is Julissa? Speaker, you know, you need to let us know as delegates who we should be texting, because everything has to be done on the record. If there is a request to speak, then usually Julissa is the one who comes out to say, you know, delegate so-and-so is, you know, request to speak. Usually we hear that in the background, speaker. And I call this point of order because we need that to be made clear. And I'm not pointing any fingers, but I think that that the public is well aware of the click that has been going on. And so there's been mention about this click several times on the floor. You know, is it only certain delegates that are recognized because they're texting you directly, speaker, or are they texting requests to speak? Because again, everything has to be done on the record. So I just wanted to call that point of order because of the comment that was made that was several texts back. So I just need clarification. Thank you. I do apologize, Delegate Daniels.
Speaker Curley, I'd like to speak to that, please.
Do your vote said request to speak to Julissa. She is the staff here in the chambers. However, I don't get the text messages to request to speak. So all of our staff here from OLS, Julissa, has been putting them in the queue once she gets those texts. For the record, thank you.
I did as the chair.
Honorable Daniels via Zoom. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I don't know. Good evening. Iskeel stokato. Desinya hatahas jado na tuota sinya hatahas ka tahwis ago. Yeah, honorable members of Naa'bik'iyati committee. Yeah, arin na kwado Sicilia's kwado Delegate James. Legislation kwado I see betzila nil so sinia. Slipid as it boy. Das slipid na na gaygo na salo. Kwado na gayta sisazunto iya. So this particular legislation. The Naa'bik'iyati is out of Naa'bik'iyati and council. Because Naa'bik'iyati, we're also a committee. So what I need because right now we're in the discussion mode. This Craigie cut out on this legislation. So Kodo na great confirmation of the 24th Council Nana ho a college or in how the nails is she has only the Sahota and that all me going to go a great confirmation legislation and a great committees it's in the so it but it's so Kodo سسازندو يارسلت هذا تيدا مغيدا Naa'bik'iyati the Karina Naa'bik'iyati the 23 council delegates which is an hot hadida that ido a bansi case on Naa'bik'iyati so she hot anas in Kodo or idea or abahas or Kodo asin hasida a Belhahonil Nado let's talk Kodo Aronana Kodo. Even though we tabled this legislation, it still moves forward to the Nation Council. So, so, Yakodo, Bates, Sekodo, Kodo, Atskita Nasfilia, Dona, and Daimisto, let's do it at a Panza Kiskodo, Panzas Kiso Satati, Kodo. So, Arogana, Penda, so the hotels, a Tattles and Sokodo, Latsata, Nil. That in next door left so that a so there's a bit now last a quato so it is over beneath next door left I don't know a quato right so the hot land the fish and then I saw quato that on down a stokato it about and see cases here at it or little stokato way for our staff at stokato the great it has laid on a quato the great icy roads snowpack roads or the hot at quato. So, Eddie, Madam Chair, Aronana Quato, Naa'bik'iyati Committee, also pass it over. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Honorable Daniels, back in queue, we have Vice Chair Simonson via Zoom. You have the floor. Honorable Simonson, I believe you muted your phone, but you do have the floor.
Oh, hello? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now? Oh, okay. So I don't know how much you heard, but and on February 2nd, 2023, at, let me look at the time, at 1:12 p.m. this email went out to my clique, which is the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Manuel Rico, Lavon Henry, Jared Tutchin, Michelle Cook, and Clorinda Begay, Stavers, CC. It says, good afternoon, 25th Navajo Nation Council. To request to speak, please press the RTS button at your desk or text the following and you will be added to the lineup, 505-422-3203. And then it says, let me know if you have any questions. If you have, Julissa M. Johnson, policy analyst. So, so that's just, I wanted to say that much. And I'd also like to cease debate and move on to vote.
Yeah, Honorable Vice Chair Simonson, but we don't have in our rule books in Naa'bik'iyati, there is no cease debate within Naa'bik'iyati committee. We're gonna go back to Honorable Azret.
Thank you very much, 25 Fifth Navajo Nation Council. Ano sa dito ba yung tashi o ba nasa kuliso nasi nananid ko na Mr. Daniel na don't so we're just going around in circles. I'm just getting so frustrated, and every single time we talk about this is this is not happening. Nobody wants to help each other. It's individuals. I'm starting to see that. So I am so frustrated that I would like to resend my motion and to recommend that any legislation needs to be carefully looked at and listened to, and maybe set time limits or something so that we won't be sitting here talking about this over and over and over while somebody else is waiting on the sides for their legislations to come through. I thought this was going to go through really fast, but it sounds like it isn't. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to hold my motion. Thank you.
There is a withdrawal motion from Honorable Ezra. The second party, we have Honorable Norman Begay. If you are online, do you concur with the withdrawal?
I withdraw mine too.
Honorable
I
Begay?
withdraw mine too.
Colleagues, we are back to the main motion.
Delegate Charles Newton.
The main motion.
Delegate Charles Newton has a
Mhm.
question on the motion, Speaker.
I
Honorable
withdraw
Madam-
my motion too.
Madam Chair Charles
Second.
Newton, you have the floor.
Speaker, there was somebody else speaking. I don't know if you heard that. The comment was, I withdraw my motion too. I don't know who that was and what motion is currently on the floor, Speaker.
Madam Chair
Delegate
Charles
Begay.
Newton, we had Honorable Ezra withdraw his motion, and it was concurred by Honorable Norman Begay, who second.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't think that Delegate Begay heard you, but I think he heard you now. Delegate Begay, did you hear that? You're good to go. Okay, thank you. And this is a question on the main motion. Since the motion has been withdrawn to refer back to Hess and we're back at the main motion, Mr. Dale, if there's anything that we've learned from this past couple of hours, you know, as a Navajo Nation employee, you know, maybe perhaps just get rid of your Facebook page. My question to you is, in terms of your resume, and then also the position that you've applied to, can you give us some information on how you see the Division of General Services working and what you plan to accomplish as the Division Director of Division of General Services? In addition to that, I'd like to also hear what issues are currently happening within the division and legislations that you can point out that we, the 25th Navajo Nation Council, can start to look at or maybe tackle so that we can start moving some of the projects forward within your division. And I was looking at your webpage right now. It looks like some of your web pages might need to be updated And I know that you have Department of Information Technology currently within your department. What I want to know as well is in terms of moving forward with the 25th Navajo Nation Council and how we're starting to use technology and how we relied heavily on technology because of COVID. What is your plan for creating, I guess, a more, I don't want to say like I guess, I don't want to say something that's more social, but maybe sharing of information. And I want to say that when I did click on the Division of Information Technology, it takes me to a page that says your connection is not private. And it gives you a little bit of information. And then if you click that back to safety, it takes you back to a different page. So that's part of your division is, working with IT. I would have thought that your webpage would be a little bit more, I guess, maybe advanced, but at the same time, full of a little bit more information on what your division does. So can you share with us what your plans are, and then how you envision making changes there within your division? Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Dr. Charles Newton. Next in queue, we have Honorable Ricky Nez via Zoom. You have the floor. Honorable Ricky Nez, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Aroshananta, Ikehe, Aro Chanala, Honorable Vince James, thank you for your legislation. Aro Mr. Shonovan Dale, I don't know you. Kona Hasunda, Nte, Korone Hitato. Confirmation hat Enigi na Nishna Nilke. The Nebanat Ani Jilego. Ani na Nishan Tazikita. Base Angelego. Base Olige, Hiki Patient Tazi Olige. Asahabetike Jo Gesa Robigata. Even not the Naha Naya Agito Hatsaje, that is Agi. Jo Kakol Ela. Beda Jo Chicago Edo Bigatala. That asked what the ne. But they and then the that's was the Zendo, but you just get over Kanjil or Shala. What are in us all Tashala, Asian Oliga, Chana Etla. A Koti Horona Nish Nahnegaheki. Dale. Non-Nation Tazikita. Division Directors Jalingo. Not Ani Etleho Ani, Sad Hakijin Hiti Trashe, Business Still Data. Eraza Trashzil. Ora Hadaches answer. Erodite by Kitchen is Nito, a hot ashit Yatash Kiki. Should Jay be get those at the never change, but the hot dish was hot Niligi. At Asian Suntasata. And that is Nell. I didn't shoot one arrow at my opponent. I didn't say one awful word about my opponent. Ala, at the ne yobot nini, Hollo. Chido the ne yoshot nini, Hollo. A coti, Yegobe had Hastili lesa, hot on Sahakesiki. A co, then Ada Johnson, though, Anachenson, Mr. Dale.
I believe that you were on Office of Navajo Government Development. Pero na nish aja yede nishigi. Aleit do hast net a lunsen sata. Ako ila benin na yaha chapter officials la hone Office of Navajo Government Development Commissioners dan Leyland Sinsa. Binda hodishna bahasti intek bahint on. Beso steen go lai hait chapters de baka nedlo la beso no. A late had downsized it or length certain programs. Ako aja Office of Navajo Government Development at Hananish in La Dash hait arash isis bohoten ado di hut ego di beso na rego hut de go. Teaching hata kedo sedia dat ege betrata dat eskalo peso tendo lesto haro la peso nda de di mesto ahta then the huit ado les hait ado chapter regionalize it or nes ashton ni the hait ados abahin si oligen hacha olige joshige go koden na hohen trako Spehorsen gost hodon nesegit o bayetist kiko hat asa ago edon hat auligeda. Edege go korobe stort behastot zihiki betzil go. Den nehode dort enkelsen. Ben nashe khahot lo ahta den nendle khode naste. Sost nach de ete dat el khako e pesabo otati arabe na hit ada nenigi Arohat Ishashan Sun Sasate. Office of Navajo Government Development has Aja. A Kodidi Git a Quaggy Obe Nahun Sendohait Ala Kuja General Services Gisto. Past Audili Listo, the deal Zisla. Ashe ne President Nigrin she supporting on hall Jizu given in Nacha Egg Horo and Kahodini. Shah Nesa, when the honeymoon's over, it's over, Nesa. But in the Ashasan Zido less. Fela Shakato was and all less. Ahane, what I should say, how Zila shins and all less. So, Nahat Agishin when chick has to have JB lake or Yegobe just to go jo Asa. Aro on hat ahaki teniki ake go edo bigata. Edo ha jok leda do les. Aro aje hast lada. What it ne? But then Oda nahatel paro says ha just hat ne. A quite kiki nant Mr. Dale. Wait ala in nahat ala. Doesn't understand the Naltlos things on Scotland again. Then a Basial Kaddish, a Basaho that a caution, less by go to Dash Bay. All right, at Alligela, but say so lay, no hat armas, and I kept all it. A coere quaggy over had this, just all Saturn and this kid on Mahat and Lenigi. I don't hear. Again, Solaro Arnold. Did anybody hear me?
Yes, Sana, we heard you.
Loud and clear, Chair.
Thank you.
Honorable Twelve, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to our sponsor, Shanala, Honorable Vince James. So I have a question regarding another confirmation that you have presented before RDC. So my question is, one went through RDC. Areyadi na Kihigi is going through Naa'bik'iyati. So for the question that I have is, what process are we going to follow? Shanella, are you going to withdraw your legislation from RDC and go straight to Naa'bik'iyati? Or are you going to proceed with your other confirmation through the regular standing committee? And this was why when I presented my first comment that we really do need some consistency. So you had two confirmations, one went through NABI and the other went through RDC. And so I guess that would be my question to you. And then since we said that speaker made a decision to outline the process, but now that the motion has been withdrawn from Honorable Azeret, where does that leave us again as far as the process? So I will return the floor back over to Madam Chair.
Next in queue, we also have Vice Chair Yazzie. You have the floor.
Good evening, everybody, again. I wanted to ask, make sure I'm saying the name right, Sean Evandale, is that correct? I want to ask a question about, I see that, I know this position requires a master's degree, and I see you're in the progress of receiving this degree, and I really commend you for doing that. I know it's a lot of work to continue to get your education, so I'm glad that I see that there. I want to know how long it would take you to get your master's degree, and then would you be able to handle the academic load with your role as a division director? So I guess that's two questions. The other one is, in general, what can we as leaders really, what are we really trying to accomplish? I don't know you, Mr. Dale, and tonight we talked about, you know, trying to not put you into this position that you've applied for. And there seems to be some negative history, but I also think we all come to this political work with people and entities and organizations where we don't like one another, or we have history where there's some negativity. And I was able to read the email that came out, and I'm wondering, would it be out of the realm of possibility that there is some apology between the two parties? Is it a ridiculous idea that, you know, we try to work together and get along? So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Yazzie. We'll return back the floor to the sponsor. Chair James, you have the floor.
Speaker, thank you for that. The Quigo sheet in a decade, to Mr. Executive Director for Division of General Service on Shauna Vendel. Ako Ajashid Abe Nat Hado Zito Padosh Nale Honorable Shana Cloud of Nadesh Kidin Leko. Ako Shesido Ecuador Not Sos Datos So Zigi legislation. I'm just following the current legislation that is before us. Adonana, the other legislation for the other appointment, I'm just going to follow that as well. It's still at RDC. I'm just following what's on the legislation. Adonana Kododan speaker from here on out, oversight. So I'm just following the current legislation that is in place. Ako ede question nala ade bin adin chidigi ako ashi ashi be da honi zendo shi ashi sato eya e ado da ebikitini yat e ko kunda on has ako. But like I said, the 24th Now Nation Council, it was just the appointment letter and the resume. But on the odd and the division director. On dash nesto banana shide la ko. Ado nana kodo dan dit asahto sahot do nik. Edo nendan kadenda. Just a few hours ago, that John Day what I'll be had that is or your out indoors and no. So if you read the legislation on page 1, section 1's authority, A and B, especially B, that's all I'm following. A proposed resolution requiring final action by the Now Nation Council shall be assigned to the Naa'bik'iyati committee. Source page 1 of 2 Bakagi. That's all I'm following under section 1 of authority under B. Shanala Ado Sagi Bayan that RDC because so I have to go through that process. With that, Speaker, I would like to give the floor to Shanale. Mr. Shauna Bindell to respond to my colleagues' questions and comments. Mr. Dale.
Thank you, Shanale Ado Shanat Ani, Honorable Speaker. Do baseball sa ana ahya hot au ayan da atol kit ahot au le e ala khajo hot kodo ya jo hot ehle pa na no grado a pa hot khanne ya yo khazden khan le ho kachi ya hui no sen ho ako di na attack kidigi shama Honorable Delegate Charles Newton shamayat kodo ya kwigo shi ke hona na adin kit le o do consonant hikshik edil negi hot na shidak kidin lo khashit ya Division of General Services ya bitlindilnish do inta khashit ya na nishin linigi khajo ateto lis na nahat ato jo hot ya na adak kidin lo. So those questions you've asked, Honorable Charles Newton Shama, those are definitely interview questions that were posed to me by the selection committee from Dr. Nygren's administration. Some of the concerns that they absolutely brought up was the items you have expressed concern about, such as the internet, the website, moving forward with Department of Information Technology, and just the lack of infrastructure that we have here in Window Rock. Ni hitchebet ot nigi ab otenit la ot to eyat si bohonat zati it au khahotet da patient sick case to patient ne be yet a large sa anigi the Division of General Service khashit nas that to khato khashit hajo nam nation dinigi ni hitch in the has division na ashtati lish there are a lot of deficiencies that I've noted since taking the helm here at Division of General Services. I think I have a step up, an advantage on the insight of the division, coming from within the division and working with all 9 departments and programs. I'm able to see immediate deficiencies. One of them is with facility maintenance. There's $13 million in ADA compliance that's just sitting there. We're moving on that. We're taking a different approach to that. We're waiting on, and I don't mean to throw Department of Personnel Management under the bus, but we're having a difficult time in obtaining PCQs, personnel classification questionnaires. They're behind. So we're taking a different strategic approach in going by agencies and approaching with a owner's rep professional service contract. That way they can administer that $13 million Sihasin grant that's been idle since it was allocated. That should not be the case, but it's just the lack of movement on the personnel reclassifications really is detrimental to a lot of what we're doing here. The vacancies, we have outstanding vacancies. It's beyond me how McDonald's can pay almost $15 an hour, but the nation's lowest paid employee is only at $10 an hour. So we're losing a lot of qualified tradesmen as it comes to facility maintenance, employee housing. When it comes to our automotive technicians, we're training them here, but once they complete their certifications, we lose them to bigger contractors. So there's a high turnover rate. We are working on how to grasp a hold of that and work on employee retention. So that is one of the biggest push here within our Division of General Services. As it relates to our website, that is one of the deficiencies we are currently addressing. When I started here on the 10th, January 10th, that was one of my priorities. However, with what's going on globally with cyber attacks, the Navajo Nation has been bombarded lately with numerous cyber attacks from various European countries. It is increasing internet traffic to a certain department's network system. So as a fail-safe, the whole Navajo Nation internet will shut off for periods of time. And if you're in Window, you'll notice that we're either out for 15 minutes or we get kicked off periodically, or we're out for 30 minutes to 2 hours. Well, that's a fail-safe device on our end until our technicians are able to block the hazardous IP addresses. So that is another big challenge we're currently tasked with right now, is trying to maintain our internet capabilities here within Window Rock. With everything going virtual and paperless, that has become our biggest priority right now. As far as additional information sharing, you're absolutely right with the notices that come up on your servers. If you're on a Navajo Nation computer or network or logged in with a Navajo Nation email address, that again is a fail-safe. Your pop-ups will tell you you're at an unsafe site that's not secured. You're leaving the Navajo Nation's network. So that's actually our network working and doing what it's supposed to do when you see pop-ups like that. And if you're familiar with the website, you can proceed and click down and continue on to other areas. But with the recent cyber attacks that we've been dealing with for the past couple of weeks, a lot of our networks, a lot of internal networks are beginning to be flagged just based off the IP addresses. So that is the questions and concerns from Honorable Charles Newton Shema. Arunda Shanant I, Honorable Ricky Nez Shanant I, ahot asa beshi heinzi ado ani atene o di do entata eya not ani ashitne nida oho. O hachtni da na kidemilo an shla what au ha zedeta hayil kahada tatnas nel large neta. One of the youngest chapter officials at that time, I was elected to Wide Range chapter. It da ahushito need do hain nego do bin zelo eight da ado beniyago atene. Nal esi tobneta bahnas is nahalon hain no jo hut au eya not ani to le shito ni. Ado a beshija nahoteni. stwi sani telkej ke no sellet an leni yeshich yata hit do ahash kebi sala not ani jilon ahach aholet oshkel ado bedenna edo bekeng dil tralta hale oho ahagi it shdo ni ako anid introduction ish lada ohotishne ahot au shumasana nashinez tra she she ado hujubat achita kheda khala stwi sani khatikeh inigi ahot au bahanne o shumasana yo athil no benina nihe yapats ani khen linda oho oko bana antiendo hat khalin lo shumasana ohot au nan hinez tra ako ani atenne shnant honorable nez ahot au hachol ni do big eng deal khalo yanat anit nehi hot ni do le jo hot ado shnant kon hot au ya etil ashi o kon ha ishi shato yiseta nte osha shiniki jo hot au opa no grado khanegi shit ado endet tapikedo sad nanes de do tratetin sa beha o ziashi do pata jo hot agit aya beha kando benanla o chi jo hot agi bi salaki shi jo kon benil sos sa do ya at in sa kis do ya at lash sad jo hot agi shi beha hot lo nte nahi bantat itisha ado but ado shama anido when Honorable Newton as an employee maybe it's time to get off Facebook and you're absolutely right shama hot nte ahonanet aya the ade go sa ala benihiltahan khote to na hot khoten hije na hot khoten so den del so ha no ben hije tahan git to ho ntishi ashi ni hizaba da si tie so hot oho but ado itahuil ado but ado oho khate din sa be khada asi le kena hodo need le oho so hodat agi do ba huin ti do shui do behas oda ha ishin hije hodal yaiki jo ela atlishne o asad at lash betatat not ani chileho shito nidigi ko hya hot benashin snigishnant o ado to big hatan shteda alto hal abit khadiya chapter president shlehata ado hushte the bebanant adabadi nok adeya shiol khaln lo aje ani sa Diego pi nante huyat to yat eho sheya hot aba honizi nte the nepa ashte shik ba ashte belke hon shtini ba ashte no ho ka the ne bala ashtla ni klinigi ba ashte to hot au ya sheya be shi khahwil to be chanansen akot atahosil in the la so ishi to hojo hulta honne o huta jinne hojo hishak enda til ni chiyan sa chinde ni tro sa chinde ni hot on hita yel khashan ta hot na ta na hat abe al taho tik nte benaho shi to ko shunan ta shi shido sezin do benaho an le ko hya ado in the koro government development आज तहसेतांत hakuita iskanda आज ताया आज उनता खोबना आता kid ni ohut hashit kon ala benda ho do hashit yan hik linigi ni Washington linigi ya sa nada dit alo at the ban site case ya government development jiko ya dat alla go honna biniye aliand di ni Washington at ni hilit ahliki ya ya o bik ya temporary go aliand Jo ya bahis zin de asht da to lich Washington bikina aslon do al jo hot ne qadish zin ati on del mas. Adot ani ten o you not ani ya hilan als go del ton de she o banses kesa ya nahat kwishi als I be at eight at a large nan hinka ya nan go at ni the netras neldon le political appointees Supreme Court, judicial, legislative, executive, khanda til khalot ako nas alabit ol nigi o kan del wo to binata to ta hinil ida nahat ist atol nila jo the yego nan hinka Hadel ya do jo nat do that alla go bananish ila bahazin go ya ein jon do le sin sinant de Asian hishin hasala o aj qade aj nat ani lahot eik nada deal ni aj commission chairperson no vice chair la nan na lot aj ko ede ya hot eshnant adon da ya o not nel khad Dennis hashkele national chain shigo so masanda baka nashwo nda nil khad the belts anda nelo Dennis bana nelto shato the belt izo ahot Dennis shinan sodne shikinel wone Dennis but de deno stage be hard card she said it shish qad dish the shish nehja nashki Todo nehshki todo shekha ilida ashraun bitchone hashlish dik achiki o dagoshlish ta yogelo setta leit shahollo masahollo na hoche hollo the behollo is he ahot ya aji inahol yahgi bikistil ako aji yoto badi chita adon taton woten lada Allt als aji na hat api salat aji the babygin the babygit hot out the zimbel khata hotet yote banach o ati ai shlelto den sin ako ihashan hot na shitin khidigi adon tashma na tin khidigi honorable delegate yazi bahujo ajol khao she hushit ne do hot na shit nestra the ahol ago ohol nidiol khal nan tkin oho don ida hat khali da benzil sada bohjil do nas nan so the zen energy pastor preacher hashit ahoj nan tkini benzil sada bohjil digin god bezad be yanajil tkil aj so the zen khadatin da hil tsosje aj be tsuna hot zen how the all chilnan set chilnas gede to liki chiyan chil hon hilta holonigi la ta don heta hon to beta honil zinda ako edish de ati bohosh lo barach enal sos betziligi la bete hatas zi shnanish insen this semester ge o ne huishla khale khochiko ya alsest da hodil nilto tahti lwoten junuko nkel lwoto belge ko tahti ya aj ya ho shna nishgi anana shle lito le to entata to alla je to ya 8 hours a day talla ko to ini khato to mo ya jiku neta jo ho ne be na ta ho lo ho Hoje die saus to niet ja alle chehjich idolich o de allaki etage tot ali besdil kradolich Hoji yugo da ha quigo shi hatana as kan bezel so ja hananish is do lich do ja ho shit nanish ultra denim da ti yad alto shma ban so das case git خونة أنا إيش دولي ناكي الخيل كتين الخيل كت شبيغة جو هت أو إيا شنا هت لنجين لا كو إيها آدو أبنش شيطان سيس كيس دو أبنش أدينا نش دو التخ كون لا أدا نخاندار نشجي هدات قد أتي كود تسرع هو تزندن هسلتا دوت آدو بنيهتا بنيه هلون كون هسلتا لي وجهو إيشا دار نشجي نهاز تخا دا أولتخا online school using our computer equipment here because they don't have those resources at home. Ako hot iya atan ses case to iya ayu hat ida ayu benched eda. Ako ita ho linigi shna jin to iti schlich to di nam nischen linigi yan juno go iti schlichen sind ban ses case to iya ch do ilta. Do hunna ashka not jaho shin ka ne jaho juno go tabi deal zin. Kindayat eta le ya ko biyeton hina la shito cheta katolil. Chidayat ehita bi yisi ko chidabat ko ya hatan zini da kon hit ahda zido lil. Ko besh neta ko besh sik case da ayat ehon hil khana hodet edo lil. Jo hot out da hot zin. Besh chi besh tsui besh kay kon hin ni hit ahdat nil je hat not the zin that igi hot out that same traditional concept is what I plan on bringing to the Division of General Services. It's not a new perspective, but I think we just need to enhance our traditional teachings in operating a modern day division for the Navajo Nation, because it's up to us to make sure that this division runs smoothly so that our employees, our many programs can operate efficiently for direct services and direct participation of the people in our government. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. In queue, we also have Madam Chair Parrish. You have the floor.
Madam Speaker, Adel, to our Chair, Vince James, who is here with us, and to Mr. Jonathan Dale for your time this evening. I have two questions for Mr. Dale. And I know we'll also have the opportunity to ask questions during council, but I wanted to ask these questions maybe to help Mr. Dale prepare for the next round when we get to ask him questions again. But my first question is, to date, how much of the Division of General Services budget has already been expended? My second question is, what is your vision for next year's budget for the Division of General Services? How will you or do you plan to cost save for the nation? And my last question is, do you have any plans to modify the plan of operation for the Division of General Services? Those are my questions for now. Thank you. I can't.
Delegate Parrish. Next, we have Honorable Yanito via Zoom. You have the floor.
Yacht A, can you guys hear me?
Oh, we can hear you. You have the floor.
Ako siya, siya la ko don no. Mr. Dale appointed us a day nail bani kwai. So bada ni zindand. Ini kon on hisens Hayla o yelan so to ban sus case de. Adon da ko be his ani nihit yal tha.
Not on the HES in Hito need. I'm part of the HES committee as well. I don't the Kodo HES committee though. Hasin Soya Yadas Kisto. A late I on halt Kisko. Bedni Lajot I abansas case in day sto. I don't the Kodo Honorable Azaret Ado not so Sunday sto. I don't know what it is. It might be the American Most Wanted profile. So that any background check that any that's not aliyah. So what is not the kid still because you're gonna be appointed to a major decision making in the general public. Although in the AD the pona is on aliyah yet on the kick go a Ezra lao they hope to take it back to the standing committee. On top of that, so this legislation so the corner nikija ad nesparba. I thought ish la no 8 okujaben snelan hidin need so. Akoban is a case so the background check ningit ani is very crucial. According ni in rated Honorable Azret profile that they get need. It might be a really crucial document. Ahait ada bohoti iosha kodo nan ledi point de liago. Dot any benai this kid even did you go through a background check? A quagin and desk kidole. I once saw that you're not desk kidole.
Although you need to, I don't see anybody else in queue for any other further questions. We'll go back to Honorable Chair Bits James for his responses.
I can't, Speaker Curley. Ako kaya kideya kodo hikunda neto sinalan daniki appointment for Mr. Jonathan Dell. Equagi not adult kids name ko kodon hitanasis kani baseball an nation at nothaniki. Kodoshin eya shinale Mr. Dell eya banad dish alto shi abe kodo na dikido behada istigi shi abe not hadot leko kodela. Speaker, I'll go ahead and yield the floor to Mr. Dell. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanale, to honorable delegates. Yat Nana, Ado Heo Nada, Edos Kid, Shema Honorable Delegate Parish, Kodo Trawan Au, Ayana Adins Kid Linigishi, Kodo Sa Nunsht Linidole. The Division of General Services, the Administration, Linigi, we've spent about 46% of our budget. This is as of January 31st. Ato budget status on not the NAFTA, and I have that capability on FMIS to manage that, which gives me the advantage here as a division director, along with Director Silversmith to actually go into FMIS and start pulling down budget. So we're able to do that. Overall, the budget expenditures is hovering around 40% for the entire division. A lot of that is based off of the vacancies. As far as our operations, our contractual obligations, our operating supplies, those are steadily being expended right around 56 to 66%. It's just our personnel is really lagging behind. So it brings our average back down to a lower percentage of expenditures. But I'll be more than glad to provide that information, the overall budget status of each program under Division of General Services. Next year's budget allocation, I'm trying to get a grasp of what outstanding monies we currently have. I'm a big believer that we should at least have a level funding based off of our need. However, seeing that we have a lot of unexpended monies here and there, I have challenged my managers to prove that they need the budget they will be requesting for in the upcoming year. It's my own form of performance budgeting, because I've done this at risk management. If you don't need excessive travel monies, if you don't need excessive operating supplies, then you're going to get those items cut only because it's a lack of expenditure. You're not spending the monies. Those monies could be diverted elsewhere. So we'll be taking a look at that. And I do have a budget preview meeting with my division department managers as well here within the next month. We'll be going over all of that and then having a better snapshot. With the program I used to work for, risk management, we were always planning for budgets year round. And that's the same approach I will be taking with the division. I don't believe in last minute. I cannot stand last minute items. So I try to plan things out ahead of time. And your question on plan of operation for DGS, with DGS, there's 10 plan of operations. 8 of them have been updated. The Division of General Services has not had a plan of operation revisit since 1995 under the old Government Services Committee. And the late Irvin Keyswood was the chair at that time, as well as the Records Management Department. They have not had their plan of operation redone, only because they lacked any supervisory or program manager. But that still should not have been an excuse. The division should have been able to step in and address that. With the Division of General Services, I have taken that task and I have completed a revised plan of operation for DGS, and that is currently sitting at Department of Justice for legal review. So I will be dropping that as soon as I get the green light from Department of Justice before oversight. And I'm trying to get clarification on if that goes to council. I did see 2 enabling legislations. So once they can provide me with guidance, then we'll proceed from there. But that DGS plan of operation has been done. And that's been sitting there since the previous 2 administrations and about 8 division directors who failed to address that. And me being a policy-driven individual, that took me no more than 2 hours to complete. So that is in the hopper, as well as records management. That is also going into final review. We've did our final edits. So that has been processed and packaged together for DOJ's review. So that's the updates for the plan of operations. Honorable Yanito, do in the Jinehikishi e Yahut Ahuta ich Asha. Ado ko eya anit eya atach ahunsta. I have been with the Navajo Nation for 16 years. Ado every 2 years a background check and then hit the Kodo the Napa Washington has ado, especially me as the risk manager, dealing with millions of dollars year over year with the $260 million insurance policy. I would need to have my background check done every year. So that is done. With the current administration, yes, that was the final hurdle from the selection committee. They conducted an external, very intensive background check. Every place that I lived, every speeding ticket that I had, luckily there was only 3, but they've turned my personal record inside out, which was satisfactory to them. And then being a financial agent of the nation as far as insurance, that's been required ever since I've been employed here, dealing with financial documents, HIPAA requirements. HIPAA does require we have background information, attorneys, legal attorneys, negotiations, U.S. Department of Justice, because we deal with FTCA, they do require extensive background checks. And if I wasn't favorable, I wouldn't be in the position that I am with risk management and currently now as the appointed Executive Director for General Services and I. Thank you.
Speaker, Mr. Toth here.
I don't see any delegates in queue for additional comments or concerns.
Mr. Toth here, Chair.
Honorable Toth via Zoom, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to comment some procedures that being followed, and I was disappointed that we were never informed at the HASI committee. This is the route that you guys go through. I thought everything any confirmation has to go to oversight. So I could chair chair linear in yen had it not those little in the kon ha see the little and hitchen and out. So hot in the at the day ko eben na eshe. But eben lady eben na hot when they change it lala jo bahan to jo ale eben jo ne. Ede behate to koron el kehikito andela jo non city accountability to respecting your workers, your supervisor, especially the low at the low bottom pole, like a mechanic that egi to office assistant arabanayo na hot na haji every director could order non ne hakao yotin spot eta no con lady that the initial ya hey the staff ya tayona do conants tindo hasine la in nancy slatne job en tindo ita to to inta hasine la appointees consider hotel travel vehicle ako ya uhinda la to bahaneda what joba khaliaro li yo hot echo de chiribit hotel ya itu kishi ya ta hos out to kwitan the zone da bahanede shi ba khaliaro li o je khishik enna itledo li yo hot into the case. We don't want to hear that on some of you guys like to get on Facebook. Eben ade goshin na ade kitole. Because ya vision director hot asla akotansen ya on the high nilo. Yero senat an in leader say kujita nitle. Alebe which at the scale. Alebe which jan kwed o in lada. Arosan and a conflict of interest. No, that the net had the base was an in a way, so hit on the store as he told Zen, Annie, Scott. So unhidden yet either is for our people. Shouldn't say what on this case. Throughout my term, I'm going to bring that up. It's for my community people. Latte, for couple Pisani, the Ilnishita Eba, Bahan, Sendo, hot abe, in this case, Naso she, Behanasto, Oyoto, or Kandanalan, Shea Ani, Spiro Sani, Dalnishigi Yego, 3 hours that it takes. Oh, other Quivich and Yege Ebe, then he in out, ni. What on behind 3 all hit check with certified up at the they get a better pay outside. We losing money. That shouldn't be the case. So Erebe had this Sikoron, Mr. Dale, Shiroto now, and in John, only country that didn't have resume that all have experience, recommendation from the president. What are in the house is that? They don't open that in the house. What Hashing Sisters need us to look at. What are eat on yeah. Taking a lot of shortcuts. What are in Shako? Jordan now, so Seto Jordan not had it ain't what been Dashka. What are you about this Seto? I don't mean to offend you, I don't mean to get after you. Please take care of your workers, especially Lo I see at the creeps and the Yagi. Diego Bachalniado, which I am here. I need this kid.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker, Madam.
Okay, Honorable Chess. Next in queue, we have Honorable Simpson via Zoom. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee, Mr. Delegate James, Nado, Mr. Dale. Good evening, Mr. Dale, this is a quick question. I know as a division director, and once you get confirmed, I know you'll be overseeing all the facilities within Navajo Nation. And I'm going to bring Eastern Agency up, especially at Crown Point. That's our central location for Eastern Agency. And a lot of these departments are utilizing facilities that are so old that they're in substandard conditions that, it's very some of these buildings still have asbestos, but they're still operating out of these facilities in Crown Point. And right now, the land department, National Land Department, used to operate out of the old police building, and now they found there's a large amount of asbestos in that facility. So right now they have to find a new space to locate their office. But they're not the only ones. It's all the departments that we have within the Navajo Nation that they're just being put here and there within Crown Point in these very substandard facilities or buildings. So my question, Mr. Dale, since you oversee all the facilities, how can you help the Eastern Agency to come up to maybe propose a one-stop shop building where we can have all the Navajo departments in that facility, that building there? What is your recommendation? How can we get the finance? I'd like to see a new building. The Eastern Agency has been talking about this for the last 20-some years, and we're trying to find out how we can get this a one-stop shop facility building come reality, so we can have our kids, our personnel work in a safe place, and that our people do go to these services in a safe place. So I'd like to say, what's your recommendation, or what's your idea or proposal to make this one shot reality within the Eastern Agency? This is a question on Madam Chair, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Simpson. We don't have anybody else in queue for additional comments or question. Go back to the sponsor. Chair Ms. James.
Speaker Curley, Deja, Ado Kunza that aid by Yinti Kodo legislation, Yadato Siyanigi, Ado Nana Shitlam Ashnale, Honorable George Toll, Kodo Nihi as Hesi Committee, Chair Dasho Lako, Adanta I'll be gladly to step down as chair. So ado na hajo in habiketen ito lichitan ne ako kodo nal sos legislation gitatos sos ya bekak eho bakada nal sos bakat kada chinigi bekaho kodon hidaton sos ako Asian le hesi de shim ba yel kito le ko hajo hindi nashti no but acha yel kyo edo bilt eda ko of course the shin ashin wait out the shin I don't need ashin wait out the I don't need offering zone or what aban this case should hold just a com of course do has twin lead on has twin law out of the end the out of one ko joke I don't send the shis lead on she what has twin or sun the kahagi with ashanat yalt do the ligi don't send the ko ako khayshi ba hazot leido khayshin jono ido lifigi hasishi ajin khacher leido le chokho da ban sa da hakis ako do in khay tait edo do ikhat da bege at lead ako bege lead ako ide hot ako adon kodo legislation yedato so zigi alto shinale kodo nada bedek hits le ya kodo hilanasis khanigi beshman sa anen klinigi aje what art the quick was shade upon the Elshay not those issue production nale Mr. Dale Shane Bandin after the Ashi not adults but Ella Shadeja Speaker Curley. Thank you.
Mr. Dale?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ado Shanant Nana. Ado Shicheshi, Honorable Toth, his Twiga Lodge, they call Shiyo Shishbahojo, Shiche the Snow. Hala Eya, Shado Hojo, Shichake, Abedini, the Ako, Shiche Yaha. Kodona Adin, Kito, Bahain, Zip, Netish Agi it out. Shit, the Hoshit Ilya, do in the Da. Nad Nishin, Lini, do Eya. نخاطة هيادة أني أو نوت كون هت ألزن دو ننهزل خال نهلن دو خشيت إيشي أون هلاهو دا داز إي أو أكو شيء يا حالة دو إيا أهدي شنيل دي نيدا الكتا نات آني إشتي ليادا شاندال نشيجي أهد أو شادا هسن Shilhojoba do in the tato eya the nenan shkada do shida no we shito ni the nehjo shando listo alla shaito lil jinzon hjo na bestil ki do di it au shati lil bejno abelnized io shuma san shuma yajish away shijashna shitche Johnny here ya hut out ekiti neko the building 1 second floor je hut out cuida na khayda alchihada CG banachiko ya tinilzen hitinilzen no has to na tinigi ya con division of general services be ya delti ot con dal nishigi hut out etabati ne Latun yisit nabazad yetahol dante ebeti no short nabazad be in the hatshao etelia the neck etnich yandalki hadahatzi ako hot alban siskation and respect your staff in 16 years obahashna for the Navajo Nation I have never received a step increase. What council gives as a general wage adjustment is all I ever got. I could assume it's because I was neglected, it was overlooked, or I wasn't seen as a priority. But finally, last year, I went from a step A to a step B. That should speak volumes of how we're treated as employees. And it's very emotional at times to think about how Many other employees are treated that way. We shouldn't have to. We should not treat people that way. A lot of our employees, we underpay them, we overlook them, we undervalue them, drive them to depression, drive them to substance abuse, drive them to medical ailments, stress, heart attack, things like that we could have alleviated as employers, but we don't. Now, see, some of them are on government assistance. We have some employees who still qualify for food stamp welfare. We're at that stage with our government. We should not be undervaluing our employees. As an employer, Asha yisi doni tata johut au nses keshe. She ya dohut au shandad nishiban nses kesa do lech. Dini. Ado ahut au ayabena nshtin. No we ado dahito. Then hajon dahino tin. Shanahat akon o ich bohol agi. Lada shnache. Tneshin hedge is tnaja. That's my trade as a carpenter. Out of my professional side, safety, risk management, professional development, case not lishini dinigi. Hagustot di shal, hagustot di ka. Ashajit that he need. Dosis as do gasta. Spitet the ne. Biga habitjinena do biga hajot ila. Not at the hata, not dahi hakana luo. The ya to ya hand dot alo she behas a. Hashit au a sato ayat belch has do zi. Bena she basis teaching and hot out. Behind ziggy dot out o. Ado accountability hat ninigi dot ni o. Watch e to ya shouldn't have lini be salada. Ni aba o ishla o shishla shiba o the neshlim. Jo hot au she ben hit hanas zito lith. Do in the tap la de yao she I expect, praise. Thank you. Good job. That's what I pass on to my employees. Praise them when they need the praising. Praise them even though they failed. But that's on me as a manager, as a supervisor, as division director, to coach them, to guide them, to share my knowledge, to make sure that our goals are accomplished. Honorable Simpson. Dik adban baya del kio. Ya kun zao holjish. I have a proposal, and that's my biggest drive here within the next couple years, is to approach council and to fix or replace all of our buildings. We have employees in really rundown shacks. I'm going to call them shacks. At one point, I saw a tribal building with mushrooms growing out of the ceiling. And our people, our relatives, mom, dad, uncle, brothers, sisters, sitting in that environment, trying to work for the Navajo people. I've seen the worst of our buildings. And all we do is a band-aid approach. At some point, through my duration, through my appointment here, I'll be coming to you guys, Shanantai. My plan is to start with Eastern and then Shiprock. My approach is that it's easier there to capitalize on funding sources, meaning New Mexico Capital Outlay partnered with the Navajo Nation in developing a one-stop shop. Instead of having 30 buildings that are running down and trying to fix them, we might as well just build one building and maintain them there with staff on site 24/7 maintaining that building. We need to get away from a band-aid approach. We need to start doing preventative approach on a lot of our buildings. a lot of our facilities. But for New Mexico, I see that as an opportunity. I hope that Eastern agency chapters, Shiprock chapters aren't upset with me on capital outlay monies that could have went to them. But at some point, we need to invest within our own government. We need to step up. And I know there's CEHACIN monies coming back. I know there's permanent trust fund monies. And just my thought is if we can finance a loan for casinos and other enterprises, we should be able to finance a loan for our own buildings. That's an investment in our infrastructure here in Window Rock, in all the agencies. And what better to motivate our employees, better pay, and an awesome work environment where it shows that, hey, my government cares, my employer cares for me. I got a new office. Carpet and junugo halchino bihiya. Ade bata hulya. And I agree. We need to take that approach, and I'm working diligently with my facility maintenance. I'm looking at scheduling meetings with the state of New Mexico, and I'm working on getting meetings with Eastern Agency Council because I'm going to need their support. I'm going to need their support with the Mexico Capital Outlay Program to get these additional funds. And then I will be coming to council and asking for additional funds, whether it's a loan that's structured by DGS or whether it's an outright grant or an outright purchase. But we have several alternatives we'll be looking at. And I'll be presenting that here shortly because this has been a long-standing issue. Nobody has taken, what was the quote earlier, the bull by the horns. Nobody has taken that bull by the horns. Everybody is reluctant to move it forward. But I think in working collectively as a group here, we can do it. And there are creative ways to address our building situation. So ede ya ohot au sad ni hit nan adolescent and at anotla should shadow should not ash ohot edo lito should not let he ado shama a large doesn't down the cow gatigi, Madam Speaker, a hat. Thank you.
Mr. Dale. Kung junugo nihilpon junugo kinal in lagi siya. Ado kune not this kidigi a honorable Arviso via Zoom. You have the floor.
Speaker, add me to the queue. This is Delegate Charles Newman.
Yeah, thanks. Madam Speaker, Auto Ade, Delegate James, dita not hospital now dita any Tantonin house. Auto Kodo Kehutini Nato Nishe not Anishi. The Naya that Zolo any Nish Kodo Espahasaan Kodo. Hashin Sugo Yelat or she winzo. Confirmation is no ni Datonin Sozuko Sheher. Out of Mr. Dale Yat Delegate Arviso Disneco did Ani Kudo Kinas Leligi Dishak Benenigi Bayashtitoli. In Late Katnas Nella Yindar Nishigi Adisto Anda has taken Hashin Sogo Yadi Adi Inspector Nda Trigo the chapter Gunas the Triso the hot Aya as Triso hot LOR in this Cote the Sky. I see in her BDD is Shahut Asha Haganded Ahut Isha. Isa Sunda, the last Hedo. El Tonta Obadasha Kundato Chiginetta. Ahot Ajiban Saha case. A Kodi Satadako, Nishi chapter, Nidrata that the Shikal Iso Hot End. Eshi thought the Bansi case on Sondishne. Already could a chapter then the Nishigi. Adi thought and Hashin than Lenigi. To Naa'bik'iyati as lada. Ashe need o hayugo yasa lenigi bikiti da hiti kahn de a ashi Asto Bisnas Ena Nishigito Dins and the DCSC that Ninigido AMS or youth at the Adat Echo Adat Egi Bashin Nedo Ani the Hat Auda Peso Bahan Idole. Sashi anti situ chapter asita do no bansa case the shade I see shashat hot answer case a kundani kosa on need Sashi dani bini nani holo hudi ne shayat ayat chapters panash di kuje a young bit auto in the church on the Pinedale, Mariana Lake, Smith Lake, the room. Ahota Banash, Ako, Tatney, that El Kali, Ben Nadishneko. As Tiso A. Bata has on the at in the Orthonis, that is called. Ako, Ede Yason Haba, when news and all these chapters is not, and ago so, Dean Hikinigi, the Basan, Neo. Ado begin the hastiko. Ede yabe jihadistin sendo. Chidoto na sindako. Madam Speaker, maybe Lenana Niji. Achat out the dequai Bikita Hadi Nigi. Dide baseball unbaby hanel. She so yard eco. Ako ya the resume the hadat out just tonight the kid you need or has short Naa'bik'iyati on the don't last night the agenda giba ye cut all the call the netto bahonils and the given nachi shin died the kid play a call hot out at the unlabeled lockets a yard bahonils and no hot out the she yard Aron dan hiti niligi ade nhanda no tha dish di kihoti ni akot ahoti na shi ade na sos beta na hoti aigi ni tato so do ishna ya di dishne shin she that the whole ya johot ya sto the nebel beche ata hojol zihko ede ya be hote sinsen. Madam Speaker, Mr. Dale, Otto, thank you, Delegate James.
Delegate Arvizo. Next in queue, we have Madam Chair Charles Newton. Via Zoom, you have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. Mr. Dale, thank you so much for, for sharing where you stand, not only with your employees, but also the work conditions that we currently subject them to. And I say we, because we are the Navajo Nation, and we do get reports on what is going on with facilities, especially those that get shut down. Oftentimes we get information till after the fact. So when the shutdown occurs, that's usually when we start to get information about the buildings that are dilapidated. And we do have a lot of buildings that do need to be replaced, and a lot of buildings that are currently not safe. Not only for our employees, but then, those people that we're inviting into offices to get assistance. As a result of that, I did present a legislation to the 24th Navajo Nation Council implementing a building code, setting minimum standards for new buildings that would be built. This had no effect on the current buildings, but it did, it was going to be, put into law. And a few months after it was put into law, that's when that building code would be, it would be required for any new building that would be built on the Navajo Nation. I still argue today that, it's really scary that we don't have a minimum code set by any of our buildings, yet we talk here at council about the importance of our children. We talk about the importance of our elders. We talk about the importance of our people. And we cannot guarantee the safety of any of our people who enter into any building on the Navajo Nation because we don't have a building code in place. I want to know, where do you stand on that legislation? I hope that I can get support. I know under the 24th, when under the Nez administration, the previous director did support that effort in getting that building code through. And I did have my agent, Mr. Marcus Tooley, who helped me. And it's kind of a process right now that started with our disabled Navajos, because we currently do not have any buildings. Actually, a majority of our buildings don't even comply with the ADA laws, the federal laws that are in place for disabled Americans. You know, that was really the whole purpose of putting this building code in place, is to make sure that one, it's safe, and then two, that this code is going to implement some of those ADA laws that have been forgotten for, forever. The Navajo Nation doesn't even comply with ADA laws. So I need to know where you stand on that legislation, and whether I would get support in sponsoring the legislation, because I just dropped legislation to bring that forth before the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So I need to know where you stand on that legislation. And then in terms of reaching out to the state of New Mexico, I do have to say that, the chapters in New Mexico are very, very lucky. Because we get a lot of funding from the state of New Mexico to help assist not only with our buildings, but also with chapter projects that are, that are currently in process. I know that the state of Utah doesn't offer that, and the state of Arizona doesn't offer that. However, at the recent Indian Day in Santa Fe, there was a comment made by a few senators and representatives that we need to ensure that when this money is given to New Mexico chapters, that it stays with New Mexico chapters. And I know that that has been a long-standing issue with our representatives and senators here in the state of New Mexico, that they're giving funds, or they're giving, they're giving items to to the New Mexico chapters. But what they have been hearing is a lot of these disbursements have been shared across the Navajo Nation. And I'm usually, one delegate who's always advocating for the Navajo people, but when it comes to state money, it's very difficult because it's kind of like federal money. There are there's laws in place that say how this money can be spent, where it can be spent. And if the state of New Mexico is giving funds, then it has to stay in the state of New Mexico. So I appreciate, you talking about the buildings that need to be addressed. You almost lost my vote because you said you want to put Crown Point first. So I guess I'll be okay with Shiprock being second. I'm just messing with you. I really am. But I just want to say that, I appreciate the fact that you do understand that there is a need for that, that we do need to start replacing our Navajo Nation buildings. And I do want to state that we need to continue getting a full inventory list of all of the Navajo Nation owned buildings. We need to know how many buildings the Navajo Nation currently owns. And I was very surprised to learn during the 24th Navajo Nation Council that we don't even have that listing, that we don't know how many buildings are owned by the Navajo Nation. There's BIA buildings on the Navajo Nation, there's private buildings, there's enterprise buildings, there's Navajo Nation buildings, there's various types of buildings on the Navajo Nation. But I think we need to get that inventory list of every single building that is owned by the Navajo Nation. Included in that list, we need to know how many are not in compliance right now with providing ADA assistance to our disabled Americans, because right now we have a little over, I believe the last count was, we are like around, I want to say it was 47% of the Navajos currently living on the Navajo Nation are considered to be disabled. But if you take into consideration elderly who may have arthritis, or elderly, who can't, who can't grab, like a doorknob, that number increases to around 60, a little over 60%. So the need is there for our Navajo people. But I think that we need to complete the inventory list, complete the listing of how many of those are ADA compliant, and then how many of those are, are not up to, I can't say code because we don't have a code, but how many of those are considered to be safe, and how many of those are considered to not be safe. And I want to bring to your attention that many of our Navajo employees fear for their health because some of these buildings might have, they might be made of asbestos. Some of them, have the lead paint. Some of them are falling apart. Some, I know that, in some instances, mold has been painted over. We've been hearing about these things happening on the Navajo Nation. And so I think it's time that as you stated, we need to start taking care of our employees and offering them a safe place to come to work, and really an environment that is welcoming. And that environment may include, having new office, having a brand new building, something that our employees can take pride in. So with that, that's the rest of my questions. Thank you.
6, 7, 8, 9.
You have Madam Chair Charles Newton. I don't see anybody else in queue with additional questions. We'll turn the floor back over to our sponsor, Chair Vince James.
Okay, none done. Speaker Curley for that, and then other colleagues, Clinique, Naa'bik'iyati. I'll go ahead and give the floor back to Shanala, Mr. Dell, to respond back to the questions and comments. Shanala, Mr. Dell.
Thank you, Shanale. Madam Speaker. Thank you. Shanant Naa'bik'iyati, Honorable Arviso Kodoshi Sat Bahintigi Sat Nat Nansha Lido Lich. Ani atin chapters atli bitlahas got the yegon the nesque. Atakushinache ahot au. Ya biltahwel jisto yad lini apa ohbich hundeli. Oko 8 the yego ben hitch in the has tito question. Ya facility maintenance at albich at the hamnet. Ya nte. Ya hakushinache da. I probably wasn't much older than 17, 16 years old during the 17th, 18th Navajo Nation Council. Chapters lobbied successfully to take monies away from facility maintenance and give a direct allocation to the chapter houses for that purpose, maintenance. Over the next couple of years, those maintenance monies turned into travel, office supplies, resulting in buildings falling into disrepair. But I have talked with my staff here. We need to do a thorough assessment on all the chapter buildings, determining their occupancy status, if they're occupied or not occupied. We also need to determine their condition. The biggest driving factor in that is the upcoming insurance renewals. That I'll leave to risk management to report on, but the nation is looking at a 32% increase in premiums because we're not properly assessing our buildings. And part of this push is to address that as well. So that will be coming up here shortly within the next couple months to Budget and Finance and to HESI, because that's the oversight for risk management. Though in the chapters closing, there's only 2 entities, Office of Environmental Health into the Navajo Occupational Safety and Health Administration that has authority to close buildings. Environmental health chico a ko twin linigi hatas lindo states at the be trata kisido trats ahona a that egi eben not closing the yili. Chico a osha chico a ya ohot agi nchido ya at eho edo de nas also but shada hatas benota a chico any yet that ako geen si isi dane talkallende OU environmental health biket ahle AAIHS to AAIJ basla ako ya kuji insurance services safety chiko bil na initial ya llato am darna o at ist edo niligi ye ndan tkin do indata khahol do nili do indan tkin o at ako chapters hudat agishi aj tahal o hilka anatjaho ist do lilo ot eho ya ot shanand Mr. Arviso ado shama ya kuna atin kitona nahat abe shane tin ya she it's the waslipe ne cases zido lech building codes by yan tigi na kidamilo ansos di khahada ahot abohodest ita ya insurance services banash nesho alto the yego beni hich nahot I tadi ni to abikain si zo ya khahada di liand jo ya onez sis do neto di ni zi openi na at a put out a sad be done hotit ahi named a koshikodos from DGS as the appointed executive director. I wholeheartedly approve and recommend approval on that building code legislation. It is extremely needed. That would be our blueprint to how we design, develop, implement, and maintain our tribal buildings. So I support that initiative you have undertaken. It is true with the ADA compliance. As I mentioned before, there is about $13 million from Sihasin sitting with facility maintenance. We have not moved on it because reclassification of positions. That is our biggest holdup. But we're bypassing DPM and we're going with a consultant. What we call in the construction industry is an owner's rep, who's kind of like a project manager, will manage all aspects of the ADA compliance. And this one, our plan is to start in Shiprock and work back down to satisfy the ADA compliance. It's a little bit challenging. However, we have to modify trailers with smaller doors to bigger doors, so on and so forth. But we do have a plan. We do have the schematics and the architectural drawings ready to go. So as soon as we get respondents to our RFP, we will start expending those monies by agencies. We have an assessment that's thoroughly completed from facility maintenance on these ADA compliant buildings or lack of ADA compliant buildings. As in regards to your comments and concerns about dispersing funds, I wholeheartedly agree. You don't want to jeopardize future funding opportunities. That would be for the powers that be that do allocate the monies or reallocate the monies. But I agree, if it's going to Shiprock chapter, it should stay within Shiprock chapter. It should be used for those purposes there. Because as you mentioned, it will jeopardize future funding for other chapters in New Mexico. And we need to be cognizant of that and be fiduciarily responsible, fiscally responsible about our expenditures there as well. The inventory on buildings. So I do have a list of buildings but this is risk management's compiled list, 74 pages, 2,892 buildings that's insured by the program. There are over 839 enterprise buildings. I know that information again because I was the risk manager here. So those are constant right off the top of my head that I know those buildings are there. A lot of them, a lot of problems we come across is the fixed asset inventory listing, risk management's listing, sometimes don't coincide. Risk management will remove buildings that aren't occupied or are below insurable values. On the fixed asset side, they put anything and everything that has a foundation on their fixed asset listing. A lot of that includes BIA buildings. So a lot of BIA buildings are mislabeled as Navajo Nation, but they still belong to BIA. So that's not really a true and exact listing. Risk management is also not a true and exact listing, but there is a proposal under general services to conduct that assessment using unmet needs money here within general services and then getting that building assessment done. That is a huge task within itself. It's a monumental undertaking, but as you mentioned, it needs to occur. It needs to happen. Otherwise, the best way to start it, the best approach would be build a new building and just completely write off the other properties and dismantle and demolish them. That would make the list less congested and less questionable, because then you know you have 5, 6 new buildings, and that's where all the government locations are at. So that's one approach, but you're absolutely right. And we're not set in stone on starting in Crown Point. We can start Shiprock and Crown Point at the same time. It's just the funding source where we can get the monies, but we can get creative on getting monies and then starting simultaneously. I would actually prefer starting 2 locations at once and getting those buildings up and getting our employees into a safe, working, clean, and healthy environment.
Thank you, Mr. Dale, for your responses. Honorable delegates, I don't see anybody else in queue for any questions or comments. Second call. Third call. Go to the drawing board to vote on legislation 0016-23. If you are on Zoom or calling in, please feel free to text in your vote to Jalissa, our staff, she's here. Other than that, for the delegates here still in the chambers, you can use your buttons, and also dinner's on the way.
Delegate Azarette, red.
This is Delegate Andy, and I vote green.
Delegate Norman M. Begay, green. Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa is excused. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw votes green via text. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red via text. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes red via text. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green via text. Honorable Nathan Nota.
Delegate Nota votes green.
Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green via text. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green via text. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable George Tolf.
Green.
Honorable George Tolf votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito votes red via text. Going back up, Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo.
Red.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Madam Chair, with a vote of 14 in favor, 7 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 14 in favor, 7 opposed, and Speaker not voting. Motion passes. All right, going down the line, we have Honorable Damon.
Thank you very much. Good evening, and what a wonderful debate going on. Thank you, Honorable Chair Mitch James, for bringing this legislation. Congratulations on your first step on Mr. Shauna Madale. Continue wish you the best moving on to the nomination council. But Madam Chair, at this time, because of the inclement weather and working together with the staff this evening, and there only being 4 delegates left in the chambers. Everybody's at home tucked away in their, 5. I requested that we go ahead and motion to do a consent agenda, and that would be legislation 0017-23, legislation 0019-23, legislation 0020-23, and legislation 0013-23. And then last but not least, legislation 0022-23. That's my motion, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, by Charles Newton.
Honorable Chair Charles Newton via Zoom. You're on the floor.
No, I said I will second that motion made by Speaker
We have
Damon.
we have a motion and a second on the floor for the consent agenda for the named legislation 0017-23, 19-23, 20-23, 13-23, 22-23. If there's any objections to the motion for consent agenda, go to the board.
Speaker, you didn't ask for questions.
If you're on via Zoom or calling in, you can text Jalissa your vote. For the delegates who are still on the floor, feel free to use your call-in button.
Chair Naz, I don't think she heard you.
Honorable Princeton. This is the updated one.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo did not vote. Honorable
Green.
Lamardo Azaret.
Green.
Honorable Lamardo Azaret votes green. Honorable
Delegate
Stephen
Arvizo
Arvizo.
votes green.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Norman M. Begay. Honorable Norman M.
Norman
Begay.
Begay votes green.
Honorable Norman
Norman
M. Begay votes green.
Green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green via text. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Green.
Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota.
Green.
Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green via text. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable George Toll.
Green, ma'am.
Honorable George Toll votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito votes green via text. Honorable Sherlyn Yazzie votes green via text. Going back up, Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Madam Chair, with a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
For 0 opposed and speaker not voting on the consent agenda, motion carries. Number 8, close of meeting, announcement, adjournment.
Speaker.
A correction, sorry, staff. We're going on to the consent agenda.
Straight to vote. Straight to vote.
To the consent agenda, we're going straight to a vote.
Motion to approve the consent.
Motion to approve. Motion.
Consent for the approved to consent agenda by Honorable James and second by Honorable Casey Johnson. There's any other objections? If none, calling for a vote, going to the drawing board. If you are on Zoom, feel free to text staff. Jalissa is still here within the chambers. And if you're still here in the council chambers, use your roll call buttons.
Desert, Delegate Azarette Green.
Delegate Arvizo votes green.
Honorable Helena Nez-Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nez-Begay votes green. Honorable Norman M. Begay, how do you vote?
Norman M. Begay votes green.
Honorable Norman M. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty is excused. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez votes green via text. Honorable George Toll. Honorable George Toll.
Green,
Honorable-
ma'am.
Honorable George Toll votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito votes green via text. Going back up, Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Madam Chair, with a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
0 opposed and speaker not voting, the motion passes. Down to number 8, close the meeting, announcement, adjournment.
Speaker, I have an announcement, Delegate News.
Honorable Ricky Nez, you have the floor.
Thank you. There's a meeting at Fire Rock Casino with Utah, the Naa'bik'iyati organization at 9 o'clock on Saturday. It was set to RDC, but I think my colleagues, you all need to be aware. And if you would like to attend, that would be up to you. It's not an approved meeting, but it is out there just for your information. I don't want to be hiding anything from you. Okay, so it's for your information. It's up to you to attend. Thank you.
Honorable Parrish.
Yeah, Speaker Otto, 25th Navajo Nation Council, I just wanted to make a quick announcement about tomorrow's budget and finance work session. It's going to regard the procurement process and the FRF office. So if you'd like to listen in, we will be meeting at 2 p.m. tomorrow in budget and finance, and I believe the Zoom link was sent out. Thank you. Oh, and safe travels to all of our teams who will be represented in the 3A Arizona High School basketball tournament. Thank you.
If there's no more announcement, Honorable James.
Yeah, Donna, Speaker Curley, I just wanted to mention that tomorrow, February 24th, Health, Education, and Human Service Committee will be having a meeting and orientation with Department of Social Service, and I would like to also send the invitation to my colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. At the same time, also tomorrow, February 24th, Fort Defiance Agency Veterans is having a special meeting. It's supposed to start at 9 a.m. and it will be at the Wonder Rock Sports Center. And also, March 3rd, there is a meeting that will take place down at the state capitol with Arizona State Superintendent Mr. Tom Horn. And so just wanted to send that invitation out to my colleagues that oversee or that is within the state of Arizona regarding Navajo students' education. That will be on March 3rd as well. So I just wanted to share this information as an announcement, Speaker. Thank you.
Are there any more announcements? And just a short announcement from the Office of the Speaker. We do have new staff with us. He started officially yesterday. We want to introduce Christopher Burnside. He's joining us from Kayenta Township and various different organizations and divisions that he has worked with within the communications for many years. So we want to welcome him to the Office of the Speaker, and he'll be designated within the communications department. So thank you, Mr. Burnside, for accepting, and welcome to Office of the Speaker. And we will be sending out that official notice through email with a memo to the council and also to the staff. Yeah. If there's no other announcements, there a motion to adjourn? Motion to adjourn by Honorable James, second by Honorable Parrish. There's no objections. Calling for a vote. If you are on Zoom or calling in, feel free to text in your vote to Jalissa.
Look at our visa votes green.
Honorable Lamardo Azaret, how do you vote? Honorable Lamardo Azaret? Honorable Lamardo Azaret votes green. Honorable Norman N. Begay? Honorable Norman N.
Begay votes green.
Honorable Norman M. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Canes Bacardi is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green via text. Honorable George Toll. Honorable George Toll.
Green.
Honorable
Green, ma'am.
George. Honorable George Toll votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Otto
Honorable
So.
Yanito votes green.
Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito votes green. Madam Chair, with a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
We have a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting for adjournment. We adjourn at 9:16 PM.